Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to today's tournament. It is going to be a Lizardmen SFT, so the forbidden prophecy has come true. We're finally going to be playing this faction and seeing what's cooking. Should be fun. Alrighty, so let's get this all set up here. Should be good. Got my opponent coming, and we're going to be coordinating the maps right now. And I don't know what they're playing, so Lizardmen for me. And what is it going to be for them? Okay, so this is the map here. We have Bordello Landing, Crystal Lake, and Putrefying Carcass. I think they might be on Dwarves. Oh, God. How do we play against Dwarves with dinosaurs? We do have some cost-effective armor piercing, right? We've got to have some options. So those are the maps right there. And we are going to get all set up. And there we go. All right. So, maps. Yes, all set. And then who's going to be banning first? I will. So I will ban... let's go ahead and ban It's a style with some LOS. I will ban Crystal. Do we want to play Crystal Lake or do we want to play Bordello Landing is the question. Probably playing a map where they don't have a home objective is going to be a little bit better. But Bordello Landing does allow for some nice ambushes, so I will ban Crystal Lake. Crystal Lake. All right, there we go. The ROR T-Rex. You know, Professor Pone, it is a 5-round tournament, all right? So there is a decent likelihood that I will be using a giant T-Rex. That's kind of the game plan here. So let's go to the dinosaurs. I haven't played them in probably, it's been a long time. I can't remember the last time I played Lizardmen. Must have been at least a year. Ruben, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome, brother. Thank you so much. Let the Carnosaur feast. That's the idea. Let's open the door up here, get some fresh air in the room, and yes. So dinosaurs versus. Hold on, I got a new screen blocker for you guys today. It's a new banger. Let's get this one set up here. Where is it? Okay, there he is. Perfect. Yes. Yes. You guys like that one? That's a classic picture. Yes. Rise, Wookiee, rise. All right, so we're gonna play Putrefying Carcass, which is actually probably the best map for me. Carcass. Okay, so let's do that because it does have some funky line of sight. So we could definitely get some funny business going here. Carnosaur is anti-large, correct. So not going to be super good against dwarves. Definitely not. Old World game was good, yeah. So I played my Old World game the other night with one of my buddies, and we played the new FAQ, and it's a lot better. Infantry are definitely much more respectable. Like, I brought like a very weak army overall compared to like what it would have been previously. I brought like great swords and mass infantry with the Empire, which is one of the worst factions in Old World, and it was still able to stand up to Double Dragon. Did end up losing the game, but it was really actually quite close. Infantry did good. Just takes some getting used to, but I do like the new FAQ for Old World for sure. Yeah, we do have double dwarves. They're here. They're extra forbidden. And how do we want to do this? Yeah, basic Croxagores are pretty good against Dowie for sure. I think mixing them in is not a bad choice. Ruben, thank you for the 15. First time in 9 years I see you play Lizards in Eternity. Praise the old ones. Has it been that long? 9 years? I don't think it's been quite that long, but yeah, somewhere in the ballpark for sure. All right. Satisfy the grudge. They have wronged us. All right. Yeah, I've heard people saying that Horus Heresy got done kind of dirty. I don't know any details about it, obviously, but those are the whispers that I have heard. We're going to bring you. This is going to be cool. What does it actually do? Okay. And that's not bad, and that is not bad, but we can probably cut those. Rippers. Yeah, I think Ripperdactyls are very good against dwarves, for sure. I mean, they're a really cost-effective anti-infantry beast. I don't know about in the starting army, but, you know, we want a couple in reserve, and then probably Feral Cold Ones would be good, but also just Cold One Riders in general. I think are going to be nice, the 850 ones, and then we can get some of the clever girls too. Yeah, we have some nice reinforcement options for sure. It's a grudgeon. It is a grudgeon indeed. So what about Saurus? Temple Guard in this matchup, probably not great. Maybe a couple shielded Saurus are cute. And yeah, I think Red Crested Skinks are obviously nice. We'll get one of you guys. And now caster options. We could go with Lord Croak. Is it Croaking time or is it time for us to croak? I don't know. That seems a little bit risky against dwarves. So probably just a cheapo Skink Priest. I mean, Heavens is okay. You have some decent buff spells. Flock of Doom is always cost effective too. So I don't hate that idea. Okay, so we're going to get you chilling down there. I don't know about Croak. I don't know about Croak. Yeah, I think he's a little bit too risky here. Cheap Bastillodon's kind of an interesting choice, but I do like the Croxigors. Yeah, the interior crocodile alligators, we've called them here. Red-crested skinks are good. Once you can mitigate blasting charges, red-crested skinks I think can be quite solid. But before that, they're a little bit dangerous for sure. So let's get you. We got 275 left. Feels bad amount of money. That is for sure. Yeah, I think that's all right. Let's get the regular one here. And then for our last trick, it's crazy how cheap Bastillodons are. They're really, really cheap, man. Those guys cost next to nothing. Okay, cut one of you. I think 2 of those are adequate, and we're going to need some more dudes for the dude god. All right, there we go, and there we go. Ark of Sotek seemed like an interesting choice, for sure. Is Anticity in the tournament? I don't think so. He usually doesn't play on weekends. Yeah, usually from what I've seen, he's usually... I don't know, he might be signed up, though. I didn't check all the signups today, so... Yeah, Ark of Sotek's kind of a cute one. I think we're going to mix this thing in just because it's cool as hell. And then for our last unit here... We have 775. Do we want to get any sort of a like Pterodon rider or something? I mean, they can be disruptive. You do have the rock drops of doom. Yeah, like this is just my lack of familiarity with this roster. Is that something that's good against dwarves, like good against slayers and whatnot, like the Powhawks and Sentinels? Could potentially be, right? All right, so for our last 125 Gs, we do not have enough for that, and we have the lore passive. Sure, we can get that. All right, this seems kind of cool. Blessed Croxigors, yes. Fear the Blessed Croxigors, but not in this matchup, probably. Yeah, I think this is good. I like this build. It's pretty badass. Good luck, have fun to my opponent. Could get wrecked, but we'll see. We're learning the faction today, so a full Chevron Coatl. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. All right. Noctlos, thank you for resubscribing. Keep up the good work. Hey, man. All day, every day. We're going strong. It's a nice little Saturday afternoon to hang with the homies. Play some Total War. What could be better, you know? It's going to be good. Been fervently painting my Urukai. I got 12 scouts painted. I got Grima painted up. I got 8 fighting Urukai finished up, and I'm going to be starting on the Berserkers tonight as well. Hand of the Gods for cannons. Yeah, see, Harrison, this is all stuff I just like have no idea about. I went with Dwayne Garrock Johnson. Just because he's an armor-piercing character, so, yeah. Painting stream, I don't think it's that fun to watch people paint miniatures in a streaming format. It's fun to watch people paint miniatures in, like, instructional videos that are edited, but just to, like, literally sit there and watch paint dry, you know, as they do, like, the base coats and everything, to me, that doesn't seem too interesting. Yeah, what's up, MacGyver? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so we're playing the Dwarfs in the first round. Ridley's a great player, an RTK player. Being pinged here. Oh my god. Let's see this here. Okay. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so let me check here. Got some admin here. You must have checked in late. No other explanation. Probably. Okay. So here we are. So this map has some good line of sight and shenanigans, so I figured the double Ancient Salamander would be very good here. So we're going to get the double Ancient Sallies. We have Dwayne Garrock Johnson as well. A couple little skinks going to be gremlining over here. Probably this is where the dwarves are going to deploy because it's open field, so I suspect they're going to go this way. And then the rest of my army is going to kind of play down here. So this is a very cool Nurgle map. I really like this one. Okay, and then we do have Dwayne Garrock Johnson. He's just a cheap AP fighter, which is going to be nice. We got a skink caster of beasts. Powhawks the Sentinels just to kind of keep my opponent honest in the air. And let's see, I don't know where we're going to go with these guys. Probably like around the outside here or something. Bastillodon, yes, Bastillodon can hang with the boys to heal up. And then we're going to get 4. Looking good. So this is the army. Yeah, Sallies are rough into cannons, correct, but on this map, cannons are going to have problems. There's a lot of like weird line of sight elevations and trees that I can abuse, I think. So if he goes cannons and puts them over here, I just then park the salamanders over this direction. And this isn't oh shit, this map has aquatics. It has disgusting Nurgle aquatics. Oh, I should have taken advantage of that. That would have been so sick. Oh well, in another life. All right, so good luck, have fun. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of this. We're going to set you up there and see what my opponent's got. All right, so here they are. We're going to move you guys up, get that objective, and the rest of you guys can waddle this way. We're going to go there, we're going to go here, and you're going to go down over there. Okay. So what do we got? Trollhammer torpedoes, thunderers, all sorts of neat shit. Our little skirmishers should be able to gremlin these objectives here. Yeah, part of Nurgle's glorious garden. So our build, I feel, is pretty good against theirs. Well, I don't know. They do have the Trollhammer torpedoes, which are a pretty good counter against some of my goodies. But nonetheless, we should be able to get these objectives here. We are going to shoot at these skirmishers, which is going to be uber cost effective for us. So, yep, let's just poke at those Althar's Raiders and hold this objective for as long as humanly possible. We're going to get the Salamanders over there. You guys are going to go here, and we're going to get you guys around the backside here. All right, so those guys are not quite in range yet. And now we can start dropping some hot steaming payloads on their faces here. And I do have the Rev Crystal, so we do have some healing tools for this. All right, so Sally's going to go and drop their payloads here. We'll put you in 5. Able to pull back. Salamander shots. How are we doing? Do we connect? Oh my god, do you see that direct hit on those guys? Those are the Grudge Rakers, so we're going to want to pull back from them and just maintain the capture weight for as long as humanly possible. Like, our Skinks will trade pretty cost effectively here, but let's shoot at the Grudge Rakers. Yeah, so the Ancient Salamanders, I think, ended up being a pretty good call, I would say. Pretty happy with my decision on them. Yeah, keep poking. Good, good. Okay, so Salamanders, are they shooting? They are shooting at the Grudge Rakers right now, and let's just keep you guys kind of pulling back here, which is going to be fine. And then we're going to bring you down and get you guys ready to party. All right, just get one more Saurus unit, pull back here. You can see the Grudge Rakers are getting wrecked a little bit. Are they in range yet? Not quite, so we need to be able to micro back here and get our value. All right, so he's going to get that objective, obviously, and he is going to have the high ground, which is maybe a mistake on my end, but that objective's going to be taken. We're going to kind of keep waddling you around this way and keep the skirmishers poking at the Long Jong's Pirate Slayers. Skink character going to be hanging out in Nurgle's little gardens there, which is going to be good. And you guys just keep popping him in the face, which is going to be nice. Now, see, we can utilize the line of sight on this map to be a real gremlin, which is going to be sweet. Let's get a Croc score coming down here as well and just kind of get prepared for the party while we keep poking here. So really liking the skirmish elements right now. But yeah, we're going to be able to get some good work done here. See, we could just like run around there. We could use a Rev Crystal charge. I don't think we need to. Okay, so now let's take pot shots at these Thunderers here. And you can see our Skinks have gotten all the way around for the ambush. That's pretty clutch, right? Let's get our little caster over here. Keep pulling you guys back. They are getting shot pretty good, but those guys are just chaff, so not a huge deal. And yeah, we've already got one Thunder kind of hurting a little bit, which is great. Dwayne Garrock Johnson could get in there and cause some havoc. We might want to push up a little bit, although that is a fat gun line, right? That is a fat one there, so that's a little bit sketchy. Let's get you coming over this way. Pterodon Riders can loop around there, and we're going to start shooting here if we can. That's a nice grab, though, guys. That's a very, very nice grab there. All right, so let's do a Rev Crystal charge on you. Be able to poke this Slayer character, which is nice. And Ripperdactyls, we're going to wait till he extends there. So now let's get into these, and we can cast a little bit of Flock of Doom action up there, I'm thinking. Yeah, it's going to be kind of nice. So let's get an Overcasted Flock, which is going to hit all those guys. You guys keep moving in here, and you. I think it's time to maybe advance up like a little Last Samurai style. So let's get these Thunders. Oh, those are Grudge Rakers. Yeah, I don't want to charge into those. Even with shielded infantry, that feels kind of bad. So we need to, pull them apart a little bit, right? Just be annoying. Yeah, tarp at you guys. That one flanking Chameleon Stalker, by the way, has just been the MVP for us. Now that they're tar pitted here, we can advance. Yeah, see how the guns are facing the wrong direction? So we're going to get the Rev Crystal going right there. A couple skirmishers going to be chilling here. What are we getting chased by? Those are Long Jong Slayer Pirates. And we could do a bit of a swarm here. So we're going to do 1, 2, and a 3. And we're going to get the Velociraptor Cav coming and do like a bit of an alpha strike right now. I think it's going to work out pretty well, honestly. We're going to get you flying overhead. Get you there, get you there. Get Dwayne Garrock Johnson fighting these Giant Slayers. And we want to get the Crocsgores and company coming over here as well. All right, so the Feral Cold One Legion is going to be advancing out. They are coming for blood. We're going to have another Flock of Doom here soon. The Rev Crystal, as long as it's, it's okay. Let's drop another heal right here on these guys. Pull these back, get Saurus Warrior coming to fight these Slayers, which is going to be good. Let's go get you there. And the Palhawks of Sentinels, ooh, yeah, it's a little bit tough. Let's see if we can get overhead on these guys. All right, so you're going to go there. You're going to go here. And we're going to do a little rock drop on them. So then we can do this and drop the rock. Didn't do that much damage. Wasn't the best angling from my side. We're going to continue the Flock of Doom spam up here. See if we can get that cooking. Get you into those. And great. So now the Ancient Salamanders need to get back online, start shooting at this unit. Let's get a little dude right there. And Ripperdactyls can come out now and start ripping some shit up. So his whole army is a little bit tar-pitted right now. We've done a pretty okay job at swarming, I would say. Those guys got to get taken down. And the Sentinels obviously taking a bit of a beating here, but that's okay. How are we looking? So Clever Girls all over the place. Yes, let's go get in the Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes. Chameleon Stalkers OP, indeed. Ancient Sally's getting some beautiful shots where they can. And Ripperdactyls probably want to come and get these guys. Yeah, we need to get the Trollhammers down. So we're just going to kind of bro push on them. Get the Saurus onto the Slayers. Get you guys there, and you guys ripping that shit up. All right, so the Bastillodon can get down and dirty too. These are what? Giant Slayers? Okay, we might need to help out Homie here. So we're going to use the Salamanders to actually blast here if we can. Let's get some Chameleon Stalkers coming out. My opponent actually going to be trying to play the outside objective, which against, you know, me is probably a mistake, I would say. We're very ahead. I think we're winning. They went with a big gun line, and we were able to compromise quite a bit of it already. So that's quite massive for us. So there is just, you know, this is like a Dwarven Miner. We could just call out any number of Vanguard units to deal with that. So we'll do that. We'll do that when the time is right. All right, so you guys should be running away, although they are helping in melee a little bit. Let's get some of these bad boys coming in here. Dwayne Grok Johnson's going to want some healing because he's fighting Giant Slayers, which are actually pretty killy, believe it or not. But they do get melted by these Salamanders. Great, so Ripperdactyls are ripping it up. Saurus Warrior's still doing the biz. Kroxigors can help finish them off. Let's get back here and get on those guns. And then on the other side, we're going to get a Red-Crested Skank, and he's just going to come here and head these guys off, and that should be A-okay. Sally's can come over there too, honestly. Not going to be a bad idea. No Flock of Dooms. Let's go get our little wizard over there too. And yeah, I think we've got this game in the bag. They went with a big old gun line on a map where gun line is, I would say, a little bit precarious. Okay, so we're going to get you to start shooting there. Get you over here. Dwayne Grok Johnson can head to the high ground too. And the Red-Crested Skink should be there before I lose that objective. All right, so complete karate chop over here. It looks like there's going to be another Dwarven gun unit, so we need to make sure they stay on top of those and keep the guns on top of them. Dwayne Grok Johnson forgot to use the Rockavitsa. It happens. And Salamanders are doing good. We can get them in melee, honestly. Just have them get in there and tear those guys up. Do a little bit of unsummoning, a little bit of housekeeping here and there. We'll housekeep you guys, send them back, and keep the Bastillodon in the middle for the heals where we can. Red-Crested Skinks, let's get you guys moving up. There's going to be a cannon over there, so we can probably just call in under the Ripperdactyl to move up, and we are able to bunker bust these guys. Salamanders are still very good AP fighters. Not very good, but decent. And, yep, you guys move in there. All right, Kroxigor's going to come back and smash this guy, and we can get the little skinks to probably come finish him off. Do we have any more heals for Dwayne Grok Johnson? Not at the moment. But Red-Crested Skink should get it done. And yeah, it was a pretty solid one. Lizardman felt pretty okay there. Granted, I think his build had too many missiles. It was just a little bit too balls deep on it, which I respect that grind. If I had gone elite, like gone for, you know, maybe a Kroxigor wall or something, it could have been pretty good. But against what I brought, it was just a little bit risky. All right, let's do a Rev Crystal on Dwayne Grok Johnson. He's going to help things out. We are able to stabilize here, and that's probably going to be round one here in a moment. So we're going to go push for the back artillery, go push for that. Enemy Lord is killed, and let's get some Kroxigors to come in with their spanking paddles and get the job done. All right, so that's going to be another Thunderer unit. We do have a couple Slayers still fighting there to the bitter end. Rev Crystal, anything we want to heal. Dwayne Grok Johnson can just live on the side objective with some skinks. They can just hang out in the Nurgle's fetid pool. I can bring our wizard over here for some Flock of Dooms. My opponent scrapping to the bitter end. Probably not going to save him, though. Those guys are going to rip up that cannon crew. We do have a gun unit. We can pretty much go spawn camp them here. All right. Fun. Rev Crystal on the Saurus. Why the hell not? Let's just get those cooldowns going. Those cannons do get ripped up. And GG, well played. Was he expecting the Shredder? Probably not. Shredder isn't meta, that's for sure. This map does, I mean, he had line of sight. He had the high ground. It's just his army kind of got swamped by the big push from the Feral Cold ones, and I think that was a little bit too much. All right, GG, well played, dog. So let me check here. We're getting pinged right now. Okay. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, I was checking here. And do this. This map had a lot more hills than I thought. Yeah, he was saying the map kind of caught him off guard a little bit, but yeah. It can be sneaky. You missed the Dowie game, you did. We were able to defeat the Dowie in the first round with Dwayne Grok Johnson. So it's a good start for us. It's a good start. And honestly, Ridley's a great player. I think the map just caught them off guard a little bit. I think they said they hadn't played this map, so that is a big part of the meta. You know, like any competitive RTS game, knowing the maps is big, and that's what I really prefer about, one thing I prefer about Domination is that the maps can dictate the meta, right? Whereas I remember in Warhammer 2, builds were a little bit more static because every map was kind of the same thing, more or less. Some were bigger, but they were kind of like flat, open, hills occasionally. But yeah, this was like the build I brought would have been maybe a little bit riskier on an open field map because cannons would have been able to punish my salamanders really badly, and I wouldn't have had that skirmishing advantage early game. I don't know. Are Lizardmen fun to play? I have to admit, guys, I just had a lot of fun in that match. So yeah, I would say so far so good. Lizardmen are cool because they can play mass infantry rushes, monster mash, or very effective kiting builds. They are a very, very dynamic faction. Yeah, let's check this. Okay. Perfect, perfect. All right. So looking at the round right now, let's see what's going on. We got Sipa with the win. So taking a look, Sipa got second place in the last season of Total Tavern World Championships. So that was pretty fun. So we have one of the top dogs playing today. We got Blake, myself, winning our game. Sag, I was able to win here. Ricochet versus Stingers, getting a win. Clinton defeating Opal Black Bear, and these are the rest of the matches. So you can see some heavy hitters for sure. Blood Penguins playing, Jay Phoenix. Oh, cool to say Jay Phoenix back in action. They haven't played in a long time in these tournaments. Daniken is playing, so the Dreadlord of the Dark Elves. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to deal with Dark Elves, the Lizards. Empire for Hire. Ooh, Charix is playing. So Charix coming off a very solid tournament win 2 days ago. We had a tourney 2 days ago where Charix was able to get a W over Anticity in the grand finals, which was pretty impressive. And then we got Maximillionaire and Gromrindle playing. So yeah, a lot of really, really strong players. Stingers had an IRL thing come up, told me to take the match. That sounds fine. Yeah. Sounds good, Ricochet. That all works totally fine. Dread Saurian is probably good in a handful of matches, honestly. That thing it's one of the better monsters in the game. It's very, very expensive, though. How much does that bad boy cost? Let's see, 3,700. God damn. Yeah, I mean, that's a monster that you get what you pay for. You know, you get 15,000 HP, thick armor, really good attack animations. I believe it does have a leadership effect, doesn't it? Yeah, -8 leadership to enemies nearby with terror. I mean, that is so freaking brutal. If Lizardmen had Lore of Death, you could do some crazy combos, but you pretty much always want to go with the healing with the Dread Saurian. I mean, you could also do Dread Saurian and like a Rev Crystal, and that would probably be adequate, depending on the matchup. But yeah, tricky. Anthony Soprano. Oh, look at that. He's here. We got the man himself. If you are on a map that's good for early ambush, taking the home point, try Nakai with a mix of Chameleon units. They all have Vanguard, and with his buffs, the Stalkers become very tanky. Yeah, it's a cool idea. Honestly, Chameleon Stalkers are, I think, pretty good in domination mode against artillery factions because they can defeat most chaff units in combat, like enemy spears or things that usually defend artillery. And they can dive onto missile pieces and do some good work. I am actually a big enjoyer of the Chameleon Stalker. Yeah, they've grown on me. And did win a tourney with the Shredder using... Yeah, well, the Shredder of Luster is very good. It's a powerhouse unit. And if you get the right matchups, you can definitely take people down hard with it. The Shredder build? Oh, man. I mean, people have been doing Shredder builds like that far before then, Deacon. I remember Felcon using Shredder of Lustria builds back in Warhammer 2. Yeah, it's basically just like a Shredder with a healer and then whatever else you want to bring for that matchup. They're very, very good. Who was the first big Shredder of Lustria guy? I think it was Felcon, yeah. So Felcon in Warhammer 2, when the Shredder of Lustria first came out, it was a little bit buggy, like not in a good way. It had some animations that made it really clunky, and it was like, it didn't quite connect for some reason. But Felcon still brought it in super competitive games and was able to win. Yeah, he was the first guy to really innovate that. So if we're gonna call someone the father of the Dread Saurian, definitely it's got to be our goat Felcon here. Yeah, but he was the first Dread Saurian man. Yeah, the first player to make Vampire Coast work was definitely Anticity, I would say. I mean, they were really strong at first, but the level he took them to in Warhammer 2 was insane. He was able to really do well in those faction war tournaments, which were very competitive. I mean, we had all the top dogs playing in those things. I wouldn't say it's the Shredder's low reward. It's okay, so if we're looking at all the matchups in which the Shredder of Lustria is probably good. Probably is fine against Beastmen. Demons maybe a little bit risky because of Changebringer. Although if you bring Tempest and a little bit of air support, maybe it's okay. But probably not. Against Empire, no. Against High Elves, maybe, yeah, because they don't have like the most cost-effective shooting in terms of armor piercing. Ogre Kingdoms, I think it's too risky. Tomb King's too risky. Vampire Counts, maybe feasible because they don't have shooting. Bretonnia, it's probably quite good. Dark Elves, I think, too risky with the meta of like Quad Scourge Runners and Dark Rider, Repeater Crossbows and stuff. I think it'll die too quickly. Cathay, too risky. Khorne, I think it's going to be very good. Norska is viable, but, you know, more in the middle of the road. Skaven, no, you don't bring it there. I think Rat Ogres will tar pit it while it just gets shot by Jezzails and has a really bad time. Tzeentch, I think, is fine. Even though they have halberds, you can probably heal through most of their stuff. Warriors of Chaos, I think Shredder's fine. Chaos Dwarves, you probably don't want to bring it, although you could surprise them. Double Deathshrieker probably is able to bring it down with some Infernal Guard Fireglaze, but hard to say. I think the more the meta against Chaos Dwarves for dinosaurs is going wide and just mass pushing them with like 1 million units. Yeah. Hey, Sotek, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you're doing well. Were you trying out the new Siege stuff? Well, welcome to the crew. Hope you guys are doing well. And yes, we are here. Round 2 of the tournament. We just won our first round against Dwarves. And now we're just kind of chilling until the next round starts. So Shredder against Dwarves is too risky. Against Greenskins, I think it's very viable. Against Kislev, I think it's probably niche viable, but still on the riskier side of things. Against Nurgle, I think Shredder is pretty good because the only anti-large they really have that's effective is going to be the Angels of Decay. Which, if you can shut those down by bringing a high magic slan with Tempest and, you know, some Ripperdactyls or something, I think you're okay. Slanesh, a little risky. Hey, Sozak, thank you for that, man. Yeah, I've been enjoying the new Proving Ground Sieges. They have a little bit of funk, but ultimately I think the massive step in the right direction. Yeah, I'm curious because I don't really care for campaign much. And the main reason I don't enjoy campaign is primarily because of siege battles. Like, I'll play through and fight the field battles and be having fun. And then I get to a siege battle, I'm like, oh god, I have to grind this out. And it's just like, yeah, so hopefully the changes are good. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. All Tower, Warhammer, Jarkum, and RTS. I would just love a base building RTS for Warhammer Fantasy. That'd be super fun. Shredder of Lustria against Vampire Coast, not so good. And Wood Elves, too risky, I think. Yeah, they have too many Glade Guard Starfire Shafts that'll probably drag that thing down with Prey of Anathrema. But you could see, like, about half the matchups, we do have pretty good situations here for the Shredder of Lustria, which is very fun. So, yeah, honestly, Lizardmen feeling pretty strong. I think they're one of the more balanced factions in the game. The Lizardmen are very much mid-tier. But that's a good thing. You know, they're well balanced. I mean, let's look at the win rates for them real quick. So if we go to the tournament win rates, Lizardmen have a 51% so far. It's still early on in the season, so not a ton of data, but 51% is pretty good. What are their bad matchups? Okay, Vampire counts. Well, there's not that many games. Like, it's too early, too little games played to determine if it's like a bad matchup, but yeah, honestly, it looks pretty good. Apparently, they've been doing okay against the Dwarves in the limited games that we've seen so far. Yeah, Nurgle, I think the Lizardmen have some great tools. The Skirmish is nasty. Like, double Ancient Salamander with a bunch of Chameleons, you know, poke units. It's really punishing. Oxyottl's pretty Chad, honestly. Yeah, I like Oxyotl. I might find a way to use them today. I think with a very, like, wide build. So if we're going to be using, like, Oxyotl, you just bring them, like, dirt cheap, right? Master Predator and, yeah, I don't know how good the Blow Dart thing is, but just, like, 1,000 gold Oxyotl sitting on an enemy Lord the entire game. He's kind of like a constant Spirit Leech effect, right? You just like sit him on one target and call it a day and just kind of forget about him. Although, man, Slanner's so good. They're so freaking good. The Lizardman roster is huge. Now, if we look at all the Dino units while we're chilling here, what units are bad? I think all the infantry are viable in different circumstances. The skirmishers are amazing. Lizardmen, just cheap skink skirmishers for 425 are an amazing unit. I think all their cavalry are really good. Monsters, Bastiladons, Stagadons are probably the most mediocre, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. It's just that they're just overshadowed by some of the, like, I would much rather bring a Croxagore than a Feral Stegodon myself, in most situations. But, so probably the Feral Stegodon would be considered mediocre in tournament play. The Feral Carnosaurs are weird. They're not, like, seeing a lot of play, but they have gotten a couple buffs in recent patches. Let's see. Quaddle's even seeing some action. Engine of the Gods is probably pretty bad from the cost effectiveness perspective. But it can still win games. Yeah, they have a pretty good roster. Yeah, the Feral Troglodons are not very good. The Pale Death not very good either. Maybe we'll find a way to kind of squeak it into a build today and see if we can make it work, but I will. Salamander Hunting Pack Sean are great. They're a very solid unit. Very solid. All right, let's check on the tournament, see how we're looking in the round. Arwar Croxies. I didn't bring them last game against Dwarves. I didn't want to bring anything uber expensive for the Dwarves to kind of shoot, so I just brought some basic stuff. And okay, so we only have 2 games left to finish. We have Kalphas versus Daniken being played and Caradoc versus Christopher right now. So those homies are playing it out. Is the Thunderous one ever good? The Thunderous one, which unit is that? Oh, that's this thing, right? I don't know. The Thunderous one is interesting. At 2,400, what do you get? You get the Judgment of Zhmak. It does have... Let's actually try that, right? Let's get in there, do a little bit of land battle, and we can do some testing here. So we're going to do the Crossroads. There's a couple things I wanted to test real quick to see, because maybe it's going to be opening up some tech today. So we're going to get Oxyotl in this thing, and we're going to just put some AI in here. The AI are taking over. All right, let's just get these guys, and then we can try like one big infantry too or something. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, Skink Oracles are not bad. I think in some like kiting-centric builds in which you don't want to be using a Slan, the Oracle gives you Earthblood, which is really, really good. Yeah. We'll see, man. That's what did Sotek say about these siege battles. I'm scrolling up in chat. He says, yeah, ladders are gone, so the walls are much more important key point to defend, and gates matter significantly more. Managed to defeat a pretty massive Lizardmen army attacking. Okay. Wait, but can you not build ladder? Can you bring ladders? Like, or do they just, do you need to build them as like siege equipment and like your troops carry them to the battle? Like, how does that work exactly? Okay, so Thunderous One. Oh, so that ability is just an active passive. Okay. So we're going to go charge this bad boy in here and see how it does. I mean, it does have the machine gun, right? Yeah, I think it has the machine gun one. Let's see how this works. All right, so Thunderous One going to be dropping it. So, yeah, it's got its little minigun there. It's okay. It's just kind of a tertiary thing. But I do want to see what triggers this ability. So Thunderous One is here. How does this get triggered? Engaged in melee. That's how when it recharges it, okay? Has it used any charges yet? There you go, okay. So can we get the Thunderous One to proc here? And what is the cooldown in between procs? Cooldown's 20 seconds. It doesn't seem to do too much damage. Granted, it hasn't gotten like a direct hit yet. Okay. Let's pull up here, run away there, and we're going to get Oxyotl, and we're going to use the Golden Blowpipe, which does have infinite charges, mind you. So that's something to take into account. So those are Icehorn Marauders. Let's see how this goes. Oh, that's pretty cool. Look at that. Oh, not terrible. Considering it has infinite charges, it's good against a single target is what it says. So I'll try it against the Lord here in a minute. We're just going to kind of run away like a gremlin. All right, so it is going to be, wow, a fat 2-minute cooldown right there. Okay, so we're just going to fast forward this bad boy. We should go corner camp, bring back the old land battle days. Just go sit in the corner of the map. It's so funny how that's like just basically how you play campaign optimally in so many situations, just like abusing the corner. All right, so 39 seconds here. Lightning keeps missing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know quite how that works. Okay, 15 seconds. All right. Let's get this out. We're going to do the blow dart against the enemy lord, and let's see. Damn, yeah, okay. We're going to have to test that under better circumstances because the AI, it seems like it's a little bit hard to hit them. Let me see how the tournament round is going, and it looks like there's one game. Caradoc and Christopher are still playing, so they must be having a sweaty duel of fates. Really, really long one there. And let's get you, and we can just get Throg instead. Throg will be a better target to test that against because it's, you know, he's a big, tall guy, so it'll be easier to hit him. If the blow dart was good at sniping, you could do a theoretical build where you use the blow dart man. You use Oxyotl with the Feral Troglodyte, or just the regular one, and you could maybe get some big sniping damage. I don't know. Kind of a cool idea. It's better against units like gyrocopters. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So let's see how it does against old Throg. Okay, effective at close range. So we wanna get nice and close here. Need to wait for our boy Throg to get closer. So we're gonna start poking him. Oxyotl, of course, does have good poke. Oh, here we go. So Throg's coming in. Let's blast him close range. Let's get the cinematic shot. Here we go. Okay, that's not terrible. Against a character like Throg, you know, getting him down like that, and although he is kind of fast, isn't he? So we're going to use Slippery. Oh my god, he's like catching us and shit. Look at this. Oh, Oxyotl. Foot characters are still hard to hit. How is Throg so fast? Jesus Christ, look at this. He's like right up on me, dude. Like, despite me having faster speed, he's like, do I have skirmish on or something? You can still see the haggardness of Oxyotl, just like Throg hasn't hit him once, and he's been bonking him for like a good minute. Oh, it's because he keeps trampling. Okay, so I keep getting trampled over here. All right, that's what it is. There we go. Now, why can I not get away? That's so weird. I guess Throg does have frostbite, but yeah. Anyways, we saw the damage. The Troglodytes are all right. Yeah. He is in perma charge speed, yeah. There's some weird... Total War does have a lot of jank like that. His charge speed is crazy, yeah, apparently so. I think he keeps like knocking him over. Maybe it's like resetting the charge speed or something. I don't know. Caradoc and Christopher's have finished, and we're going to be advancing to the next round here, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. And round 2 is upon us. Let's go get wrecked by somebody who is really crushing it. We are going to be playing who in round 2? We have Sag. All right, so that's going to be fun. Let's get this. And we're going to the tourney. Round 2 is live goblins. Round 2. Cool. So we got our next round opponent. Let's get a new lobby up here. There we go, and perfect. Let's do that and add a player slot, and we're going to invite our opponent here and see what the map is going to be. So Sag. I don't know who this player is. Could be any of these folks. Okay, so Sag, go ahead and shoot me a message if you don't mind. I'm not sure who you are in the Discord. Okay. Where are you at? Maybe it's this player? There we go. All right, I found him. Found the sneaky git. So let's find out what our matchup's going to be. Yo. So, Lizardmen for me, and you, what are you playing? Is it an excuse to... I've wanted to try like a Bastillodon Stampede one of these days, like a big old, like, as many Bastillodon as possible, just like cheap monster spam. Oh god. Why do we always get mirror matches, by the way? It's just a constant. Alright. So, we literally ran into a Lizardmen player. Every single tournament, there's 24 factions in this game. The odds of getting a mirror are so low. Norscan Rise, Eastern Isle Colony, or Glades of the Ever Queen are going to be the maps. And then I'm going to be banning first. Okay. Sure, it doesn't matter. They can ban first. I don't care. Eastern Isle Colony or Glade of the Ever Queen. We shall play... Eastern Isle, I think sounds fun. All right, so let's do Eastern Isle Colony. And we're going to get that going. Eastern Isle Colony here. We're going to go to Domination. There we go. And now we're all set. It's always a mirror match, man. Yeah, the Lizardman 50% win rate continues. Yeah, no joke. Wookiee's here to block to make sure there's no funny business. And, yeah, there we go. He's keeping an eye on things, man. Okay, so you guys are there. And what do we want to do for our lore choices? Tricky. The odds of getting a mirror match increase proportionally to how badly you don't want to get one. That is so true. It is so freaking true. Yeah, they're very troll. I'm going to try some craziness right now, though, guys. You guys are going to love this build. They have a Vampire Count logo. I'm surprised we're not getting a little bit of Count Chocula over here, but no, it doesn't look like it's going to be vampires. All right. Wookiee's keeping an eye on 2 things at a time. Wookiee didn't really have googly eyes. I wouldn't say he had googly eyes, but, you know, he was, yeah, I guess a little bit maybe. All right, so that looks good. Let's try this out. We can do a little bit of that. And then we want to get what? Can we really not bring any of those? I guess we bring them on that. Maybe that opens up some options as well. Yeah, dinosaurs do have a lot of weird roster restrictions. What is this? This is going to be, yeah. Because of these little gremlins. Okay, then. So let's cut you guys. Gonna get you on this. That's gonna be 3 of those. And the Skink Oracle. Yeah, do we want to bring the Skink Oracle? Kind of a cute idea. Which Lizardman unit benefits the most from Hand of Glory? I don't know. Probably one of the Salamanders, honestly. Yeah, that would be your best bet. One of the Sallies. Okay. We got Battletoad options if we want to. Shredder of Lustria is kind of an interesting idea here in the mirror match. Boone, thank you for becoming a Twitch subscriber. Thank you, boss. Welcome to the family. So we have a Lizardman mirror match. I'm going to do us all a service here and switch to the It's a tribe. Oh, that's so funny. It's a. That's pretty good. I like that one. Okay. So that looks fine to me. And then I would like to maybe get you. That seems like a fun option, to be honest with you. So let's try this. This and this. All right. Power recharge. I have a pretty forbidden build here, guys. It's pretty forbidden. I think it could catch some people off guard. Now for the choices, we're gonna do you. We're gonna get you on this. Got that. All right. So Croxagor's in this matchup. Probably you want the cohort of Waddle. I feel like they're gonna be very good. I think Sacreds, if anything, are gonna be your best friend. Cohorts, you can go regular cohorts in this matchup probably just to like, you know, tarpet things and whatnot. So we're going to do a couple of these. Colossadon Hunters are kind of an interesting idea too. Their anti-large power could be useful. Regular Salamanders do not have the best AP, so maybe those guys would be better. And then Cold One Spear Riders also, I think, very, very solid here. Yeah. All right. So let's get this. Gonna get a couple of you guys out, and then we're gonna get one more unit here, so it's gonna be 600. This is an ambitious build, guys. It could work. It could be an unholy disaster. We'll find out today. That's for damn sure. We will find out today. But you know, it's all about experimenting and trying out new shit, right? That's what's fun about this. He could bring the big shredder, which would be really funny. I don't know if we'd have answers for it. the pain train could be unleashed. Okay, and then cool. Looks fine to me. Looks fine to me. Good luck, have fun. Let's see what my opponent's got cooking. It's the me, it's a tribe. And let's get it. Let's have some fun. That is a dog. Yeah, that was my dog, Wookie. Yeah, he croaked a couple years back, but his spirit lives on through all of us here. Only skinks. Honestly, a mass skink build could probably work fine. Like, that's not even that much of a real handicap on lizards, because skink units are super cost effective. Especially if you're allowed to bring Croxagors and stuff. Lord of Wookie the Revered. Yeah, he's been around, man. He's been around. Oh, we're getting up there, man. We're getting a little bit long in tooth. We've been doing hanging with you guys here on the YouTube for what, almost 9 years now. Yeah, about 9 years. God damn, that's crazy. All right, so we went with a very poke-centric build. It's going to be Chameleon Skinks because of the missile resist. We have a Crocky Balboa, but we also have an Oracle for poke. This is if I were to allocate a player to this style, it would probably be Tim the Wilder. Or Own Goal, as he goes by now, sorry. Because he really played this way quite a bit. All right, awesome sauce. And we got Croc R and a Velociraptor, Skink Oracle, 2 units of Ancient Sallies to poke the infantry fight, lots of skirmish. Gonna be trying to accrue value with our skirmish and then move up. This color scheme is kind of cool, this like purple scheme here. Yeah, I like this one, right? And they have like this neat purple hue to them. All right, guys, so we're in round 2. We won our first game, and now we're going to be facing off against what appears to be a Battletoad. So let's get our skirmishers up there, do this. Get you guys going up to poke, and yeah, it's going to be Croxagors. And we have answers against Croxagor Rush, for sure. Feral Cold One Riders. Okay, that's going to be kind of scary, actually, pressing. So my opponent going to be going for a very aggressive dive, it looks like. But those are Spear Riders or just regular ones? Okay. Croc R should be able to fight them, and the Skink should be able to get this objective. Let's get the Oracle moving over here to do a little bit of poke. And Salamanders can come have some fun. So we're going to have to get a lot of value from our poke here. And yeah, Sar should be getting there quickly. In the meantime, we're going to take you over there. And Crocky Balboa is going to go over here too. So what do we got? We got one of you and one of you. So we're just going to do a little bit of poke here. And see what my opponent's got cooking here. So yeah, the Oracle can hang out nearby. We're going to do a little bit of damage. You can see, yeah, that's big work right there. That's some good value. So we can move up the Skinks if we want to. I don't think my opponent's going to try for the outside objective. We just got to farm as much value as we can and then scurry away like a little gremlin, basically. So another value shot. Nice. Not bad. And just retreat. So we're going to yield the objectives for a fair amount of time, actually. I see those maneuverable units getting around the side here. So we're going to take the Oracle back here and keep Crocky Balboa right there to try and hold that down. And then we're going to save up for probably a Sacred Croxagor here, which will basically guarantee I'm able to hold that back point, as far as I can tell. So we're just pulling back. We're going to get you shooting at the Croxagors here, and then we're going to get the Ancient Salamanders to start just clearing out the chaff, basically, is going to be the idea. So I don't think they're going to be able to get this point. With Crocky Balboa there, it's going to be kind of hard for them. Although maybe, I don't know. Let's get some Feral Cold Ones just to really make sure we don't lose this. Okay, so Crocky Balboa and company going to fight right there. And our Skink Oracle's doing quite good. Salamanders are really pulling it apart. and doing some great damage. So we just need the croc scores to get there, and then we're going to be chilling. Yeah, you can see the skinks are getting it pretty good. Exactly what we wanted, right? Just kind of blast those chaff units and hopefully get up here and hold this. We're going to see. So clever girls, and I think where you might need one more infantry unit to just retake that objective. And he's really diving me back deep here. This is good. I want them to dive me in the backfield here. This is the idea. So we'll get this. We're going to get the Oracle going here, start poking there, and my opponent probably going to retreat towards the objective with some units. Do we manage to stabilize it? We're for sure going to win the fight. With the Sacred Croc scores there, it's only a matter of time, but, you know, losing out on points is my problem here, potentially. 4, so 3 and 4, so those guys are going to get it, so 3 and 4. Let's get the Chameleon Skinks over there to maintain the capture weight, and you can see we are pushing them back slowly but surely. And we just kind of keep accruing value and just get such a huge value lead that they can't really hang with us. You know, that's going to be the idea. So do a little Flock of Doom over there. Oh, shit, that was Earthblood. Oh, what a Bronzodia misplay. It's okay. It doesn't matter too much, to be honest. All right, we just gave our opponent a little freebie, but it's nothing that we can't come back from. I don't know why my brain thought that. I was like, yeah, let's click that button. That button looks like it's going to be fun to click. So we're going to get the Skinks on here, continue value trading well. Oracle's doing it. My opponent going to be pushing up. So the kiting is really starting to pay some dividends. Let's get a Spear Rider to come up, defend those guys, get all the capture weight coming, and we might even be able to push their home objective. So trying to, you know, I just wanted to heal my opponent to make him feel loved and respected. Yes, of course. That was the play there. All right. So, yep, you guys keep skirmishing away. Crocky Balboa and company are here. And there is a Feral Dreadsaurian. Okay. So I'm not too concerned about a Feral one. Crocky Balboa will be able to fight against it. We're going to start shooting here. We do have the Sacred Croxagores, some Croxagores there, and let's get one Feral Boy, have him come up and help intercept these guys. All right, so we're going to get there. In the meantime, we need to get back with all of you guys, so a little bit messy, but we do get Cold One Riders in there, so they're going to be able to fight. Salamanders need to retreat. Let's get the Skirmishers coming around this way, and yeah, now we just start poking here and seeing what we can do. Crocky Balboa can go fight the Feral Dreadsaurian if we want to, and I think both Salamanders were able to get away, which is nice. So, how are those Spear Riders going to do? With a little bit of support, maybe they're going to do all right. We can shoot there and shoot there, and now we can do a little bit of healing right there, heal up the brick, which is finally going to be the prophesized usage of our caster. It's happening here today. Kind of want to send in a little bit more support here, but I think we need to save for a heavy hitter. Right now, the Dreadsaurian is hanging in there. I do have Hand of the Gods. We're kind of saving it for a very important circumstance. Yeah, how's this looking? Skink Oracle getting a little bit attacked here. It's fine. Krokgar does have access to some healing, so I think we're fine. Spear Rider's trading pretty well. And with the Skink support, not the worst thing in the world. All right, so how are we looking on the back point? It is being contested. Crocky Balboa is getting some good poke on, and I think we're very close to securing our backfield here, as the Croxagores are pretty much the last remaining threat here. So we're going to get the Razordons and just start shooting them down, and that's going to be pretty MLG. All right, so yeah, you can continue fighting here, Oracle Man. We could drop a little Earthblood right there to heal the boys up. He's able to get this going. Let's go ahead and route those guys down. I don't know why they're not running yet. Very strange. We're going to retreat you back. So maybe calling in the Razordons early there was a bit of a mistake. Crocky Balboa is doing all right, but he's actually overwhelming me a little bit on this position. So we're actually in some minor danger now. I've kind of thrown a little bit in some ways. Those guys do get taken offline. I like engaged a little bit too heavily here, so probably need to get out. Yeah, get Crocky Balboa to rally, and then I think we're going to be chilling here and just get our shit together. You know, that's going to be the play. All right, so Razordons do this. You guys keep skirmishing here. Let's get Salamander number 1 running. You can start shooting there. Crocky Balboa is going to come under here, and okay, so we've had to yield the objectives, but hopefully we can re-secure our objective lead. The Dreadsaurian definitely threw a bit of a wrench in things, but it's not the end of the world. Croxagores here are getting blasted by quite a bit of shooting. Let's unsummon some of the cold ones. You guys can come here and go fight there. Those are feral cold ones, so we can go send Crocky Balboa to fight those guys. Looking good. So those guys did get pulled up a little bit. All right, so let's get all of you, and Salamanders can start shooting into what? So Cold One Riders and Cold One Riders, yes. I like that. We could blast those guys, and we're going to go after the Dreadsaurian. Razordons can go after the feral big boy. You guys are going to do this, and now we can get some Cold One Spear Riders to come up and go secure that side objective. So we are on the clock, but I've already kind of reserved myself to feeling as if this is a triple cap kind of game, you know? That's what it's going to be. A couple skirmishers here chilling out. They're going to try and poke us here. We're going to kite the Dreadsaurian back and just run with you guys. Keep running. Yes and yes, yes and yes. And we do see some more Spear Riders coming in. So, are they just regular Cold One Riders? It's a little bit hard to tell. It looks like they are. Okay. So Salamander and Salamander. Let's shoot those Skink Skirmishers. Get back here. And we're going to go ahead and do a little heal right there to trigger the passive. which is going to be fine. Krokgar slightly in some danger, but we can get some stalkers up to help him out a little bit. So we're going to get you guys to clear this out and get you guys to start killing the Dread Saurian. There we go. All right, so hopefully we'll be able to take that thing down. We will see. Golden Spear Riders doing their job here. You guys are kiting back effectively. Crocky Balboa is in the danger zone a little bit, but we do get the stalkers moving up. They are able to get that business going. And where are my chameleon stalkers? Where did they go? Or the Razordons? Okay, so the Dread Saurian is getting hammered. We are down pretty heavily in value, but it's okay. We're not done yet. The Dread Saurian is potentially going to get surrounded here, but I don't know if it's worth it trying to kill it. We'll see. Chameleon Stalker is going to move up. Crocky Balboa in some danger. We might have gone a little bit too heavy on the kiting here, but we'll see if it ends up paying off. So we're going to pop you in the face. Cold on Speed Rider is going to fight here. Salamander number 1 and 2. And yeah, Krokbar thankfully was able to escape. Thank the Dark Gods. All right, so Hand of the Gods, we're going to come back here and use it. And we're going to shoot there and get a little bit of healing going here for the boys. Get you into the Feral Cold Ones. And how are the Razordons looking? Yeah, they're getting some good damage. I mean, that Dread Saurian is very, very low, guys. It's very, very low. We're going to send some skinks up to the points to try and get them because we need it. So we're going to go for a fat capture weight push. See if we can secure that situation there. The big beastie's being hunted, and we can shoot at the SARS here and shoot at these guys here and just use the skinks to continue screening while Krokgar uses Hand of the Gods on the Dread Saurian. Yeah, I can't help but feel going after the Dread Saurian's a bit of a mistake, but like just playing the objectives might be smarter, you know? All right, so back you go, back you go. The Dread Saurian is getting low. That's going to be a lot of capture weight coming in. Those are horned ones, unfortunately, which are going to be very, very tough. Yeah, maybe went a little bit too excited on the range units, but that's okay. It's a fun time to try things today, guys. All right, so Feral Cold One's going to get it. You guys are going to pull back. Let's get the Salamanders set up shop here. Maybe we'll get a Spear Rider out. We are going to recapture this point, so at least that will stop the bleeding a little bit, right? So we're going to drop a heal here. We're going to run away with you guys, continue kiting back. Crocky Balboa's doing it, and let's shoot those SARS right now. Yeah, it's going to be good. I think Krokgar just gets in there and attacks there too. And cool, so that objective's going to be ours. And now we're going to need a defensive Cold One Spear Rider to come out. So we're going to get you guys, come out here, and get you guys to go in there and get this character away. Razordon Hunting Pack can just shoot you guys. Salamanders keep blasting the infantry, and yeah, we'll see what we can make happen. All right, so that's good. So we're going to go up here and get this. Those are SARS Warriors. If we could steal their home objective, that's going to buy us a shitload of time. We'll see if it matters. Let's go ahead and start shooting you again and get some more Spear Riders to come over here. How are we looking on those Feral Cold Ones? Yeah, the diving, it's a lot diving me, man. It's been a lot. Dread Saurian maybe in some danger. We're going to go ahead and get some clever girls to maneuver up and start pressing as well. Because we have to start playing the points, right? We got to start playing the points. All right, so maybe we just move this way. 4 and 4, fight those guys off. Krokgar going to be able to get the Dread Saurian down probably. Looks like it's about to break, and we are going to be stealing their home objective, which is good. So let's get the Feral Cold Ones out there. So now I just need to find a way to escape this like rat's nest back here and get up and get the points. You know, that's going to be the play. So let's just ignore these SARS and move up towards the objectives. The Dread Saurian has been escorted off the battlefield, and we might be able to get a kill on this land, believe it or not. All right. So that's good. We do steal our opponent's home point. Although those skinks are probably going to get karate chopped here in a moment, I believe. So we'll get one of them fighting here, one of them fighting here. And what are those? Feral Cold Ones? Cold One Riders. Okay, that's fine. So time is running short. That is for damn sure. Those horny boys are going to be a problem. We're making a play for the objective now, so we'll see if we can grab that. And in the meantime, you guys come under here. Although maybe helping out there, it's going to be rough. I don't know if we're going to be able to hold that point. We're going to try our best. So Crocky Balboa can battle the Slan, and we can do a little bit of healing here. We're going to see if we can take down the Battle Toad, and I don't have too much speed to get out here, to be honest with you. Because we're going to need to hold this point, which is going to be super difficult. These guys do arrive on this objective, which is cool. I guess we got to get SARS Warriors waddling towards my opponent's back point here, which is so sketchy. Battle Toad is getting attacked, but he does have the horny boys here, which are a big problem. So I think Crocky Balboa is going to be in big trouble. Yeah, you can see our character there does kind of get it. All right, so Skanks can come over and help there. We do manage to steal this home point. And yeah, now we just got to come over here and see what we can do. Okay, let's do this. Crocky Balboa, it's all in your hands here, boss. It's all in your hands. You're going to need to hold here and hopefully get a dub for us. All right, so those guys are going to get it, and we're going to get the 2 Salamanders to start shooting at the SARS here. So that's going to be good. You guys do this, and the Skinks are still hanging in there. Our caster does get chased off, which feels bad, but now we can get some help in here, and hopefully Krokgar can live. So we're going to use Hand of the Gods, keep him online. And can we... Oh, we can't use it on ourselves? No, we can't. Okay, great. So we do that. Great. This point's looking a little bit sketchy. We do get our 2 guys coming over, so they're going to come and try and help. And now, in the meantime, you guys can poke there. Okay, do we have any Spear Riders? Should have been unsummoning a little bit here. Crocky Balboa is dragging down the Battletoad, so we're going to try and get him with the Hand of the Gods to the face. But I think I just lose because he's going to get this point back, and I don't think I have the tools to really contest it, you know? I don't think I do. There's a Saurus unit coming, so he's got a little bit of time. My opponent going to be making a play for that objective there, and, you know, maybe we get a kill on their Lord here, maybe. I don't know. He's a little bit surrounded, but not quite going to be enough. All right, so Spear Rider. We need a Spear Rider down there. It's our last hoorah, really, to go after this point here. Oh, shit. Okay, we actually got the capture weight there. That's pretty clutch. So let's move you guys there. Salamander's going to get in and fight here. Man, we need to win on so many points here, and we just don't have a lot to send out. My inability to unsummon, I think, maybe going to cost me the game. Although we do start to get this. Yeah, let's see what the Salamanders can do. Are these cold on Spear Riders? They are not. Okay, they are not. So let's get you guys over here, you guys over here. Those Salamanders need to hold. These ones are actually holding those guys back, which is really, really interesting. Krokar does get routed by those horny boys. That feels bad. So let's get you guys up there. And Saurus Warriors are trying their best to get to the point. We might be able to get there in time with a little something, although he does have a lot of skinks coming in. Thankfully, those guys have been roadblocked. Chameleon Stalker still chasing. Maybe going to be able to save Krokar, which would be nice. It'd be a little Christmas present, really. Yeah, but we have nothing to get to that point, right? Nothing to get there. Saurus get there, so maybe you guys need to come over here and get this, and just hope that the Saurus are going to be able to hold it. Although, yeah, this point's the one that's in imminent danger, so we need to get all these guys all hands on deck and try and get this. He's got a lot of capture weight coming over there. I do have some Spear Riders who can charge out there and maybe try and do something with that. I don't know. A couple skinks are on their way. Crocky Balboa does rally. Okay. Are we cooking? Are we cooking up a comeback here? I don't think so, because I think he's got the capture weight here he needs, which is really tough. Can I get anything over to that objective in time? Do we have any rallying units here? We do. We have some. So every little bit of capture weight could matter. We'll send Crocky Balboa there too. And Spear Riders. All right, those Salamanders, those Razordons holding that shit back is pretty clutch, you know? It's pretty clutch. All right, let's get you guys over here. Are we winning any of the fights? Terror routes would be very nice here, and having our Wizard would certainly be nice as well. Crocky Balboa is going to be trying to get there. My opponent has a lot of capture weight coming in, and we do get the Spear Riders, so let's get them up on the point. Feral Cold Ones are going to need to get there as well. So there we go. Let's get in there and charge those guys down. All right, so this objective is going. This is pretty fun, though. Yeah, I think our build almost worked. If I played a little bit cleaner, I think we were fine. I had some really sloppy engagements. Like, I got too excited. I should have just yielded all the objectives and poked and then attacked. You know, I was like, oh, let's try and fight a Dread Saurian and see how that shit goes. You know, and it just was not a recipe for success. All right, Stalkers come up. Krokar's on the run. I mean, he's got the home field advantage there, so he's got it. GG, well played. Really good game. You know, we almost kind of came back, which was cool to see. Big cap charge there. I mean, we have 60 seconds. Do we want to try and clear this objective off and maybe do a little something? I don't know if we're going to be able to. So, yeah, you guys come over here and you guys go there. We do manage to push them off this objective. So now we can come across and maybe do a little something here. I'm not sure. The Battletoad, yeah, I guess we just surround and try and kill the Battletoad, but only 40 seconds left right now. All right, guys. So everybody get on the point here. Let's swarm it. If only I had Lord Croak to explode my opponent off the point. That would be pretty MLG, but I don't think I have the capability of doing that. So these are Cold One Riders versus Spear Riders. I should win that, but not that it matters. All right, so these guys are going to be our last hope on this objective here. Terror Route's probably not going to be relevant. Krokar is gone as well. Yeah, this really comes down to me misclicking Flock of Doom once, and the fact that I didn't use 18 Winds of Magic is tough too. It would be really nice. If I had kept my Wizard alive maybe for some Flocks here on this brick, maybe there's a chance, but I was trying to use them to save Krokar. So that is that. But GG, great game for my opponent. Really fun. Awesome one. Losing games like that doesn't feel bad at all. It's just like, you know, your opponent played well. It was a good learning experience. GG, dog. Really fun. Okay, so that was like a kiting build against an aggression build, and almost worked out well. Almost worked out well. All right. Well played, and report score, please. Report score, please. Yeah, I honestly think the build was fine. I think we just needed to play cleaner. Because we got a little sloppy with our kiting, and we had to spend a lot of time running. Yeah, no joke, Professor Pone. The ROR T-Rex would have been actually very good here. This is the one situation in which your power fantasy comes alive. So what would we change here? Honestly, the opening build was probably fine. I might change that to a spear unit just to be ready for like the mobility onslaught. And then aside from that, I would probably cut one Sacred Croxagore and go more into the Spear Riders because they were very effective, and I needed more of those type of things. And the Stalkers were kind of useless too. So maybe cut this and get one more infantry unit. Like a minor change up like this, I think this is going to be good. Yeah. All right, GG, well played. So let's go ahead and see how the round's looking. That game was longer. I would imagine that we're making some good progress here. I need to give a buy round to Caradoc here, so let me do that. Caradoc is going to get a buy round point. And there we go. We did manage to kill the Dread Saurian, though, which was cool. Yeah, Crocky Balboa felt all right. I don't know what other Lord choices could have been viable. You could have tried an Old Blood, too, with, like, the Amulet of Itzel, for the 60% ward save is, like, more of a screen. The Lizard mirror match is actually kind of fun. I enjoyed that. Normally, I don't like mirror matches, but that one was, I think, kind of engaging there, which was cool. All right. So if we win our next 3 games, then we have a chance at top 4, depending on how our tiebreakers do. We went 4-1 with Cathay, which we never play. If we can pull off something similar with these guys, that'd be sweet. We have some absolute killers in here today, but now it is time for us to submarine our way into the top 4, guys. It's the time of heroes. How's our first round opponent doing, by the way? So that's always something that's pretty relevant when you're looking at your progress in a tournament, is to look at your tiebreakers. Desktop capture, there we go. Okay. So Ridley was my first round opponent. Let's see who Ridley's playing right now. Hey, where's Ridley? Okay, did Ridley get the win in game 2? That's pretty big for us if they did. I don't know where the hell they went. Oh, please tell me my tiebreaker didn't drop. No. Okay, he's still playing. Opal Blackbear versus Ridley. That's a strong opponent. Opal Blackbear is very good. So yeah, we need Ridley to win this one right here. Nakai could have actually been good too, I think. Nakai is really good with monsters, because of the perfect vigor. Yeah, let me show you. So monsters take big penalties, obviously, from being exhausted, right? But if you run around Nakai with the Dread Saurian and you use his amulet, the golden tributes, it gives them, oh, didn't they nerf it? It used to give perfect vigor, didn't it? Yeah, but now it just replenishes vigor, which is still very good, and gives ward save too. So you run him with a big monster, and he's going to be able to do work. And Nakai plus Dread Saurian is an uber Giga Chad build. And the reason being is that the -8 leadership from the Miasma of Despair plus the -8 from the Dread Saurian, you can get crazy good leadership bombs. Oh, shit, yeah, we should have just done that. We should have just gone for a Shredder Nakai build. That would have been really good in that game. Damn, why didn't I do that? Okay, well, that would have been pretty MLG. It's not even perfect vigor though. Did they? I think they nerfed golden tributes. It's actually just vigor replenishment. Yeah. We'll do the Crocodile of Doom in one of the games. I don't know when, but if we find another melee centric matchup, we will try Big Pimp and Nakai and see what he's able to pull off. You and Nakai are best buddies. Well, that's great. Yeah, the Dread Saurian and Nakai, definitely a power couple. Very, very good together. And we have 4 games to finish. All right. And we should be good to go. Yeah, his debuff seems pretty good, man. Seems pretty good. Yeah, I really like that style, though, that Own Goal used to use in some of the season finals, of using, like, double Ancient Salamander with, like, a bunch of stock, like, cheap skirmishers and that sort of thing. I've always liked that style for Lizardmen. I feel like it's really good. Takes a lot of skill to execute, which I probably don't have with them yet, but it's pretty strong. Pretty strong. Tic-tac-toe. What uses does he have? Not too many, right? How cheap can he get? All right, Barebones Tic-tac-toe is only 800. And he is a decent little AP fighter. Yeah, I could see him maybe being used against Dwarves. Nerfing Nakai, of all things, is something. If Nakai got nerfed, I don't remember if the aura was always like this or if it used to be perfect vigor. But if Nakai got nerfed, it's probably because of land battle people. Because the battles on land battle tend to be more like a box or in a specific position rather than being played on a wide battlefield. So yeah, Nakai with like perfect vigor with like a Dread Saurian and a couple monsters in a box would be really mouth breathing in land battle. So maybe that was why. I don't know if it even did get nerfed though. I'm just speculating. This guy isn't terrible either. The Croxigore Ancient. He has this nice AoE horn. He also does have the Miasma of Despair and Monster Strength too. Probably still prefer Nakai for the Vigor thing. I think that's really good. And getting the word save is so freaking nice. The artist formerly known as Tim, yes, that's him. Had to strike a balance between that. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. No, Land Battle is fun to watch for sure. Fourth Knower. It's fun to watch. I don't enjoy playing it too much. Like the endgame play patterns of Land Battle, I don't enjoy a lot. where it's basically just like whoever can walk the closest to obeying the rules, and yeah, but it's fun to watch. Land battle can be, when you have like it puts on a good spectacle. Lizardmen have a sniper hero, they do, yeah. Can't they do split balancing? Oh, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, yeah. My hope is just that for future Total War titles, we just have one multiplayer game mode that everybody plays, and that's it. Like having two is or 2.5 here. I guess we have Conquest and Dom, and then Land Battle still exists. But I think the people who tend to prefer Land Battle and Conquest are split between the two game modes. I don't know which one's more popular. I would assume Conquest would be, since it's just, in my opinion, a superior RTS game mode. But people like the old ways. All right, one game we got Jay Phoenix and Potato playing. Nitro, really good games. We're 1-1. We won our first game. We lost our second game, but the second game was a really good learning experience, which is what it's all about. So you guys are going to be able to learn from my failures and then go play Lizardmen to great success, I hope. The Kai's aura got changed because it froze vigor, so it could keep your units at perfect vigor or make them permanently exhausted. Oh, interesting. So it was just bugged. Okay. Yeah. I think Conquest is a great game mode. I do. I think it's good. I prefer Domination because I come from a traditional RTS background. Like, I like base building. I like reinforcements. I like the element of RTS games where you look at what your opponent's army has and you have to work with your toolbox of a faction to solve that problem. That's something that I love about Domination mode. I was playing Wings of Liberty, Warcraft 3, Command and Conquer, all those games. So like, if you're playing StarCraft and you're in Mass Marines and your opponent is massing roaches, well, then you're going to be building, Marauders to counter them, right? And then your opponent is going to build something to counter Marauders, and then you build something to counter those, and you're having to like balance your army synergy to deal with multiple threats. Like, that thing, I think, is element of RTS is really, really fun. Yeah. Okay, so where are we at here? Getting pinged. So Sipa is here. Okay. So we need to take care of this. And we're going to drop that. Okay. Sorry, guys. Just doing a little bit of admin stuff here real quick. And then we're going to need to do this. And fix that. And that should be golden. I wouldn't say that armchair expert, less technical. I mean, you're managing reinforcements and macro and angles and planning, I think, makes it pretty damn technical, actually. I mean, I played competitive land battle for a long time, for many years, 5 or 6 years. And I don't know. I felt I felt like, for me, Domination was more challenging. But that, to each their own. The objective situation and the macro management, and then like the reactiveness is a lot. But I would say maybe at some elements, like micro is more, like specific unit SE micro is probably more important in like extreme high level land battle. Because it really is, you don't get like any sort of a cushion against losing units, so you have to be really, really sweaty about it. Yeah. Okay. So let's set that up here. Sipe unfortunately had to drop after getting 2 wins too. He was making a run for the finals, man. He was coming for it. Okay, so now we're going to advance to the next round, and here it is. It's going to be round 3. And there we go. So we're going to be playing Cowboy Bob. Fear Cowboy Bob. All right. Who's pinging me? Damn it. Okay, Iron Condor. Okay, do we have Condor here? Let me see if he's here. Okay, so he was able to drop there, which is fine. And we have Cowboy Bob versus myself. Dude, I'm sweating bullets. We're playing the dreaded cowboy here, guys. Okay, Goblins. Round 3. Good luck, have fun. So let's get Cowboy Bob in here. Where is he? Temple Guard? Yeah, if there's a matchup where they're good, I'll use it. Cowboy Bob? There he is, okay. We're up, G. Lizardmen for me. Oh, his name is Cowboy Bob 69. Oh, that doesn't get much better, guys. That's truly a powerful name right there. Okay, Blazing Ramparts, Brave Valley, and Haunted Vale are going to be the maps. Blazing Bob, go ahead and respond to the message here, if you don't mind. And where the hell am I being pinged? All right, let's do this. And tournament time. Seeing if anybody has any questions. Cowboy Bob, check your DMs. I'm sliding in his DMs to get my game coordinated, so we'll see if he responds here. First map, first ban here is going to be me. Okay. We used Garak in the first game. Yeah, Dwayne Garak Johnson came out. He did pretty good against the Dwarfs. He's just like a solid tanky AP fighter with, you know, a lot of HP and really good stats. Yeah, it's good. Hey, see you later, Infamous Knight. Thank you for joining, man. You've already lost. Why? Because he's Cowboy Bob 69. Yeah, it's a pretty powerful name. It certainly sets the aura of intimidation. Come on, Cowboy Bob. Let me see what Cowboy Bob is playing. Cowboy Bob. So I can start building my army regardless. Cowboy Bob. Okay. He is playing... Oh my god. We have another Lizardmen mirror match. Dude, that is so troll. Okay, I'm just going to start working on the build right now while we wait for him. Oh my god. It's another Lizardmen mirror match. Okay, guys. That's something. Just accept our fate and our suffering and just, you know, that's it. Oh, it's so troll, dude. It's so freaking troll. Oxyotl is alright, Ratnap. I would say he's a little bit more niche. Hopefully Cowboy Bob shows up. I would hate to get a buy round right now. He's nowhere to be found right now. I'm going to start putting a rule in these tournaments. Okay? In these SFT tournaments where you can declare your main faction and then you can declare a backup faction in case of a mirror match. So then both players have the option to default to their... We'll come up with something because it's just such pain, dude. It's such pain. Yeah, Lizardmen mirror matches are at least kind of engaging. That's right. So it could be worse. Okay, let's get you guys there and do a little bit of this. Looking good. Cowboy Bob is still nowhere to be found. He's a man of mystery. Nobody truly knows who Cowboy Bob 69 is, but, you know, we'll find out here. Okay, so what do we want to do? What sort of a Harry Potter do we need here? Skink Oracle, I mean, you can only bring him on his freaking big beast, which is such an unfortunate thing. Yeah, feels a little bit bad. So we're going to get you. Yeah, looks fine. Great. Double faction tournament, yeah. I think the most miserable mirror match might be Nurgle, and Vampire Counts are pretty rough. Those ones, Dwarf mirror matches also feel pretty grindy and miserable too. If I had to really, really kind of speculate on that. 2, 3 here. There he is. Good times. All ban. So we got Brave Valley and Haunted Vale. All ban blazing. Which one are we playing, G? This guy apologized. What a hero. I thought it was single. He thought this was a single elimination tournament. Oh no, Cowboy Bob. Oh, Cowboy Bob. All right. So we have our build coming together. It's kind of an interesting idea. Maybe spam out one of those. Get these guys coming in. And we need some clever girls. Feral Cold Ones are very, very nice. And aside from that, I mean, what else do we really need? All good. Okay, so Cowboy Bob is firing up his PC. He has returned to us in our hours of need. Oh, that is the wrong one. I almost just threw the game super, super hard here. Okay, so that's actually kind of funny. We got 2 of those. And do we want to get you guys? Yeah, it's kind of badass. It's kind of aggressive and headstrong, this build. Are we going to want to get some Saurus in there? Saurus certainly wouldn't be a bad idea, so I think we're going to want to get you guys. Yeah, so here comes Cowboy. He's here. You can... Okay, so we'll play... So it's either going to be Brave Valley or Haunted Vale. We have to see which one he wants. It's up to him. If only Nakai could ride the Shredder. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Admittedly, that would be badass if Nakai could ride the Shredder. Do we need 2 of those? Probably not a bad idea to double up on those guys. Let's do pretty expensive pieces here. I think that's fine. We can get these guys. And then Osiris Spear is going to be useful, plus a little Cohort Javelin maybe. Okay. That'll do, pig. That'll do. So we're going to play the Brave Valley, which is the big incline map with the hills. It's a pretty big one. Definitely has a lot of width out there. And let's see what's cooking. Let's see what we can do. So this would actually be a very good map for the kiting build that we were talking about. This would be a very, very strong one. Yes, I think that looks fine. We got 2 of those. A couple of these little gremlins in the mix. Don't worry, you guys are going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. This is going to be fun for you. Win or lose, we are going to go out on our shield. Yeah, I mean, people have been saying on the channel for the past like 4 months, like you never play Lizardmen, and now we get like 2 Lizardmen mirrors back to back. It's really getting you your money's worth there. The cover is a jump scare? No, that's me holding my dog. That's Wookie and I. Well, he's no longer with us, but that was him. Oh man, so that picture would have been how old? So today's 2015. That would have been 10 years ago. Yeah, that picture's 10 years old. Let's see what Cowboy Bob has got here. So he's 1-1, I believe. So Cowboy Bob did win his first game. He was able to defeat somebody and then lost his second one. Cowboy Bob, he defeated Empire for Hire, and then he was defeated by Lemur's Bane. And now he's playing us. You're here for the dog ladder goat? That's what's up. Yeah, it's just blocking my army so my opponent can't see what I'm doing. All right. GLHF. It is the Shredder build, baby. Yeah, Wookie was cool. He was chill. If my wife was around, he disliked me, but if she was in the other room or something, it was just him and I, he would be chill. Do any of you guys have a small dog like that just like loved one person, just didn't like the other one? I mean, it wasn't like he would bite me or anything, but he just kind of like looked at me like I was subhuman. All right, so here's the ambush. And we have Nakai. We do have a wizard in reserve. So we got a couple skirmishers. So we're going to be sending 2 skirmishers up to get these 2 points. 2. And then Nakai and the Dreadsaurian are going to be rolling dirty together. They're going to be going here. We have a couple little gremlins who are going to try and hold these points. Here and here. And then we have you coming down here as well. All right, guys. Perfect. Good luck, have fun to my opponent. Oh my god, he's got 6 units. Oh no, is this going to be what I think it is? Yeah, I think it is. I think he's doing a Dreadsaurian build, but in an even more degenerate version. We'll see if it works. All right, so we're going to move you guys up. We're going to move you guys up. And, you know, if he plays like that, we can also just play the objectives, right? So that's going to be fine. He's got the Shredder of Lestria, but he has Lord Mazdamundi. Okay, with a Feral Cold One, Sar Spears, a couple other units like that. All right, interesting. So we are going to get our clutches on the objectives. Out of the gates, Nakai and the Dreadsaurian are going to be here. So it is a Dreadsaurian civil war. You know, we're going to send Osiris down here to get that objective, and he'll get it eventually, one of those years. All right, so we have this point here, and now we're going to move over here with our skirmishers, and we can start poking a little bit. He has Star Chamber Guardians and stuff, so I don't want to fight him head on, because his army's a little bit better at that than mine with the Star Chamber Guardians, so we need to be very gremlin. So we're going to go up and just keep poking. We do manage to get this outside objective, and we're going to do a little bit of utility poke here. The Shredder is going to waddle over to the outside point and bully these guys. Yeah, perfect. There we go. So here they come. So let's get our caster coming down. He's going to just waddle into the trees here. We're going to get the Shredder over there to hopefully shut that shit down and continue doing poke. And, ooh, we actually do get caught in a net, which is going to be lasting for a moment here. So really, really nice one from Cowboy Bob. That was a great play. Going to do some nice damage for sure, but not the end of the world. Okay. So now we retreat. Hopefully they'll rally and stay alive, you know, but they are my dirt cheap skirmishers, so it's not a huge deal to lose them. Really not the end of the world. Thankfully, we do push those guys off, so that's good. So now we can just pull back and grab this point, although just keep shredding those Feral Cold Ones. So we lose 1 unit, right? Could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse. My kiting build would have been maybe good against this one, actually. We are able to break those guys and get them running, so now we're going to bring the Dreader of Lestria over here and just continue poking. Holding the outside objectives obviously is going to be pretty important here, so we need to just kind of establish ourselves. And do we want to call in like a single Razordon just to do some poking? I think that's going to be a good idea, actually. Yeah, I think that's going to be a good idea. So we can go and attack in here, just try and get some of the skirmishers, although they're just going to run from us probably. Yeah, those guys are rampaging now, and I do like the idea of calling out a Razordon pack and just having it shoot from the high ground here. I think that's going to be quite nice. We can attack here. Mazdamundi will have a net, so it's kind of frightening, but it's okay. And yeah, just kind of keep poking here. We'll pull you guys down under this way, and we'll take a fight. As long as the Star Chamber Guardians aren't involved, I think we're chilling. You know, that's going to be the play. So now we just retreat back, try and get the fight to go elsewhere. And we have a lot of healing too, right? So that's going to be nice. He uses all of his like big buffs and shit, so we need to retreat right now. This is definitely not a fun situation for us. All right, so let's call in, start shooting at the Shredder. And we just retreat. I think I got netted or something. Okay, so my Shredder did get netted here, so we need to just wait for the net to wear off, and now we can retreat. We're going to pop a Rev Crystal on that bad boy, heal him up, and get back here, and we're going to get our Razordon to start popping shots like it's hot. Get you under here, and a Flock of Doom caster as well. So we're going to drop a fat Flock of Doom right there, which is going to do some fat damage, as the French would say. Ruination of Cities is active. We need to pull you guys back and just kind of play this like gremlin playstyle here, essentially, right? So back and back. Let's get these Razordons back. Our Dreadsaurian did take a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. Feral Cold One's a little bit smashed up, but yes, you guys need to retreat, and now we can call in some Cold Ones to defend, basically. We can use them to rotate between points too, attack into the Sara Spears. Let's get the Razordon pack. Jeez, I don't know what's going on with the movement of this unit, but it is having serious problems right now. All right, you're back, and we're going to get you back as well. Let's get the Spear Riders to charge down the hill, and just keep an eye on things. Those Star Chamber Guardians are going to be a problem. They are a menace. So we'd have another heal. We do not right now. Okay, so that's going to be Spear Riders coming. So we go and secure our outside objective. You guys keep moving up here. So skirmish and skirmish. There we go. Skirmish, skirmish. And get you guys out here ready to shoot. That is going to be double Chameleon Stalker on the outside, which we should be able to deal with. So let's get you guys to come down here. Do that. And awesome. So our Spear Riders need to retreat. Just deal with the skirmishing, and let's get the sneaky, sneaky boys to rotate over this direction. And the Stalkers are going to retreat back into the bushes there. Let's fight the Popcorn cohort. Get the Feral Cold Ones to come over and help out. Yeah, looking good. And my opponent is going to be playing the outside objective too there, so I need to probably send some reinforcements in. So now he's away from the Star Chamber Guardian, so we can maybe try and take a little fight here. A couple Spear Riders can go over there. They're going to need to help secure that outside point, because we just have to win the outside objectives, right? That's really the action that needs to be done here. Okay. Skinks in the trees. You can do a little Flock of Doom right there on those guys. You guys are going to be fighting Feral Cold Ones, which is going to be tough for those guys. We're going to retreat you back. And Skirmishers can go down here. So let's get you guys to go there. And our big boys can come here. Another Rev Crystal charge is going to be activated. Looks like some foul witchcraft is afoot. But as long as we win the outside fights, I think we're chillaxing. You know, we're going to be okay. Send you guys down there to make sure we don't lose that, and we just kind of continue winning on the outsides. Oh, these Razordon Pat. I keep blundering them. It's my fault. Yeah, I keep blundering them. All right, so let's get away from this. That's obviously not what we want. We want to go over there and take them down. Good, and we're going to go here with the Kai and the boys. Try and hold this down. We do see the Razordons retreating back. Definitely going to be warranting some heals here soon. And let's go ahead and get you guys to come down some cohorts. Because in order to win this game, we have to win the outside. That's like really, really all that matters. Okay, Nakai and the Dreadsaurian are going to be getting in there now. Getting poked a little bit. Let's go ahead and shoot at the Sara Spears right there with those guys. You guys keep poking. And Flock of Doom on, probably just on the Star Chamber Guardians here is going to be fine. All right, so how are we looking? Yeah, another fight coming in. Let's get a Cold One to attack here, get you guys to fight here. And we're going to maybe have to find a way to rotate over to the middle. But we do break their back there in that particular position, which is quite good. And I think now that the Dreadsaurian is moving to the outside there, we can start playing here, which is going to be good. Let's pull you guys back. Save up for Flock of Dooms. Do we win this fight? We do. Just got to watch out for the spear units. So my opponent's going pretty hardcore on that objective there, right? Yeah, so now we can maneuver here and try and alpha strike them in the middle. I don't care if those are Star Chamber Guardians. We should be able to punish them pretty good. Do we still have the Razordons online? We do. So let's get you guys. And see how this fight's looking. The Popcorn cohort's in some trouble. So let's get you guys back and get you in there. Cav, Cav, and Cav. So you guys can be in group 4. We're going to retreat you guys and then rotate them to the middle objective, which is going to be good. So Star Chad Guardians are here, but with Nakai and company, yeah, we can send some feral clever girls in there and try and take them down. Razordon Hunting Pack can come over here, and we're going to do a Flock of Doom as well. He's charging me, which is good. It means they're not going to get their charge defense. Nakai is ready to go, and we're going to get a second Bastillodon out. So he's going to waddle this way for the healing. You guys are going to go chill out on this point right here, and hopefully we can just kill the Star Chamber Guardians with just a critical mass of scariness, right? Battletoad's a little bit vulnerable here, although killing Mazdamundi is usually a trap. But maybe we'll see if we can butter that bread. You know, famous last words. Okay, so you guys come down here. We have another Rev Crystal coming up. And the Star Chamber Guardians, we have been netted. So we're going to be only netted for 3 more seconds. Let's get away. Shooting at Mazdamundi feels like a mistake. I feel like we need to win the monster fight. So we're going to hopefully get a good Kaiju fight going here. All right, so Razordons into the big man. Let's retreat back. Star Chamber Guardians did take some damage. We have a second Rev Crystal coming out, which hopefully will be in range soon. So back you go. Let's get away from these feral cold ones. Let's get the Bastillodon to charge in there. My opponent has stolen the outside objective for now, but it's nothing that we can't get back later. We have the points lead, right? So value trading wise, I think we're a little bit ahead. Oh, I moved my skink down here. That's bad news. All right, so we're going to do a Flock of Doom on these guys. Hey, it's fine. He's literally 450, so losing him isn't the end of the world. All right, so what is it going to be? Feral cold ones and feral cold ones. Let's get some Sphere Riders coming out. Get those guys coming down here to help, and those feral cold ones do get smashed up. Now, Star Chamber Guardians are a bit of a problem. They are going to be a bit of an issue here for us. We do have Nakai, so I think monster fight here is fine now. We can take the Kaiju fight and see what we can do. And as long as we have the Razordon hunting pack that we can get back online here, I think we're going to be okay. Skirmishers are still doing it. Let's get our cavalry over here. The Kaiju fight is going all right. Yeah, he's got a lot of cav units on their way in. And what do we have over here? Red Crested Skinks, a couple units. He does manage to get that objective. Okay. So we have the perfect vigor. He does not. So I'm hoping that that's going to be a variable that actually comes into play here. Let's get all you guys in there. Yeah, looks fine. We need to unsummon some units. I need to be better about that. Yeah, need to be a little bit better about that. Spear Riders are on their way in, and the Razordon Hunting Pack's going to do it. The Shredder of Lustria able to really dominate this fight. And the Razordon Hunting Pack is doing great work. So let's get a heal on our Shredder. So we're going to get the fat heals with the Rev Crystal. There we go. Perfect Vigor is coming into play. The monster fight is going in our favor. At least we got a practice run at this matchup, right? We did, which was kind of funny. All right, so, yep, Skanks and Skanks. We'll just get you guys down here, move you to that objective to try and make sure we secure that. But if I kill his Dread Saurian, he's basically just going to lose, I think. I don't think there will be too many chances here. Let's get on these guys. Those are great weapons. Let's move you spears in. His Dread Saurian is on the run, ladies and gentlemen, which is quite good. Let's fight you guys, and then we can make a play for this objective too. Send you guys down there to go fight that. Those are Saurus, though, which is a little bit tough. All right, so Flock of Doom, basically just hitting his whole army. Nakai is going pretty Chad. We do get his big boy breaking, and now we can go butter Mazdamundi's bread too, because we're not going to be able to, if we chase that guy away, it's going to be wasting a lot of time, in my opinion. So, yeah, we need another Rev Crystal, and do we have any more charges? We do, so I'm going to heal this. Yeah, Mazdamundi's about to be turned into some French cuisine right now. You can see he's getting it pretty good. All right. So the Chad Shredder of Lustria is doing it. Stopping Rampage doesn't really do anything for us here, and we're going to go ahead and get a Feral Cold One. I think that plus the Skink should be able to win that fight. We're going to keep turning him into French cuisine, and let's get you guys squared up here. You Skirmishers at the ready. And we're going to unsummon you, and we're going to also consider unsummoning you soon as well. All right, so Razordons are back. Let's retreat them. They overchased a little bit. Mazdamundi is getting it. So we're going to take our big monsters. We're just going to leave Nakai to hunt this guy down. Yeah, for now. And if we can get a break on him, that's going to be pretty good. Let's pull back down here, pull you guys away. And how are we looking on the side? Looking pretty good. You know, we'll get the Skirmishers poking there. And now it's going to be the two dads fighting here, so they're going to be going at it. All right, so Mazdamundi gets away, which is fine. Not a huge deal. We're going to retreat with the Razordons, hopefully secure them. We're well ahead on value. We are going to start winning the side points, probably. Yeah, it looks good. So let's get the Bastillodon back and come over here and drop a fat heal on the big man. So attack. He's got the Cold One advantage there, though. He does have the Cold One advantage. We need Nakai to get down here and make sure he's providing the aura. And I've been forgetting to use his miasma, by the way, so I need to do that, like, right now. That would be very, very good. All right, so we're going to do a Flock of Doom right here, hit all these guys, and down in the middle, we're going to get you to come and just swarm on down. All right, so how's the Dread Saurian Godzilla fight going? Yeah, we need to get that Miasma of Despair. This Bastillodon, Bob, he's in some trouble here. So Bob is going to just drop another heal before he potentially gets routed. We do have a contingency plan in place, but let's do this, do the Miasma of Despair, and we can do Cold-Blooded on you to keep you fighting a little bit. So there we go. That's going to be plus 16 leadership. And let's get you guys moving. So that objective is ours. That objective is ours. That's good. We have most units on the battlefield still, so we'll unsummon you. Unsummon you as well. And good. So the Dread Saurian fight has been won, though. because you see, his is exhausted, mine is active. So his Dread Saurian is massively debuffed, and mine isn't because of the golden tribute. So Nakai, coming in kind of clutch here. Looks like that objective is going to be a win. That one's going to be a win also, but it's going to take more time. I think we just save up for our 1,700 gold croc scores and get them down here to party. We're going to unsummon you guys as well. Perfect. And now I think the Dread Saurian just carries this game into the sunset, man. I think it does. Let's get you guys in here to help these guys. All right, so both of our Bastillodons have a couple charges left to heal Nakai. And we're going to pull these guys in, yeah. So these are the Sacred Croxies. They're going to be the Punishers. That objective looks like it's stable for us, and we do have a triple cap now. That was a fun one. A cool, Dread Saurian Duel of Fates. But at the end of the day, Nakai was able to be a little bit more impactful, I think. His aura was very, very good. Oh, man. And also, yeah, the fact that we had a little bit of shooting, this thing got 2,800 value. Okay, that's what won us the game. The shooting on the Razordon pack. I don't think he brought any shooting. Yeah, so that was one difference here. GG, dog. Get those wins in the next round. Okay. Perfect, perfect. Dread Saurian? Yeah, it was a Dread Saurian fight. It was good. I'm explaining to my opponent. Okay, so now we just need to report that game. Chad Cowboy Bob. Looks like he just yeeted his last yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so let's do that. And we are going to get you out. That's going to be Lizardmen versus Lizardmen. All right, so 2-1 so far, guys. 2-1. If we get the next one, we do have a chance at top 4 still. Tiebreakers are not amazing, but they're not terrible either. We do have some tiebreaker wins coming through. I think in the last round, how did our tiebreaker do? Ridley actually won last round, so our tiebreaker did come in the clutch. And I think our other one did too. All right, so our tiebreakers are doing good. Yeah, they're hanging in there. Let's look at the value on everybody, by the way. How did Nakai do? 1,200, not bad. He's more of an aura bot. Oh my god, do you guys see the value on my Dread Saurian? Look at that. God damn. 4,900 value on the Dread Beast. Man, Dread Saurians are such good monsters. If you guys want to unleash your inner child and just play with a big T-Rex monster and mess people up, the Dread Saurian is for sure the way to go. No more Lizardmen mirror matches, please. No more. We played 3. We're 2-1 so far. All the games were winnable, so that's good. They were all winnable. Even though when we got his Dread Saurian got 2,300, but ours was the Apex Dread Saurian. It got quite a bit. Good practice. Yeah, Bob's talking to me right now. Chad, Cowboy Bob, him and I are reminiscing about the Lizardmens, how many of them there are in the tourney. Yeah, Terracotta Sentinels are terrible. I don't know why they suck. It's hard to perceive why they suck, but Giants are better than Terracotta Sentinels, I feel. That's just me, I guess. Okay, so yeah, looking at the tourney right now, let's go here and take a peek. We'll do a little refresher right there. See what this all looks like. Yes, the old tavern's still going strong. Okay, so a lot of the games wrapping up. We still have a handful being played. Undefeated players. I think we're in the running. Yeah, because we're Sag is doing really well. That's the player we lost to in the Lizardman mirror match. He's doing very well. So you can see we're actually right up there. With all the players who have 2 wins, we're in contention. Danikin is undefeated. Zesty is undefeated. Iceman and Lemur's Bane are also here too. But yeah, if we can make top 4, we definitely have some decent chances, I think. Definitely do. The Bastillodons usually don't get much value. They don't do a whole lot of damage. Yeah, we can check that real quick. 300, and the other one got 200. Yeah, they're just there to heal, because they have... If you're going to go Nakai, that means you don't have any other way to heal your Dread Saurian other than the Rev Crystal. And Rev Crystals are really cost-effective. So it heals your dude for 10% of his HP every time you do it. So on a Dread Saurian, that's going to be 1,500 HP getting healed. And that's insane, right? Because you have, 7 charges of that? Yeah, 7 charges. So you can heal him, you can heal Nakai, you can heal your Sacred Croxagores, you can do all that kind of good stuff. Awesome. Awesome, Saurus, for Total War, Warhammer, and Total War multiplayer community. Not a PvPer, but I love watching skilled players going at it. Thank you. And Ladder Goat, thank you for subscribing as well. Appreciate all of you guys. Danikin, I'm too weak. I know. Help me, Danikin. Help me. So good, man. Fatigue is really underrated, and people didn't really perceive it until they added it, had it visually be represented, you know? Because previously, you would never see fatigue affecting your stats. It just happens secretly on the back end. But now that you actually see it visualized in the reduction of your character's stats, like it's pretty substantial, you know? It's very substantial. We can show you, for example, on a Cygor. Cygors are a good illustration of that because they get tired really quick when they throw their rocks. Where are the Beastmen? Yes, the Beasts of Chaos. We're going to go to this. We're just going to do whatever. And cool. Barrier Idols. Okay. Kazrak the Chad-Eye. Yeah, we just need one Cygor. It's going to be fine. Let's go ahead and put an AI in there. Do this. We're going to do Grand Cathay. Give him this. A couple Jade Warriors. Whatever. It's fine. It's just a test to show you guys what's cooking here. Missing out today is the UFC. Yeah, the UFC fights were in Abu Dhabi today, so they're very, very early in the day. Oh, Robert Whitaker's fighting today, is he? No spoilers, though. No spoilers. I'll go back and watch that later. Is he fighting Hamzat? Or no, he's not. Is he fighting Hamzat? No, he already fought him, I think. All right, so let's get this set up here. Start throwing boulders. So you see, take a mental note of his stats right now. Okay, so you can see everything. Now, as soon as he starts throwing rocks, he's going to get tired very quickly. So we'll just put it on fast forward here. He's just going to keep throwing boulders. Man, that's a long wind-up time on those guys. And is he active yet? Yeah, see, the Cygor is already winded. Okay, so you can see the melee attack has been lowered by -2. The speed is lowered by -2. And it's only going to get worse as he continues throwing his boulders of doom. Right now, he's tired now, so tired is going to be lowering charge bonus, -7 on melee attack, -6 on speed, and armor is going to be reduced by 5. Yeah, sure, he's killed a unit, but when he gets exhausted, it's going to be pretty punishing. It's pretty heavy duty. So now he's very tired. So -6, -11 on melee attack from being very tired, -15, 13. Okay. And then melee defense is lowered by 2, speed is lowered by 6, armor is reduced by 12, which is, I believe it's percentage based when they do that. And yeah. Well, the armor reduction, it's a bit of a weird one, but I can see it being justified. It's like, you know, if you're wielding, like if you're a soldier who has a lot of armor because of a shield and heavy armor, it kind of is, you know, because fighting in like full plate armor or whatever, or any sort of armor, it's going to weigh on a fighter. And as they get tired, they're going to be less effective in combat, right? Like if you have a knight wearing, you know, medieval plate or whatever, full plate armor, fighting in said armor, when you get tired, you're probably going to be really weighed down and really struggling to fight, you know? So I think that's what's representative of the armor being lowered, is that fighting in said armor is going to, you know, become harder as you get exhausted. So I think that's the justification that I would use. All right. Easier to hit weak points. Yeah, you're not like as, you know, as ready to go. Pieces of plate falling off during battle. Sure, yeah, there's tons of ways you could rationalize it. All right, so we got Lydon and Dr. Jellyfish and Ridley and Christopher. I need Ridley to get those fat dubs for us. Yeah, need to get those fat dubs. The peasant tactics, that's right. They're coming, man. So how you guys been? Life been treating you guys well? So, hope everything is good and you guys are getting what you want out of life. Next matchup here. We're going to set this up. Our lobby is here. Yeah, Lizardmen do feel like a good faction, though. Honestly, they feel like well-rounded and safe to play, like very forgiving. I think they're very good for beginners because you could just use like skanks with, you know, Croxigors and a little bit of healing, like a slan, and you're good. Hey, Luigi, all's good, man. All's good, yeah. I've been baking bread and putting on weight. It's a dangerous hobby to pick up when you get in your 30s. Like, I wish I had picked up bread making when I was, like, in my 20s before my autoimmune disease wrecked my hands and I could still exercise, like, a lot. Because, man, oh, man. I just, it's like 11 at night. I'm just standing in the kitchen, and I'm like, I'm going to make a loaf of bread. So I just make a 2-pound loaf of bread, and it smells so good. And it finishes around, you know, in the morning, not in the morning, but like 1 or 2 a.m., whatever, depending on how I do it. And dude, yeah, it gets you. It smells so good though. When you have fresh baked bread in the house, man, it is so it channels the Shire. You know that like wholesome, comfortable feeling you get when you're like watching the Fellowship of the Ring and you're seeing them in the Shire. It channels that feeling, you know. It makes you feel like you're in the Shire a little bit, you know. Yeah, Garcia, join our Discord. Yeah. Get in our Discord, and there's going to be some people who can help you there, buddy. I'm going to be hosting an Age of the Ring tournament tomorrow. So tomorrow we're having a tourney showdown. How do you decide if you take a Slan Mage or go for a Fighter, Lord, or Caster? It's really matchup dependent, right? If you need Lore of Fire or Lore of Life, you're going to go Slan. Otherwise, the Fighter characters are okay too. But they're all viable. That's what's fun. Like, there's not any one right answer. That's what's great about Total War Competitive. Compared to other RTS games, the meta of this game is extremely dynamic. You can play a bunch of different ways, unless you're on a faction that's very limited, but for the most part. Yeah, the bread is great though, man. I made some French. I usually make French bread, so I made some French bread. But, you know, French bread usually doesn't have eggs or sugar in it, but I add a little bit of sugar and then throw an egg in there just to really, really get it going. And, dude, it's so good. Oh. The most important weight loss plan for me is just not eating a fourth meal. Yeah. So WK saying, in high school, a friend and him realized you could buy loaves of unbaked bread and just bake them. We spent summer eating so much fresh bread. Sometimes we would just tear the core out and leave the breadly husks. Yeah. That's a good memory right there, man. That's some good times. All right, I actually watched War of the Rohirrim movie last night. Yeah, it was fun. Not my favorite, but of all the Lord of the Rings universe stuff, but yeah. Yeah. I was just happy that I got to see Saruman again. Like Christopher Lee being animated in that was kind of cool. All right, guys, we're going to be advancing to the next round. Round 4 is coming up right now. And here we go. Well, you have to, yeah, for all 2 seconds, whatever, Pwn. We're playing Blood Penguin. Okay, we're playing a top-tier player right now. This is going to be a cockfight for sure. Hopefully he's not on his main factions. Goblins, round 4. Good luck, have fun. But, you know, if you want to win a tournament, you got to beat the big dogs, man. And Blood Penguin is a big dog. Him and I usually go back and forth. We have really good games. We have really, really good matches. I've played him so many times. All right, we're up, and we got the Penguin of Doom. The map is going to be here. Yo. And who is going to be the first to pick and ban here? So it is going to be myself. Faction here. Let's see. Okay, where are we at? So Blood Penguin is playing what? We don't know what he's playing at the moment. We will see. I think I'm gonna build the Saruman commander deck, the many colors one. Has anybody played him? It's the let me show you guys. So I'm enjoying the Golem deck, but not as much as I would have thought. I made a Golem deck, but I want to have like a Lord of the Rings deck that I really enjoy. And I haven't like found one that the commander really clicks with me, but doing a Saruman defensive spellsinger control deck sounds like fun. So it's this guy, Saruman of the Many Colors. So he has a really good ward. They have to discard an enchantment, instant, or sorcery to even target him with a spell. And whenever you cast your second spell each turn, he basically mills each of your opponents, and then you get to cast a spell for free from one of their graveyards. So that seems pretty badass. Oh yeah, Sebastian, bread is not hard to make. I mean, it's hard to perfect. It's easy to get into, but it's hard to perfect. Yeah, so I want to try this commander out. The Golem deck is fun, but this seems a little bit more exciting to me. Just doing like casting fat lightning bolts and just... There's a really cool Saruman as well, a Sauron deck. I had a Sauron deck for a long time, but I like Esper. I like Esper a lot. Esper's super fun. All right. Gandalf the Secret Flame is fun at a low power level. Yeah, sounds good. So I see who he's playing. Oh shit, he's on his main faction, guys. Oh no. So I will ban, what are we gonna ban here? Okay. We got homie on his main faction, and we're playing a faction we haven't played in a year. This is gonna be hard, but we're gonna make it work. We are going to do our best here. All right, Wookiee, I summon thee to fulfill your oath. Laddergo says, I used to have Saruman of the Many Colors deck, but eventually stopped playing it because keeping track of 4 graveyards the entire game gets tiresome. Okay, I respect that. I respect that. Yeah, he's actually on his main, so this is going to be tough. Yeah, Aragorn looks like a fun commander deck as well. I had the Hobbit food deck. I had Sam and Frodo for a while, but I just kind of got bored of it. And Saruman is one of my favorite characters from Lord of the Rings, so for me, I'm like, it's kind of a slam dunk. So we're going to play Itza. So this is going to be a fast and furious knockdown drag-out game. It's a me. It's a... Okay. So there we go. Okay. Awesome. I got the build coming together, guys. The gang is getting back together again. All right. All right, let's do this. Whom do you serve? Yes, that's right. Yeah, it depends on the map, though. There's a lot of ways to play this matchup, honestly. You could even play a kiting playstyle if you want to, because you have really cost-effective anti-large cavalry in the Coldland Spear Riders, so that element of the matchup is pretty good. Okay. So what lord do we want to utilize here? I mean, they're all pretty good. The Slann are going to be effective as well. So we're going to do this guy. Yeah, looks fine. I kind of like this idea. We have a pretty forbidden build here. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings Magic set I enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed the art. Like the alternate art is really good. There's actually there's an alternate art Saruman which is really good. I was eyeing that one. I was keeping my evil eye on it. Okay, so this game is for Professor Pone. So you better be enjoying this one, Boss Hog. So there's that. Yes. Oh God, he's gonna smash me so bad. I just can feel it in my bones. This is all Pone's fault, by the way. Him talking me into this shit. If I win, though, then we can of course give credit where credit is due. But okay, can we cut an ability here? Banishment Shield, the old ones, Kindle Flame. We kind of need all of those, right? Yeah, those are all pretty good abilities. The Shredder of Lestria would be pretty good in this matchup. Yeah, I think that is very strong potentially. Okay, so what do we have? I know he loves to use the Grail Knights. That's like one of his favorite things. He's a big Grail Knight enjoyer. 5 Chameleon Stalkers to just get extra sneaky. I respect the sneaky, all right? I think it's great. Okay, let's get a couple of these, and we're gonna cut you. We're gonna get this. And Colossadon Hunters are kind of an interesting idea too. It's not the worst. God, I hate when I'm just short like this tiny amount of resources. Lord of Shadows, you can even bring a Slann of Shadows, you know? A Shadow Slann against the Bretonnian Cavalry might not be terrible. It might be some decent value, actually. Man, tough choices, guys. Really, really tough choices here. Okay, so High Magic is also viable for punching Flying Lords if we want to, so you could do a little bit of High Magic. That is an option. Alright, the little doggo's faces. He's eyeing you, dude. You better put some respect on Wookiee's name here. Okay. Salamanders, I feel they're going to be too hard to protect against him. Yeah, Miasma's very good against Cab. Pit of Shade is very good. Lore of Death is also good here for just literally casting Fate of Buna on their like elite cavalry units. Fire is also good for clearing out like waves of peasants and archers and stuff like that. So that's like pretty underrated actually. And okay. We're gonna cut you. We're gonna cut that. We're gonna get this and this. And then we're gonna get one gremlin here. How much do we have left? So we got 3 of those guys, 2 of those guys. I like that Temple Guard have the Big Chad 7 capture weight now. I think that's kind of badass. So the Temple Guard, in theory, can hold the points well. We'll find out if they can. I don't know. And cut this guy. Get an interior crocodile alligator. All right, guys. This is like a borderline meme build, but today we're going to be trying to learn and see if we can discover any tech. It might actually work. It might actually work. Yo, yo. So just doing a quick admin update here. Empire for hire. Okay, he's waiting for Dr. Jellyfish to show up. It looks like everybody's got their game. Thank you, Wookie, for your service. Is it the shred or not the shred? I told you guys this game was going to be for Professor Pondog. Hey, awesome Saurus, thank you. Awesome Lion Saurus, thank you. So I brought the most forbidden monster on the roster. It is the Geltblom's Terror. So it is the Carnosaur. Now the Dreadsaurian is obviously better because it's good against everything, basically. I drive a Chevrolet. Yeah, I love it. That was a good meme. That was what, like late 2000s? The Chip the Ripper interior crocodile alligator freestyle. I think that was like 2007 or 6. That shit was so funny. All right, guys. So this is like a borderline meme build, but look, it could work and we could win this. So we got double Temple Guard, which are awesome sauce, and they're going to be trying to hold the middle. All right. We have 2 Rev Crystals, which are going to be rolling with them for the fat heals. And I have a Battletoad who's going to be going here as well, so he could just kind of group up with the main unit, honestly. He can Vanguard, that's true. I have a Vanguard T-Rex, guys, yes. 3, and then you're just going to go hold that side objective. Battletoad's going to be in group 1. God, this is going to go so badly. I can't believe Pwn... If I don't make top 4, it's all Pwn's fault. We can just blame it all on him, you know? Just be like, yeah, it's like... But, you know, my opponent would be expecting the Dreadsaurian. They will not be expecting the Geltblom's Terror, Feral Carnosaur ROR. So there is that. The portrait on the bottom left, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's fun, and it's all, you know, looking pretty good there, Assyrian. Okay, so we got you. You guys are going to go here. We're going to get Geltbloms to go move up and grab the objectives. Battletoad's going to go here. You guys go here, and yeah, pretty standard. Oh, he literally brought like a nice counter build against me. My poor Temple Guard are going to get punished by those artillery pieces. Oh, God. All right. Well, we're going to get the outside objective. And what do we have in reserve here? Do I have anything sneaky? We do have some. So we're going to do a little bit of this. Okay. And on the bright side, I can resurrect my Temple Guard with my Rev Crystal. So there is that. That is very nice. And now the Geltblom's Terror and company are going to go here. We're going to screen you guys out. Those are going to be Mounted Yeoman. It is going to be King Lewin here. And, yeah, got a little bit of poke. We'll see how the Geltblom's Terror does against King Louis. Hopefully it's going to do well. Okay, so is he really attacking there? He is. I should have the capture weight advantage on the middle objective, though, so there is that. Okay, so Lewin pops in. We're going to attack him with the big Geltblom's Terror. You're going to continue going around the outside. And now we are on, so we are going to muscle man this objective down for sure. So Battletoad is here, Rev Crystal's here, and Lewin. Oh, Lewin's battling the Geltblom's Terror. All right, fear it. Oh, dude, look at the Chad Geltblom. All right. Okay, we're cooking a little bit now, aren't we? So let's get Osiris Warrior coming up here to hold this point. Dude, look at the T-Rex. T-Rex is getting in there, boys. All right, so we need to get the healing charges going, and we're going to go ahead and get ready for a little bit of this. My opponent does see this, so we're going to pull back now and retreat. So that was unfortunately discovered. And Battletoad here, these are just Mounted Yeomen, so we're going to do the Blood Statue of Spite on what? We can do a little Pit of Shades on some archers if we want to. Probably not a terrible idea, although honestly the archers aren't even going to be good against us, so there is that. So Geltbloms needs to head back over here. Let's get you going here. Get the skirmishers heading over there as well. And in the meantime, the fighting in the middle continues to rage on. Temple Guard and company are doing good. Those are going to be what? Those are going to be Knights of the Realm. So we can hit them with a Melkost from downtown, and that's going to punish them. And then Geltblom is going to move over and go fight these guys. So we're going to see what we can do. All right, so let's get in there. Fight these guys, and we could do another Temple Guard as well. All right, so we are, you know, putting in some work on the battle lines here. Battletoad is getting shot, so we're going to do a little banishment on you and just take you offline. Okay, and we're going to see how that goes. And then the Geltblom's Terror is going to continue fighting. We need to get it out of the halberds, though. That's for damn sure. So Skirmisher is getting poked. Geltblom's Terror needs to retreat right now. Sars, come up and do this. We're going to do that. And the Battletoad does get a banishment and is able to punish one of the archers. And we're going to do another one right here. See if we can get those guys down. All right, so the middle objective is going to us. A lot of it's just going to come down to trying to win this outside point, you know, which is not going to be easy since he does have a lot going on here. So let's retreat back, and we're going to go ahead and call in a Sacred Croxagore and get those guys running over here to help. We're going to need it. So the spears are going to be effective, though, for sure. Skirmishers back here. Battletoad is breaking through the lines, and eventually we will be able to get the wear and tear on them. So we're going to do the Rev Crystal and do the Rev Crystal on you, get you guys staying back over here to fight the Men-at-Arms, and do that. So both of his archers did get routed off. Sara Spears now going to be fighting it out. My opponent does wrestle that objective, so we're going to be following King Lewin a little bit. And hopefully the Sacred Croxagore boys are going to be able to push through. So back in the middle, Battletoad here is in some danger. We'll use the Shield the Old Ones to mitigate some of the damage coming in. And my opponent might go for the kill on Battletoad. It looks like he's going for it right now. So yeah, Gelbloms needs to get here, and then we're going to need to use both Rev Crystal charges on those guys. So we're going to do the double 1-2 punch. Battletoad, we need a little bit of milk here, so we're going to need to get all of you guys coming in to help. Battletoad, we need to use Cold-Blooded on him. You never expect your Battletoad to actually be threatened, but him dying here is going to be pretty much GG for me, probably, if he ends up dying. All right, so Battletoad is sitting at 300 HP. The Gelblom's Terror is there, and yeah, he wasn't as raid boss as I thought he was, so he ends up getting killed. All right, so Spear Riders, let's get him in. Battletoad's trying. Middle objective is still being held. We do get a Pit of Shades right there, and the Gelblom's... Oh, yeah, Toad goes down. So we're going to need to resummon that Battletoad. Yeah, he unfortunately got it pretty good. I always feel like the Temple Guard boxes don't work that well. Like, they're a little bit overrated here, but, you know, we'll see. So Gelblom's going to be trying it. Over there, we have a little bit of fight left in us. Temple Guard are actually kind of breaking here, which is weird. Felt like they were in good shape, but we're going to move you guys over this way, and then we're going to keep the T-Rex nearby as well. Yeah, usually you're like, yeah, the Toad isn't going to die, but he got it pretty good right there, guys. He did. Maybe if we could have used the 2 Rev Crystal charges on the Toad there, that could have been pretty clutch. So we're going to keep maneuvering here, and do we have another Temple Guard unit, or are they both routed? Wow, really? So the Temple Guard didn't do that well, unfortunately for us, guys. They had a bad time. So this build ended up being a bit of a meme build, unfortunately. So we're going to keep fighting here. I do feel like this matchup probably can be very good for us, you know, under the right circumstances. We're going to need to be calling out more Spear Riders to come out, and then when Battletoad is back online, we will feast. Yeah, probably just going for a healing Toad is the safest bet. Okay, let's keep moving here. You guys are going to keep bashing through there. We are down in value, but have a lot of healing, so probably you're going to want to retreat right now. But honestly, I think this game's just over. The T-Rex is all right. Like, he can fight Lewin for sure, but does he have any support here? We do have another Rev Crystal, so that's going to be a big heal on him. But he is wavering with my Lord having died. You know, that's a very, very precarious situation. The Temple Guard were probably the biggest disappointment here, to be honest. They didn't really do a whole lot for us. All right, Spear Riders can keep fighting here. You guys keep fighting here. And we're going to get back this way. Yeah, maybe more healing. The Shadow Toad is pretty good, too. But the T-Rex getting routed there feels bad, so he's gone. Yeah, man, I already regret the meme build. You know, I feel like we could have had a decent chance if we just went with something normal. Okay, so Spear Riders and Spear Riders. You guys fight here. You guys fight here. Maybe my opponent throws Lewin in the trash. You know, lets him get surrounded or something. I don't know. Battletoad is only 1,500, so we are going to be on our way back to resummoning him. Let's come over here, see if we can maybe get a favorable fight. The Gelblom's Terror is still being harried and run down by some Knights of the Realm. So he's basically done for. Spear Riders have made their way back in. Bastillodon and Bastillodon to rout these guys. Let's drop another heal on these guys, see what we can do. You guys move over there. And 1,500. Okay, we're very close to getting Battletoad back, which is going to help us with some leadership issues. My opponent does have Halberds here, which... Is there a Grail Relique? I'm trying to figure out what's keeping them fighting so effectively. I think there is a Grail Relique in there. All right, Skirmishers. Yeah, my original build did have a Fire Toad. It had a Fire Slant. That was the build I had. Could have been good, I think. Okay, so Battletoad is back, so he's here. So we're going to go ahead and do a little overcasted Melkos on those Questing Knights. Yeah, and then these guys are going to try and retreat. Let's do this, and then we can do a Blood Statute of Spite on them as well when the time is right. So you guys can fight the Questing Knights a little bit. Our Croxagore does get dragged down by just Haggard Archers. Wow, okay. They're able to get the job done there. And we do have another Rev Crystal charge. Let's just do a little bit of cross healing to keep these guys alive. We have the side objective, but not for long. Massively down in value. And what do we have? I mean, the Shadowcaster, we killed his archers pretty well until the caster died there. All right, Bastillodon, let's do this. Get Cold Ones coming over here. Any chances in this game? Probably not. Like, our build was just too shitty. It was so bad. We'll get a couple Chameleon Stalkers to try and ninja the high ground here. It's kind of a cute idea. You know, they're sneaky, but the disappointment of the Temple Guard was probably my biggest thing. They've always been a little bit, you think they're good against Bretonnia, but then they just don't do super well. Yeah, it's kind of been my experience. Melkoths, do we have any Melkoths we want to use? Not really. So let's get over here, try and save the big man. He's going to Rev Crystal his homie here, or just Rev Crystal these guys, and then the Rev Crystal here will be coming off cooldown soon. Okay, so we do get the Rev Crystal off. We are holding on to the side objective. Somehow Palpa Lizardmen have returned. I mean, his army is kind of haggard. Is there any weird chance we can get back in this? Stalker's going to get in there and do that, so we're going to get you guys moving. We do have the Shield of the Old Ones, which is going to be good. Okay, and that high ground objective is going to go to us. Out here, somehow we're holding this one, which is pretty funny. And the Bastillodons were able to get away here. Lewin's still going kind of Super Saiyan Giga Chad. We're going to nail some of these Men-at-Arms, get both these Bastillodons back. We do have a shit ton of healing in this build, right? There is a lot. So, yeah, no, I didn't bring Feral Cold Ones either, which is a pretty big mistake, if you ask me. All right, let's get some Saurus moving over here. We're going to keep rampaging through where we can. We do manage to take the high ground objective, so that is going to be ours. The Temple Guard, yeah, they could use a little bit of healing. Do I have any charges left? I do have some. All right, so we're going to do it on the Temple Guard here. See, although they're too far away, so. So, yeah, we fight Lewin with our Bastillodon and our Battletoad, and I have a Pitishades, so Pitishades would be good where? I think just an overcasted Melkos on them would be a little bit stronger, to be honest with you. And when somebody starts to waver here, we're going to go ahead and see. Yeah, he's confident. This one's a little bit Shady McGrady. Saurus Warriors are on their way over. Slowly but steadily, and it looks like some Knights of the Realm were called out. So unfortunately, he did have the resources in the bank to just call those out. That is going to be a Paladin. Can we get the save on this other guy? He's looking very low. We're going to try and get the clutch save, but I think he's going to go down here, despite the healing. Healing coming in clutch. Pitishades on these archers is going to be okay, so we're going to drop it right there and try and catch them slipping. And then we're going to try and get one last heal on the Battletoad before this guy goes out on his shield. Yeah, there he goes. All right, so we do get the Pitishades. He dodges it, I think. He gets the outside point as well. Battletoad's coming in, but we do have the Saurus Spears. Okay, so over here, what do we send? I think we can send a fresh Temple Guard, I guess. So those Temple Guard are going to move over there as well. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how durable lizards are, right? Like, this game looked like it's actually closer than you would think. I still think I'm going to lose it, but yeah, it's like Lewin is struggling to kill the Sweet Siren for round 2. Yeah, we need to stay amongst the spears here. Make sure we get that going. Pop this and keep Lewin being attacked by spears. Battletoad's just going to have to fight the good fight. And the Saurus Warriors will get there eventually. My opponent not quite able to get that objective. Let's unsummon you. And Battletoad, where are we going to go next? We can do a banishment back here on you guys. Do we have any way of healing him? I know this Rev Crystal will be off cooldown soon, so we're going to be able to drop some heals there. Paladin's a little bit tar-pitted. Temple Guard going to be hustling to the high ground objective. Thankfully, we still haven't lost this, or did we never get it in the first place? Ah, it's not good. That's too bad. So the fact we never got that definitely diminishes our chances. Yeah, but look at the Paladin kind of getting smashed up here. It's pretty funny. That Bastillodon's on the run. We're going to have another heal here in a second, so Battletoad's going to get some fat percentage-based heals because they have a huge HP pool, so they're very, very resilient. Lewin is getting a couple little prison shanks here and there, and the Rev Crystal able to get it done. So where can we possibly get any ground? Do we just save up for a big infantry push? I think so. I think that the Temple Guard are going to be a menace. They will out-capture these 2 cavalry units, I think, with the new 7 capture weight that they do have. Lewin's getting a little bit low, and we can pull in the Power Fist Croxagors in the middle to help, maybe. The T-Rex was all right in the beginning, but yeah, the archers and the cavalry all traded a little bit too cost-effectively into it, so I think that hurt us. All right, so some sort of witchcraft going down. Don't know what it is. We see Louis nearby. We got to move in. Archers are now in position, and these Temple Guard can fight these Knights of the Realm all frickin' day, no problem. Battletoad is just getting nailed. So he's using Sword of Corone to lower the armor of the Battletoad and then shooting it with archers, which actually kills it pretty quickly. I can't really dodge it. We could use the little buff here. We have the big old Croxagors coming in. Temple Guard are going to have to try and chase them off, but it's going to be hard. And there's no chances. This game's over. GG, well played. It was a good experiment. But yeah, obviously, yeah, Lewin's sitting at how much value? Only 2,400 actually, which is kind of weird. But yeah, could be worse. So you're going to get the Battletoad? We need to get the surround. So we are going to try and surround Lewin here. We're going to move past them. And hopefully he gets stuck on the toilet seat chair. Okay, so now we can attack Lewin, see if we can get some big shots in there. And how are we looking on the high ground? Yeah, Temple Guard are just chasing him. He's running circles around the objective, which is smart. That's what you want to do when there's a slow infantry unit. And we can counter that by calling out some Cold on Spear Riders. All right. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the T-Rex. I made a sacrifice for all of you guys. It had a couple fun moments, to be sure. It did fight Lewin in the beginning and get some work done, but really I don't think the T-Rex was really the variable that lost us this game. To me, it just feels like it was straight up the what's it called, the Temple Guard. Like the Temple Guard just, I would rather have just had Saurus in there, honestly. They feel like they would have been a little bit better. Anyways, GG, well played. Yeah, this game's over. I was just kind of experimenting with some units here. So we can charge these guys, keep the Temple Guard going, and then they can kind of bounce down and charge these guys as well. So we're going to do a little bit of a 1-2 charge there. There we go. And you guys stay on the objective, chase off those yeomen. Sacred Crosses do seem good here. I like the Sacred Croxagors against them. Oh, Dread Saurian would have been good, for sure, with like a power healing character. It does kind of give up a couple objectives, though, is one of the only downsides there, but aside from that, it's pretty good. Anyways, GG, well played. Great game from him. He's on his main faction. It's going to be hard to beat him unless I go meta, so... Yeah, Saurus spam is good there, I think, for sure. Saurus are very hard for Bretonnia to get rid of. Temple Guard, yeah, look at the... God, what a joke. Jesus Christ, 396 and 790. This land actually got a lot of value, though, believe it or not. Spear Riders were fine. Let me say GG. GG, dog. Report score, please. Thank you. We'll go try hard in the last game, though, guys. My apologies. That was my one meme game. I shouldn't have done it against one of the stronger players, but we'll go try hard next game. We'll do sweaty lizards. All right, so let's see here how we're looking on the round. The dreaded T-Rex with the Vanguard. That sends a message. It absolutely does. Okay, so what do we have at the moment? Yeah, Temple Guard they were really mediocre. I mean, they got smashed up by the Bretonnian infantry, and yeah, you'd think they'd be able to hang with them, but... So what would we do if we were actually trying to win that? What would be our build? I was thinking of going probably with a Life Slan is going to be good. So you're going to want a Slan Mage Priest. You can do Lore of Life with Life Bloom, Blood Statuette. You don't need Aura of Pretzel. You're going to go Earth Blood. Flesh to Stone actually isn't terrible either, but probably Regrowth is going to be your best friend. Then do we go for a full battle line of Saurus, just like Shielded Boys? And then do we get a couple Spears in reserve? Do we really play it like that? I think in reserve we need more Feral Cold Ones. They're very cost effective here. They counter Foot Squires and trade well enough into Cav. 3 Spear Riders I think are going to be adequate as well. Okay, so that's like a big Saurus battle line. And do we want to try and maintain any shooting? I feel like against Lewin that's going to be hard. Tempest isn't a terrible idea also. No, we only memed one game though, Wenda. It's not enough to justify another SFT. What about a Solar Engine? Like a Solar Engine shooting downtown and just like picking off the archers, I think could be kind of effective. So maybe just one Solar Engine feels like a really nice tech. We could do a couple of these. I think maybe some cohorts wouldn't be bad. We're going to want Skink Skirmishers to grab the objectives and just be annoying out of the gates. Probably just 2 of them is fine. And then we could do the big ROR Croxagors, the cohort of Waddle. That feels pretty good to me, actually. And then we have 1055. Is there any abilities we want to cut? You want the Life Bloom passive. Do we have any 1,000 gold infantry that would just fit right into that spot? We do not. Rev Crystal you don't really need. And in reserve, yeah, you're going to be healing what? The Croxagors and the Saurus Warriors. Yeah, if you have some Clossodon Hunters maybe to defend your character against Lewin, maybe. The Skink Chiefs are kind of cute as well. You could do Scarvet also. You could get little Scarvet on Velociraptor. Not a terrible idea. He's a good little anti-large fighter. I mean, Lewin will beat him, but with support, I don't know. It doesn't feel so good to me. All right, so probably we just get another Saurus. Or we downscale these guys into just cheap cohorts. And then we cut a Saurus. And then we get the ROR Spear, the Legion of Chaqua. That leaves us with an awkward amount of money again. 500 here. We can do 525, get 1 red-crested boy. Yeah, that doesn't seem bad. Maybe the T-Rex in reserve is good. Like as a defensive piece, you don't start with it, but you have it and you can call it in if you need it. Although it kind of just gets wrecked by the Bretonnian Knights and Archers, I felt. Yeah. All right, so we got the Solar Engine for poking. We have the ROR Croxagor. We have a pretty meaty little front line, which was going to be nice. In terms of cavalry, we're pretty good. I think the Feral Cold Ones and the Spear Riders are going to be enough to trade. And do we want another Power Fist Croxagor? They did feel pretty good in the limited engagements I was able to get them in. Because they trade well into the cavalry units, right? And then I think just cohorts from here. 450, 450. Yeah, this build actually feels pretty good against Bretonnia. The Geltbloms is a borderline meme, but honestly, he didn't do bad considering how terrible the rest of our build was. I think he had an okay run. What's your favorite Warhammer mini? Ooh. Holy shit, all settings allowed. It might have to be Mortarion. Mortarion from the Death Guard. Yeah, that might be one of my favorites. He's just so cool looking. It's like everything you want from 40k is like Mortarian's model. You know, you could try Ripperdactyls. They're a little bit vulnerable to archers, though. Yeah, this build, the solar engine's going to be putting in a lot of work. It will. You could also just cut this guy and get the Ripperdactyl ROR, which might also be a better pick, honestly. And then you could just slap in one more, cohort or something. Like the Colossadon Hunters will fight off Lewin pretty effectively. It depends though on the situation, but yeah, they're probably better, I think, than the T-Rex. Not one of the old Haggard ones, no. I'll show you guys what I'm painting right now, though. These guys are sweet. Okay, and that is going to be, yeah. Let's see these guys. Cool. Yeah, these are what I'm painting right now. The Fighting Uruk-hai. They're really, really cool looking. They actually age pretty well. I mean, the models are pretty ancient, but they look really good, and they're not too hard to paint actually. The hardest part, you'll notice, is you see how the silver highlights on their breastplates and stuff? That's the tedious part, but everything else is really quick. I can paint like 4 of them in a night pretty fast. Yeah, this is almost a full army, though, for these guys. So, but this isn't what you would... Doctor, if you want to do it, you do this. If you want to get into this game and play Isengard, you just get... This is like basically a full army. You get... For $92, you get Saruman on horse and on foot. You get Grima, you get the Palantir, you get 24 scouts and 24 warriors. I think something like that. It's a great deal. So this is what I have right now. I'm just working on these guys, which is great fun. Saruman's model is really good. The old one is pretty haggard, but they of course have a new one now. So, where is he? Is he coming? Where is it? Did I spell his name wrong or something? Yeah, I don't know why he's not coming up. There he is. Okay. Yeah, his model's great. Yeah, Lurtz is there too. Yeah, so this is the new Saruman model. It's really good. I already painted Grima. It looks pretty good. I like how Grima's wearing like fishnets. He's just being all risque there for Saruman. So we have Saruman being painted, and then the other minis from Middle-earth that are really cool. Gandalf looks great. The Gandalf minis are awesome. Even the old Gandalf minis have aged pretty well, to be honest with you. Yeah, here's Lurtz and Ugluk. Those models are haggard. Those are from like 2005, straight up. Yeah, they're old. Thorin Oakenshield and company. Yeah, it's a fun little army there. Minas Tirith. The Minas Tirith battle host is pretty good bang for your buck as well. You get a bunch of warriors. You get Gandalf here on horse and on foot, and then of course you get the riders too. You can make a pretty good little starting army, like a 500-point army out of that, I think. Give or take. Let me show you guys real quick. I think we have some time to look at this together. I'll show you the army I'm running right now in tabletop Lord of the Rings. Hold up, guys. All right, let's get this cooking. You don't need that guy in fishnets. You know you love fishnet Grima. It's your favorite. All right, checking the tournament. I don't want them to be waiting on me while I just go on one of my boomer rants. 2 games still to finish. Okay, so we're all good. So this website is really good for building armies. It's version 2.224 Middle-earth list builder. You can get the website up here. But this is the list I'm running. It's the Muster of Isengard. So I run 1 battalion. It's Saruman. I run a banner. And then pikes, crossbows, and berserkers. So I run the Uruk-hai pikemen. I run the Uruk-hai crossbowmen. I run a brick of 5 of them, and then I run a bunch of berserkers. So the berserkers are really good on Isengard. They're really good. Let me show you the rules. So they have this thing. That's the Uruk-hai warrior. Let me find this guy. There they are. Okay, here we are. Yeah. So if they're using their 2-handed weapon, he can make a single strike against every enemy model they're engaged with. So if you can get the berserkers to engage against like 2 or 3 minis, they get to make a really effective, 2-handed attack against like several units, which can be pretty powerful. They also have a feel no pain, so they have a 6-set feel no pain, which is kind of cool. You can get lucky with that. But berserkers are really giga chads in the Isengard army. Yeah, so I just want to... Basically what I do is you put the Uruk-hai berserkers in front, and then you put the spearmen behind them, the Uruk-hai pikemen, and the pikemen just fight from behind the berserkers, and it's pretty cost effective. Then I have a 2nd battalion, which is just more Uruk-hai pikemen and a couple more berserkers as well. And then Grima's down here too. Yeah, so this is my 600 point list right here. That's usually, yeah, most of the games I've played have been between 500 and 700 points. If you're playing like a small beginner game, it's like 500, but for me, 6 to 700 is a little bit more fun. Yeah, Muster of Isengard is cool. You do not know pain, you do not know fear. So that means in Lord of the Rings tabletop, how it works is if a certain number of your army dies, you'll see up here you have the break point. So when you reach that break point, your dudes start to run. Your army starts to fall apart. So Isengard is harder to break than other armies because the Uruk-hai are super fearless and scary and stuff. You also get free heroic marches. So all of your Uruk-hai captains or heroes can declare free marches, which is pretty badass. So that means you can get up the table really, really quickly. And yeah, and then all your Uruk-hai get hatred of men. So if you're fighting like a Gondor or Rohan army, you get like a big army bonus, which is really good. Yeah, it's a lot of fun though. This website, like all the armies, these are all the armies. So Isengard, for example, the armies in Middle-earth strategy battle game are based on the movies and the books and stuff. So the various armies represent different points in the narrative, which is really fun. How does this Lord of the Rings tabletop game compare to Warhammer tabletop? It's really fun. The only downside is it's harder to find people to play with. So for example, let me show you guys this. So with Isengard, you'll notice when I search Isengard, you have the Muster of Isengard, which is one army. You have the Wolves of Isengard, which is a warg-based army. You have the Helm's Deep. So you have the Besiegers of Helm's Deep, which is another Isengard army. And then you have Lurtz's scouts, and then you have Ugluk's scouts. So those are all the Isengard armies. And they're all very different. Like, you can only bring Saruman in the Muster of Isengard and the Army of the White Hand. You cannot bring him in the other armies. So, for example, if I'm going to go for Lurtz's scouts, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to create a roster right now. Yeah, so Lurtz, you see here, if I go to add a warband, Saruman isn't here. These are my only hero options with this army. So I have Ugluk and I have Lurtz, the two Uruk-hai captain guys. Now, this army also only allows you to bring scouts. You cannot bring any of the fighting Uruk-hai or the berserkers or anything like that. But you can do shield or bow, and you also get new special rules. So you get friendly models. Instead of having 6-inch movement, all of your Uruk-hai are now movement 8, which is 6. So this army is super fast. And you also get, Lurtz gains the General Hunter special rule and may declare a heroic combat for free. So Lurtz becomes better at killing enemy heroes. It's really fun. Like, every army in the game has like 5 or 6 different armies where you can experiment with different styles. Like Rohan has like a whole bunch, like the defensive Helm's Deep, the defensive there's a whole bunch. I don't remember them all, but it's very, very cool. Anyways, there's my boomer rant for the day. Hopefully you guys had some fun with it. It's a great game, honestly. The hard part is finding people to play with. That's been my problem. Yeah. My buddy plays, that I'm going to be starting to play with nearby, he plays Moria. So he's playing with the Balrog and a bunch of goblins, basically. What's alerts, precious? What's alerts, precious? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do this. We're in round 3 now. So our chances of top 4 are non-existent now, but it's fine. We're learning today. I don't play Lizardmen, so this is all learning. We were close, though. We were close. We just had to get through Blood Penguin, which is an incredibly hard opponent to get through. Is that buddy Sparty? No, Spartacus has forsaken me. I'm telling you guys. He literally lives like 30 minutes from me, and I haven't seen him in like 5 years. I've tried on countless occasions. He just hates me, dude. I can't get him to hang out. All right, so we have the Hobo Honkers is going to be our opponent here. All right, let's do this. Yo, we're up. Let's get it. Anyone built a Tom Bombadil commander? I never have, no. So we got Hobo Honkers here. I don't know what he's playing. Yeah, Bill, that's exciting, man. Yeah, dwarves are really cool in the Middle-earth game. They're super tanky. Yeah, WK, me too, man, me too. Me too. Okay, so the round has been announced. We got Hobo Honkers is going to be our opponent here. He has responded. And let's see what he's playing. So we are going to be on the Imperial or the Blood Grove. Yeah, this is the maps here. Lemon for me, you. Okay, so I got the lobby. We're going to join it here, get into Hobo Honker's lobby. He could be on his Beloved High Elves, which I'm actually not sure how that matchup works. We will see. It sounds like treason. That's right. That's right, Payson. All right, looks like we're playing against High Elves, which I'm not sure how to play that, actually. Kind of an interesting situation. And we are going to go switch to the dinosaurs. Yes, unleash the dinosaurs of doom. So where art thou? Okay, looks good. He's banning the Jade Tomb. We will play Ambush. Good luck, have fun. So we're going to play the Imperial Ambush. And now we need to get Wookiee up here and block our armies. We're going to be doing some Age of Wonders soon when the new update comes out. We'll be doing a playthrough of that, which will be fun. All right, so against the elves of the highest type, how do we play this? I think we're going to do this. Yeah, I'm liking this so far. Looking good. Cut that. And we're going to get rid of you, and we're going to do a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think what units would be most effective here. I mean, we have a lot of options for sure. You're going to have to deal with the Fireborn, you know, potential scary mobility, which is no joke. I feel like swarming the High Elves is also very good, just like doing a map-wide push and just really stressing them out in that way. Okay, do 3 of you guys. Yeah, Legion Tower Defense was a great time. I mean, I played a shitload of that game, and honestly, I kind of burnt down on it, but it's an amazing game. Really is super solid game. Okay, so working on the build now. Yeah, Hobo Honkers. Yeah, he's a great player. He's very solid. He's been contending in the tournaments and doing pretty well. So we will see what dreaded schemes the Hobo Honkers has in store for us here. Okay, I don't hate that. Turin, trust me, horned ones actually go hard here. I believe it, actually. I think that the elite cavalry probably aren't terrible. Yeah, I think you probably just go with basic Colden Riders, too, instead of the Spear Riders. They're cheaper and pretty cost-effective, too. All right. A lot of magic choices. Elven Archers do have decent range. So they can be a menace. Trying to think about what would be the most cost-effective here. Yeah, Hobo's here, guys. He's here to stay. He is here to play for keeps. Okay, so that's going to be the starting army. I think that looks pretty good to me. And then we're probably going to want to mix in some Saurus. I just think baseline Saurus Warrior is going to be a nice kind of frontline meaty boy in the army. And I think the Sacred Croxagores are unironically pretty good here too. The magic damage is really good. Cohort of Waddle does have the dazed ability also. I haven't really gotten the chance to call them out. I feel like every game I'm kind of in a tense situation, just trying to get everything going here. My strongest factions are Empire and Nurgle, probably followed up by Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, like I've actually won 4 tournaments with Nurgle. I've won 2 with Empire over the past couple years. With Chaos Dwarves, I think I've only won 1 tournament. Yeah, so those would be the ones that I'm probably strongest with. All right, do we want any Salamanders or anything like that? Like a Razordon Hunting Pack could be kind of cool utility for a little bit of poke. Not a terrible idea. All right, guys. Hobo Honkers is ready. He is good to go. He's here to send a message that he means business. And do we want Red Crested Skinks for any reason? Might not be terrible. Let's get you, get this, and then we can get one of these guys as well. Cool. All right, guys. The party is on. We're going to be dealing, I'm sure, with some witchcraft and some treachery and some harass, so I am all good for it. What about a Coatl in this matchup? Coatl's kind of an interesting call, right? Because it is flying, it's armor piercing, it has good missile resist, it can potentially, what can it fight? Yeah, like the Phoenixes and things like that. Are we really worried about the Phoenixes? I don't know if we're too worried about those. You might bring a couple Phoenixes. Yeah, maybe gonna weasel out a couple of those. We'll see. The Gelblum's Terror should just be free. That's the opinion I'm of right now. All right, so we'll do that. Looking good, and we're gonna get that, and maybe find a way to get that. Ooh, that's expensive, man. We have a lot of expensive units here. A hell of a lot of expensive units. Okay, and okay. I think this build's all right. I think it's got some teeth, you know. It's a banger. Let's see if it works. Let's go into the pits, guys. Hobo Honker sounds like a great name for a clown. It kind of does. You don't invite that guy to your birthday party. The Quaddle never does anything. How dare you? Take those words. We've seen the Quaddle do well. Bob That Builder has made it work a couple times. It's had its run. Okay, guys. So it begins. Let us get it. So up in the vanguard, we have our little skinks, which obviously are going to be going to grab the point. We have a Saurus front line, so a little bit of meat here. High HP, 10,000 HP. We got 2 of those, and they're going to be backed up by a couple of cohorts just for capture weight. A little bit of support. So Battletoad can be with the main army. We have you guys, double solar engine, so they're going to be in group 3. We're just going to move them out together. And the cohort of Sotek is going to go right here. Could honestly maybe take these guys, like the chaff units out there. Yeah, I think we're going to do that and keep the better units back here. Put you guys in 4. Cool. I don't hate this. I think that's going to be fine. The evil double solar engine, that's right. We have a high magic caster, by the way. So we have Apotheosis, Arcane and Forging. Just in case he doesn't have flying, I want to have another spell that's actually useful. So this build isn't that evil. Come on. It's really not that evil. Itachutusaurus. Oh. Okay, let's get up there. You guys are going to go get this. You guys are going to go get that. We're going to get the solar engines to go camp out over here and see what homie's got. So Reavers in the bushes. Yes, yes. Battletoad is moving up. The dreaded Bok is coming. Yeah, we got a cool little army, I would say. Yeah, it's looking fun. He's got Spearmen coming. Not too worried about Spearmen, obviously. And what else do we have in reserve? Yeah, mainly big stuff, right? Yeah, I do have a lot. I don't have a lot of infantry killing power in this list. Not a whole bunch. If you went like infantry swarm, could be in a little bit of drama. So we're going to get this point. We're going to get you and you, little skinks, to go out there. And we can call in some cavalry to support them if need be. Double noble. So homie was expecting, I think, a Dread Saurian. Little does he know, I don't know how to play Lizardmen, so we're not going to be doing the meta builds. You know, I'm like, aha, the joke is on you. No, this is the Imperial ambush, but from another direction. So you know the map Imperial Road that we've seen a lot of play from? That's this one. All right, so we're going to get you. You guys hold this and this. And it looks like he's just going to be trying to push me down here. So a lot of Lothern Sea Guard, some White Lines of Crace as well. And we're going to save up for the big man. We're going to save up for the 1900 gold big boy here. That is the Saurus veteran on a T-Rex, which is going to be a badass. All right, so he's actually going to come for it, which is fine. I have Arcane and Forging. I do have ways to actually poke these guys. So Battletoad, not going to waste any ammo. We do see the Silver Helms coming out of the trees. So you know what? Let's actually get the horned ones. This one is a fun experiment. We're going to see what we can cook with. Nobles are on the way. And now we can start shooting here and shooting here. Ripping it up a little bit. So there they go. And you shoot here, please. Okay. I almost misclicked and sent him into the Shadow Realm there. So we just kind of scoot and shoot with these guys. We have a Horny Boys out, and then we can get some Feral Cold Ones coming as well. And hopefully we can feast. So we need to get on the archers, obviously. That's going to be the big play. So we're going to just start wasting on the Lothern Sea Guard here. Keep you guys nearby. And yeah, let's go send you guys over there. And you guys over there. Skirmisher's going to poke around the side, and the shots do begin. All right, so it's getting there. We do have a little banishment action, so we're going to go ahead and move the slant up and do that. Okay, so skirmishers, how are you guys doing? Yeah, we want them to be poking here. We'll keep those Feral Cold Ones there. So Battletoad is going to be moving and grooving, and we're going to try and get a banishment right there on their face. Meanwhile, the solar engines are doing some respectable damage. Let's try and get an Alpha Strike on these guys. So the banishment does connect, and yeah, we are in okay shape. So we have the Velociraptors there. We're going to move our skirmishers up just to be annoying. Battletoad does get a nice banishment right there, but unfortunately we are eating quite a bit of damage. So we could drop an Apotheosis on these guys, try and heal them up. I don't even know what the Lord is. Okay, it looks like it's going to be kind of a standard Lord there. Lots of Lothern Sea Guards. They are getting worn down. Apotheosis is going to be helpful, and we can get you guys to come out here now, and you're going to go deal with that right there, and you Horned Ones can go and deal with these guys. Let's pull you back like so, and call a Spear Rider out right now. All right, great. So they're going to skirmish back. Looks fine. We're going to send the Horned Ones to go fight those, and we're going to get you guys in there. You guys in here, looking good. And it looks like there's going to be a Fate of Buna coming down. A Fate of Boring. That's not bad. And we've almost got those guys down. All right, great. So Cohort of Sotek can maneuver out this way. And we need to get the Horn Boys to get in and fight. So they'll honestly probably still win these fights, believe it or not. My Slan is a little bit out of position. He can't like be everywhere at once. We're going to get the Skirmishers back up here, get you guys coming. And I think the Solar Engines are more than happy to continue this trade. So now we're going to switch onto that Lothern Seaguard there. So Buna hurting pretty bad on the Horn ones, but we do get a full surround actually on a Silver Helm. So that's quite good. Okay, how are the Solar Engines looking? Looking pretty good. We could send the SARS to go fight and fight, which I actually don't hate that idea right now. We're going to get these guys to go fight here. Those are just Reavers, so we can turn you guys around and fight there and retreat. And how are we looking over here? I mean, I think we're doing pretty good. Let's go ahead and get another cost-effective Cold One boy out there because they trade super, super well in this situation. We can do an Apotheosis. Horn ones are already broken, so not really going to matter too much, honestly. SARS are going to advance up, and then we retreat because we see the Scaries coming out. Yeah, we see the big boys. Okay, so the Red Crested Skinks need to get back over here and help out. And Spear Riders can go help secure that outside point. Let's get you guys here. And we can even call in one of these guys to just give capture weight. Okay, so now we see the lines of Krace coming up. The Kracian lines are going to be on their way over. And we have the Red Crested Skinks to fight them, which is going to be nice. Let's go to the backside here. And we really just need to win this flank fight, although it looks like he's doing pretty well here for us. Or for himself, yeah. Nobles, yeah, we do see the Nobles are here. We got the 2 Cav units. Let's go get on those Reavers. You guys can move in there and fight with your spears, and then you guys do this. One of these guys is obstructed, which feels bad. So sad. Archers are getting worn down. We could just do another Apotheosis on these Red Crested Skinks and make it so they refuse to die. And the Solar Engines are now back online. All right, so let's get that fighting going and see how this is looking. Yeah, the grind is going okay, actually. It's not going badly. We are getting a little bit of loving going there, and we have a lot of Spear Riders. The Lizardmen are really good at those kind of grinds. Uh-oh, Battletoad's getting a little ornery here, so we need to back up. Back up. Keep the Solar Engine shooting. Got to use all of our ammo. We have another Banishment, so we're going to do that right here. See if it rotates into one of those 2 units. Okay. And the Blood Statue of Spite is going to be activated here, so we're going to nail those guys and get ready to go and do glorious battle here. All right, so this fight, I think, is going okay for us. Those are Fireborn or Silver Helms? Okay, they're just Silver Helms. So we're going to get some of these guys to move there, and we can get some more of the Feral Cold ones to come out and help out with those, which is going to be good. And now we need to really, really finesse this fight in here. We need to make sure we win this one. So let's go full ranks. And if he shoots at those guys, it's just straight up a mistake. So that's good for us. All right. So shielded the old ones. Let's get you guys on the spears. You guys on the spears. In Total War, a lot of the game is about finding the good fights. And we're going to get you guys in there and hope for the best. All right, Apotheosis. We'll just heal the Battletoad. He's a little bit injured up. Those Nobles are doing good work, though. They're kind of crushing my positions a little bit, which is scary. But we can just call in another Rider. Let's get them down there. Keep poking. Value trading is messy for us. It is messy, but I think this fight's going to actually go well. So Arcane Unforging is on the table. I could try and snipe the Lord if we want to. No sense in doing any of this. We do have the Cohort of Sotek back here, which is going to be very nice against the armored units. How are we looking there? Some sort of witchcraft is going down. All right, so this fight's still on. We have you guys. Let's get more Feral Cold ones. Maybe we needed a little bit more in the way of SE characters. I don't know. Hoping the Cav will continue fighting. And it looks like Hobo Honkers does have his goodies out now. So let's do this. We see a Fate of Buna activated on those guys, which is really funny, on the Refuse to Die guys. Okay. They're going to move up and grab that. We do have a Blood Statue of Spite, so we're going to put that on this unit here and get them engaging versus these guys, and hopefully the fight will just go our way. How are the Solar Engines doing? They are wearing shit down, but it's taking a long time. All right, so Nobles are being a big nuisance, but we are kind of starting to win this fight over here. Granted, we do see the Fireborn out now, so that's extremely menacing. Feral Cold Ones versus Silver Helms there. Let's form up ranks here. And how the hell are we going to take on the Fireborn? That feels like that's going to be a big problem. So let's get you guys into combat on the objective here. And we do have an Arcane Unforging, so I'm just going to start blasting this character, because why the hell not, right? So I think we need to. Over here, we want the cohorts to attack them, and you guys to get ready to attack too. Yeah, so the cohort partially tar pits that, but Fireborn are going to start doing big damage, and we don't really have anything to counter them at the moment. So that is a little bit sketchy. So let's get you here and you here. Arcane Unforging does go down, and we do get our capture weight back. So the Bastillodons are actually doing a good job rampaging through. Arcane Unforging literally half-healthing that character, which is pretty awesome. And we're going to need something to win against the Fireborn here, because they're going to be a big problem for us on this objective. All right, so you guys come over here on the Storm Riders. Hopefully they'll just continue pulling back. Those two Nobles really, really giving us the biz. I'm thinking about concentrating my fight over here and just trying to win this one and just ignoring the side objective for now. which might be a stronger play. So let's do that. Yeah, because the side is it's just sketchy over there. Yeah, so we'll go there, you know, consolidate everything around our strength, and if I only had another banishment, that would be so freaking nice. All right, so we do tie down some of the archers there. Let's get you moving here and just win this fight. We're going to get the Velociraptor cavalry around the back there. And, yeah, not looking bad. Nobles are a problem, though. We do have healing, and my opponent does not, so there is that variable. Anything we want to heal right now? Not really, so let's get into the back of this and just break these guys. And then we'll make a push there and have our final fight, you know, ready to go on this side. All right, so we're going to unsummon you. Get a little bit of housekeeping, save up for the big man here. We do manage to break all these spearmen and get some good value, so... My opponent is ahead on value, but some of the value is tied up in things that aren't really consequential. Oh, that's the Everqueen's Courtyard for sure. We have some ammo left, so that's actually very clutch. So we can start blasting those good quality units here. All right, you guys fight. Let's get the Velociraptor Cab to come deal with those Silver Helms. And what do we have out there? Yeah, Fireborn are going to be an issue. For sure going to be an issue. But we have time to accrue value and start weaseling it back, you know? Let's get these Razordons out, and a lot of our units are going to be coming off cooldown here. We do get the big chase. Solar engines need to get on the Everqueen's Courtyard, and we could start trying to play the outside again, maybe. Battletoad has done a good job holding. We're going to go ahead and unsummon you, and Saurus are going to keep chasing there. How are we looking? Yeah, they were able to get the chase on. Fireborn going to be waiting in the wings. We'll pull the Razordons over there, and then we're going to need something to fight those nobles, I think, because they've been such a menace. Oh, good value, though, shooting the Everqueen's Courtyard. That's going to be nice. My opponent does not have any healing, so that is very, very good, actually. All right, so a couple of you guys. Yeah, perfect, and you guys. Saving up 1,900 is going to be pretty steep. You know, that's going to be a tall order. I do have another overcasted one. I can do the Arcane Unforging, which is really good. So Fireborn, Illyrian Reavers. I don't hate moving my skirmishers up here. We're keeping you guys in the wings. Just waiting to get exactly what we need, really. Everqueen's Courtyard thinking about moving up here, maybe. I'm not sure. If they do, I think we're not in the worst shape. We can probably just tar pit and swarm them. They're already down to like half health, so that is nice for us. All right, so skirmishers just keep poking. Yeah, you guys are going to do your thing. We're saving up. The nobles are both very healthy and very problematic. I've been having a big problem with them this game, so retreat, retreat, and juke those shots. Yeah, he's got some DACA coming in, so we need to retreat away and force those archers to extend a little bit deeper into my lands. Those are going to be the Fireborn, so we're going to do the Fireborn, or no, those are Reavers, okay. I thought he was actually going to send those in. I was like, ooh, okay. That's getting a little bit hog wild. We have time, you know, it's not a triple cap here, but we do have some time. Let's start shooting at the Everqueen's Courtyard, and we almost have enough for what we're looking for. A couple skirmishers out here. We could just unsummon these guys, do some housekeeping, keeping you guys nearby. Battletoad can drop some heals. This is actually fine. Wasting the damage on the Solar Engine it's not a waste per se, but it's not like super crazy either. Okay, Battletoad's getting it. We might have blundered him a little bit far forward there, so we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger and rush, because I think we have to save Battletoad. And is he going to be able to live? Yeah, cold-blooded. He's taking some damage. He's taking some Joe DiMaggio there, and we're going to go get these archers and just blitz them, because we have to keep Battletoad alive if we want a chance of winning. All right, Scarvet's on the way out. Battletoad does manage to get away here. And the Fate of Bune is activated, so we're going to just blitz straight into the Everqueen's Courtyard and get back here. So, yeah, if we can fight on top of the Everqueen's Courtyard, that's not going to be too bad, to be honest. I think those are Fireborn. No, those are just Reavers. Okay, so that's actually good for us. And we have an Apotheosis. Let's see if we can keep those guys online a little bit longer. Unfortunately, they just kind of broke. That feels bad. Okay, well, it is what it is. Probably lose the game there. Because, yeah, those guys we just threw an expensive cav unit into the trash, basically. Okay, so how's the big man hanging in there? The Bastillodons are fighting. We do have the Scarvet, who's going to be able to maybe do a little something. We have Saurus fighting in the front. Let's get a Bastillodon waddling back there. I was really hoping their blitz would be a little stronger, but it was not quite what I was looking for, guys. All right, so Feral Cold Ones and Feral Cold Ones to fight the Fireborn, which are coming out, which is not going to be cost-effective for us. Battletoad is very, very low. And we do have the big Scarvet man, so he's going to be trying, and we do manage to get in combat and melee with these guys. All right, so Skinks, big boy's going to go over there, and Battletoad just barely living is super clutch for us, actually. You guys get back. He sees the Razordon pack, which is unfortunate, so he is going to know what we're up to. We'll just tar pit him with skirmishers there, and the Bastillodon does get into combat here. Okay, is there any way we can weasel this back? Is there any freaking way? Let's call it Cohort of Sotek. They're going to be pretty good here. Razordons, let's get this, and we can go after you. Battletoad has to be uber careful. Bastillodon can get in and try and help win that fight. We do have the clever girls in the wings. My opponent on the outside has Storm Riders and a couple other units that could be menacing, but I think we're fine. Clever girls can also charge in there, and we do get the big T-Rex moving in. I don't know where his Fireborn went. Oh, they're back there. Okay. So we're going to need to run away with this guy because it's going to get ugly quick. I think his Sisters of Avalorn have stabilized, so the shooting is going to be back online here. We got to be very, very privy to that. Razordon Hunting Pack is doing it. Let's get the cohort of Sotek to come in and break these guys. I think I maybe have to start playing the outside point, guys. I think I maybe do. Somehow the value trading is kind of close, which is funky, but, you know, we don't ask those questions around here. When we have good situations, we just roll with them. So let's do this and this. We're going to get you guys coming over here to this objective, so we're going to try and make a play for that. Because I think we're not going to have a lot of success pushing my opponent. I just straight up don't. I don't have that feeling. That's just going to be some Feral Cold ones, not the end of the world. We still have the big T-Rex, which can actually get in here and maybe do some rampaging. There we go. Arcane Unforging is on the table as well. These guys are going to try and swarm up on that objective, so we're going to get you there. You're going to get here, and you're going to get here. It's a very, very close game. I mean, if I can ninja that outside objective and then hold this one, I actually maybe have a chance of winning, believe it or not. So we're going to get some feral boys. You know, let's get them out there. And that's going to be 5 capture weight. That's going to be a bit, and that's going to be a bit as well. All right. So we got to make a play for that objective. We're going to send the big boy over there across and see if he can maybe make a difference there. These are going to be Silver Helms. So the Silver Helms are coming. And, yeah, the cohort of Sotek's still going pretty strong. We can do a maneuver over there and a maneuver. I still have the points lead. You guys, unfortunately, get caught by Reavers, which feels bad, but we'll go ahead and heal you. Keep you fighting. Okay, so how are we looking? Yeah, those clever girls have arrived. We're making a rotation over there. The big boy needs to get there, too, and the Bastillodon needs to get there as well. Yeah, this is kind of an all-in from us here, guys. This is a bit of an all-in. Those are just Silver Helms, thankfully, but the Skinks are not going to have the best of times. All right, so we'll get you in there to help out and break that position. We're going to send you after the Nobles. Battletoad, you know, the temp is not going to be super great. We do see Sisters getting some good DACA. But I need my little skink gremlins to hold, but unfortunately they're having some issues, you know, as is expected. So those Reavers are going to get broken there. Battletoad is still waddling. We could do Shield of the Old Ones over there. I don't know if it'll reach. I don't think it will. Little T-Rex arms on that. Okay, so you guys shoot here, and the Bastillodon can come back this way. We'll do an Apotheosis on... Oh, man, it feels so bad doing that on Feral Cold ones, you know? It feels so bad. Let's get you guys there. Get the Red-Crested Skink cohort. We're going to go ahead and Apotheosis you. And do Shield of the Old Ones to try and keep them alive for a moment. Definitely getting pressed here pretty hard. We'll get some Skinks to come up and try and maintain some capture weight. We're going to send you guys into the White Lines of Krace. And do we have any capture weight opportunities here? I don't think we do. All right, I think we're cooked. It was a valiant attempt. The Solar Engines, I'm curious to see how much value they got. Well, only about 800, interesting. Not as much as you would think. The T-Rex characters, once again, you know, not doing super well for me. And let's get you guys in here as well. Come on, little lizard gremlins. Get up on the point. Provide me the capture weight, the blessed capture weight. It's actually a really close game in terms of points, but I just don't think we have the stopping power to get this objective, you know? I just don't think we do. All right, we do re-secure capture weight there. The Battletoad is down, but thankfully Lizardmen are very, very good leadership, so they don't care too much about that. We got the Fireborn in here. Is there any chance we can wear down the Fireborn and get that point? Hell to the no, right? Yeah, hell to the nah. Hell to the no. That meme was always pretty funny. All right, so Spear Riders move up, push those archers off, maybe. The T-Rex doesn't have the mojo to really get this done. The Kink cohort, yes. The Kinky cohort. You will fight. How have you done on value? That T-Rex kind of sucked. I felt like that lost me a lot of momentum. Like, value trading was very even until I brought that T-Rex out. Okay, so let's get you. Let's do that. Go after the Talons of Torquelada. Shut those guys down. Get you guys up on the point. Not quite enough, guys. GG, well played. Honestly, yeah, I felt more comfortable playing Cathay than this faction. I did. Cathay OP. All right, let's take down the Talons. You guys get this. Scarvet fighting the Blob, but Hobo Honkers is going to win the day. Neither of us are going to make top 4 because we're both 2-2, but it was a good test. So Solar Engines, 1,100. 1,000 value there. That's respectable. Granted, I do think Ancient Salamanders would have been better. I feel like they would have been stronger. The horned ones were cute, but they kept walking into Fate of Borings, which was really, really tough. That was a really close match. It was a good one. And that is his main faction, so the fact we can keep it close on his main faction is good. Well played. Report score, please. So after this, guys, we're going to have the semifinals and the grand finals. The T-Rex characters, I gotta rethink those. I think just putting them on cheap Velociraptors and getting 2 of them to fight the double noble is probably stronger. The Sisters of Avalorn kind of changed the momentum of the game. When they came out, they really put me on the back foot, which was cool to see. Yeah, so probably just like a wide push, like a wide infantry push with like Croxagors probably is best against the Lizardmen. Or a Dread Saurian. Like a Dread Saurian would be menacing here. Granted, he did have Sisters and Fireborn, but aside from that, I think they could be good. GG, well played. All right, so we're going to be doing the top 4 now. Why not unsummon the Solar Engine? I was kind of on the back foot, Andy, so I felt like I needed to have some sort of milk there, some sort of support. Yeah. I actually had a lot of fun playing Grand Cathay in the tournament the other day. So part of me is like, I'm itching to maybe do another Grand Cathay SFT. I don't know. So Rat, let me do this and give him his points. So Rat is here. So 1, 2. Okay, so Rat needs to get another point here. Yeah, Scarvet's on Velociraptor instead of T-Rex. I just got so excited for the T-Rex. It makes you pay the price, you know? Okay, so let's do that and do this. All right. Fun games, though, man. I had some good times with them. Lots to learn with Lizardmen, but I still think they're a very good faction. I think, if you specialize in them, they're going to be pretty good. They're going to be pretty good. All right, so the Rat has the correct points. We'll refresh this. Hey, we had a good run with Cathay, for sure. I do want to try them again. And while we're at it, actually, I will let you guys vote on what we're going to be doing next. Okay, so where are we? Okay, I'm going to put it to a poll right now. So next SFT. Next SFT, we have Cathay. I'm going to give you guys one of my mains, too. If you want to watch like a sweaty SFT, I mean, I will sweat with everyone. I promise I won't meme at all in the next SFT. So Cathay, Nurgle. I actually am kind of interested in playing Khorne again. I really had a lot of fun with Khorne. And then who else could we play that like I never play? Okay, so Kislev has not been getting any action whatsoever. Like nobody's playing Kislev right now. So I love playing Kislev, by the way. They're super fun. All right, you guys vote. There's a poll up on YouTube. And I don't know if we have any mods on Twitch that I could put one up as well. But if not, then just come over to YouTube real quick and vote if you guys want to. And we'll be good. Let's see. What are the people voting for so far? Okay, Kislev is crushing it. Yeah, Kislev hasn't been getting too much love, although Khorne is catching up. Cathay is kind of lurking in the shadows. I know how to play Kislev pretty well. I would say I'm okay at them. I'm like average at Kislev, average. Probably not good enough to win a tournament, but yeah, I can hang with them. Maybe Pone fell asleep. He probably did. I'll get a poll for you guys. Let me come over to Twitch. I think I know how to do it. 1 second. So Twitch. Oh God, Twitch. I'm hearing my own voice. Okay, hold on. Twitch poll, and then I just put in Cathay, Nurgle, Khorne, and Kislev. Oh, holy shit, that did not work. Okay, / poll. Yeah, okay. I'm setting it up on Twitch as well. So we have Kislev, Khorne, Nurgle, and Cathay. And we can just add the votes together. We're going to do a 5-minute duration. And start poll. There we go. All right. Did we do it? I think I figured it out. Holy shit, dude. I'm a wizard. Yeah, Kislev is crushing it, though. Definitely, I will play my wife's people. We'll play the fantasy Polish Slavic people. I did it. We've ascended to a new level. Okay. Looks like we're good to go. All right, so top 4 time. Very smooth tournament today. It's been buttery, man. It's getting almost as buttery as the bread I'm gonna make later. Oh yeah, baby, that's good. We have 1 playoff match. So we have 1 playoff match for top 4. So we're gonna do this playoff, Turin playoff. Host game as a spectator there. Okay. Yeah, Kislev is not seeing a lot of action. Granted, I love playing that faction. I think Kislev is amazing. Okay, so for the top 4 playoff, We have Christopher and Bagosh playing. Okay. And Bagosh. Okay. Why is it not letting me copy paste that? Let's do this. And go there. For playoff spot. Map is edge of the Darkwood. All right, so we got this. We have the 2 players coming in for the playoff spot. Whoever wins this is going to get top 4 spot. Yeah. Oh, we're going strong, WK. We're going strong, man. All is good. Life is good here. This action does not have Carl Franz's consent. Well, maybe it will. So I don't know what the top 4 players are playing right now. Let's see. No, we just finished playing. We just finished our matches. We didn't make top 4. I don't know how to play Lizardmen at all. I suck at them, honestly. But we had some really good experiments. It was very fun. You traveled to Poland for the food. Oh, you traveled to Poland for food. Oh, just get pierogies, man. Just get some sort of pierogies with like grilled onions on top, and you're golden. Bigos is my other one, but it's summer. Bigos isn't probably a summer food, so just have the pierogies, man. You can't go wrong with that. Yeah, WK. Wow, you were here a long time ago. That is OG. That was like when Norska came out. That was another lifetime. All Carno army. Fidel, no more Carnosaurs. No more Carnosaurs. Are you guys here, by the way? And then we need to get Bigosh as well. In Discord. Okay, so one of them is here. If the other one doesn't show up. Okay, Bigosh. If you don't show in 3 minutes, opponent advances. All right, we're putting them on a 3-minute timer. So at at 3:27. Yeah. Then Christopher is just going to be advancing there. Is domination something you can just queue for? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. We also got some of the maps added to the baseline game, which is good. And honestly, you don't need any rules for domination, any of that funny business. You just play it. You just plug and play. So. All right, did he respond? Okay. Oh, Bagosh is here. All right, great. So he is here. And then we need to get you, get in the lobby. Okay. He did show up, which is good. Hey, Thomas Gunther. Hey, Turin, just popped in to let you know your streams are amazing. It would have been an awesome source of entertainment to me for many moons. Well, many more moons to come. We are all good. Okay, Bagosh is here. It looks like we got some powerful Polish player playing. He's got Bilbo Baggins as his profile, which I love. Is that Bilbo? I think it's Bilbo from the old animated series. Oh, movie, not series. And versus Chaos Dwarves. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. And they are going to be on the edge of the Darkwood, so I am ready to go. So the top 4 contenders today are going to be Danikin is top 4, Iceman is top 4, Zesty, and then whoever wins this. Let me see who's here. By the way, how's that poll looking? What am I playing next time? Okay, Kislev has dominated the YouTube poll pretty hard, so we're going to be playing Kislev for the next SFT. Oh, should I accidentally end it? I accidentally just almost ended the stream. And the poll, not the stream. All right, so Kislev has won on the YouTube, and let me look on the Twitch. See what it's going to be. And Kislev has won the poll pretty decisively on Twitch as well. Wow, it's very decisive. Okay, so the people have spoken. You guys have chosen your fate. We will be playing Kislev next time. I'll go try hard, I promise. So we won't meme and do like elemental bear builds. We're gonna go try hard. Yeah. Okay. And Chaos Dwarves versus Khorne. Evil battle. Now let's go see what some of the homies in top 4 are playing. So we have what is Zesty playing? Zesty is playing Okay, scrolling up. Zesty is greenskins. And then aside from that, so we have greenskins in the grand finals, which is really exciting. I will cast that game next. We haven't had a greenskin game in a long time. And Daniken Trop is... Oh, shit, we have Kislev. Okay. Yeah. So we actually do have a Kislev player and a greenskin player in the grand finals. Super exciting. Daniken's very, very skilled, of course. And, yeah, that's hyped. So we got a very diverse grand finals here, which is going to be fun. Oh, Doctor, for sure, man. Well, you gotta try things out, you know? I'm what you call a gatekeeper in this game. Like, I have beaten the best players in the world, but I don't practice the meta or practice enough games in general probably to compete at the very pinnacle of play. Like, if you put me against the darkest of lords in this game and a 10-game series, I could probably take 2 off them. You know, I'm a gatekeeper, so I will get to the semifinals and get to the finals quite a bit, but then I will make sure the other person's worthy as they defeat me. You know, that's kind of the idea. Because I don't know the nitty-gritty of the meta. I mean, I know it, but I don't know how to utilize it because I don't practice the very meta factions. It's tough. Yeah. But we can still hang with the best. For now. You know, if we're playing our main factions. We can. But we're getting a little long of tooth, you know. And playing other RTS games definitely dulls your blade a little bit. When I switch and play other games, you do lose a little bit of progress. Yeah. I feel like the Lizardmen are pretty, yeah. they definitely don't like other species that much. Okay. So what do we got here? How's it gonna be? Which is my favorite Third Eye Blind song, by the way. You guys like some Third Eye Blind? Taking it back to the 90s a little bit? It was so fun, man. Yeah, they were a very underrated band. Very angsty, very 90s. Yeah, they were fun. What's your preferred way of dealing with chameleon skanks as warriors of chaos? Just shields. Just screen them with shields and let them waste their ammo. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, for me, my favorite casters to watch in general for gaming are my favorite casters to watch in professional, I guess, esports or whatever, are people who have a background in the game. So I like to watch casters who are either high level, you know, they don't have to be pro, but like are high level or had played, you know, at a high level before. Those are my favorite casters because the knowledge you get from them and like the nitty gritty is so good. So that's partially why I like to play a lot, so I can, you know, provide that meta knowledge of like, yeah, I played against, Anticity, or I played against Houseplant, and like they do this really well, and that's how they beat you. You know, those tidbits of information I think are the most useful. How to protect Battletoad? It depends on the matchup, Kael'thas. Yeah. I learned a lot today though about Lizardmen for sure. Yeah, they're still building their armies. We got a little bit of time left here. And let's see here what we got. Who bans here? This is a playoff for top 4 spot. Okay. Okay, just responding to my player here, getting his questions answered, and that's going to be nice. What's the weakest faction right now? I mean, I felt pretty good on Grand Cathay, to be honest, but they have often been referred to as one of the weaker factions in the game. In domination, but like they're polarizing. Cathay isn't even sitting at the worst win rate. I mean, Skaven might honestly be one of the weaker factions. Skaven have a lot of really hard matchups. Maybe Skaven and Grand Cathay would be 2 of the weaker factions. Like when I look at this like breakdown of all the factions here, like nothing, like they all feel viable-ish to me at a high level, except Skaven and Grand Cathay feel like they're just like destined for doom in some matchups. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's kind of my 2 cents on that. Okay. Let's load in. Here we go, baby. Drazhoath, the Ashen One. And let's get this going. All right, we're getting into caster mode. It's going to be Arbalin versus Drazhoath, which is going to be very fun. Love to see it. Arbal, of course, is a cool character. He can summon Chaos Spawn, which is very neat. Gives you a little bit of positional power. Can turn the tide of fights. What was that song from the early 2000s? It was, I think it was just quite literally called Ballin', right? He's like, it's like Ballin'. I can't remember that. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Drazhoath is very mediocre, though, I think. Although, now that Sorcerer Prophets have been nerfed, just bringing him on foot as like a cheap caster isn't a bad choice because he does have better stats and stuff, so. Yeah, it's fun. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to party. This is going to be the duel for top 4. Whoever wins this is going to be advancing to the top 4. By the way, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab some water before this starts. I should be back before they start the game. BRB. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to this playoff match. The winner of this game is going to be advancing to the top 4 of today's tournament. Now, looking at our Cornate champion, who's going to be helmed by Bagosh, he is going to be using a front line of Fleshhounds, so there are going to be 2 of those up in the vanguard, trying to grab the points very quickly. Fleshhounds in this matchup, honestly, against the old... yeah, so it's Khorne versus Chaos Dwarves. Okay, the color and thematics of both these factions can be a little bit tricky, but... yeah, against Chaos Dwarves, they'll be able to fight off the mobility, right? They can chase down some of the skirmishers and potentially fend off the Wolf Riders, all those things like that, so not bad. All right, guys. The rest of the army, a couple Furies to dive the guns and backline elements, and the main line here is going to be Marauders of Khorne with Wrathmongers as well. All right, guys. So here they come. Wrathmongers, really, really hard to deal with. But with a little bit of shooting and a little bit of, big monsters charging, you can definitely drag them down. But against most of the Chaos Dwarf infantry, they are going to be a big old problem. On the flank, it's going to be Arbal and his pet dog. So it's going to be him and Karanak, a boy and his dog, which is a very strange apocalyptic movie. But it is going to be Arbal, and he is going to be with Karanak. So looking to lock down the wizardry here of the Chaos Dwarfs. Now, for Nipez, for Christopher's here, we'll call him Nipez here. That's what his name is here. It is going to be a bunch of skirmishers, as well as, Giga Chad Drazhoath on the Bale Taurus. All right, Cinder Breath. That's very, very fun. I mean, yeah, he's a raid boss of a fighter for sure. And what did he bring? He brought the Graven Scepter and did also bring Dark Subjugation and Flames of Asgore. Okay, so leadership spell and an AoE bombardment. Chaos Dwarf Warrior Infantry in the front, backed up by the Infernal Chad Fireglaves, which are going to be one of the more useful tools here, putting firepower down into the Khorne characters, potentially into the Wrathmongers. All that sort of good stuff, right? So you gotta love it. Chaos Warriors, and on the outside, Chaos Warriors, and now Kadai Fireborn. I do like the Fireborn because they do have the Flame Resist, which is relevant against a couple units here, but their anti-infantry and magic damage will make them very good against demons, so you gotta love to see it. And so far, the skirmishing phase is going a little bit better here for Nipez, as he is forcing back the Chaos Furies. So the Chaos Furies are being harried and pushed back a little bit here, not really accomplishing a whole lot other than losing models so far. Fleshhounds may be thinking about making their way to the back point. It does look like Bagosh is going to be maybe making a play for it, sending Karanak and Arbal to try and maybe steal Objective 3 with the Fleshhounds. The question is, can Karanak and Arbal actually stand and fight against Drazhoath 2v1? Most likely. I think the silence effect is going to be good, and Arbalin is actually a very good fighter. He's got 600 weapon strength, 71 melee attack, and silence is going to be very brutal. All right, so the Fleshhounds are on the point. Are they going to mitigate the capture? They are not, but now the capture weight is going to be flipping as the Furies continue eating shots, and the Fireborn are going to be detached for Christopher, for Nipez here. In the meantime, in the middle, it is heavily contested. It was actually dead even for a moment, but now it does look like the capture weight is going to be stabilizing for the Khorne Dogs. Minotaurs with great weapons are going to be the call in here to try and fight against the big man. And Drazhoath actually going a little bit balls deep here, attacking into Arbal, but realizing he doesn't want to chase because Karanak does have a snare ability, which is somewhere here. Yes, the Prey of the Blood God. So you could, potentially snare down Drazhoath and do some really, really nasty damage, right? All right, so Chaos Dwarves using the Kadai Fireborn to try and hunt, but this is a good diving attempt. Shutting down the Fireglaves early on is going to be a huge win. And Fireglaves really hate fighting Furies. There is also going to be a summon, so we are going to be seeing Karanak dropping a Fleshhound summon, which is going to be very nice, and we immediately see the Infernal Guard having a bad time. Drazhoath needs to get back here and help win this fight. There's a little bit of counterpunch here for the Chaos Dwarves via the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, and they're doing good DPS against the Furies for sure. And the front lines have now clashed. Chaos Dwarf Warriors versus Marauders will favor the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. However, wherever the big scaries go, the Wrathmongers, the Chaos Dwarves, are going to be having a pretty terrible time. But now Drazhoth has gotten in, and is he going to be able to change the dynamic of the fight? The Graven Scepter is active, so huge melee attack at 75 and 706 weapon strength on the Ashen one. And so far, he's putting quite a bit of hurt down on Arbalin. However, the Prey of the Blood God is activated, and we do see the counterpunch potentially coming in as Drazhoth is locked down by Karanak. And the two Khornate characters are going to be going fisticuffs here with Drazhoth the Ashen. As far as the backline fighting goes, we do see some Kadai Fireborn come out, and they are a really good counter against demon units because of the magic damage and their very high DPS. So they are going to be getting an excellent push there, and a lot of the game probably going to be coming down to the outcome of this fight. And Khorne is actually doing very well now into sustained combat, and the big daddies have arrived. The Wrathmongers are here to help support the Khornate characters, and that is going to be able to push back the elements of the Chaos Dwarves most likely. Now, looking at the mainline fighting, the objective here is being held by Khorne. We do have a couple Chowie warriors who are doing their best. Over here on the flank, Kadai Fireborn being taken to Pound Town by the Minotaur. So that's a really good isolation there before Christopher's. He's able to get a nice snipe there. And Drazhoth is now re-engaging. So it looks like when his Fireborn did arrive from the backfield, we saw them come in as reinforcements. He is going to be re-engaging with them, and we'll see if he's going to be able to carry the game here. It's going to be a tricky one for him for sure. On the back point here, Objective 3 belongs to the Chaos Dwarves. Objective 2 is actually flipping back to the Dowie Tsar right now. And Drazhoth and his boys trying to fight here, but it is a little bit messy considering Minotaurs of Khorne have now gotten in. And Minotaurs of Khorne are a bit of a counter against the Fireborn. Fireborn are anti-infantry, Minotaurs are anti-large with the great weapons. So they're going to be able to bonk down a lot of these Fireborn and probably honestly straight up kill these models. Fireborn are pretty hard to break after some of the buffs they've gotten, but that most likely will be the end of the road for them. A couple of Chowie warriors moving in. They got their little axes, and the combined shooting of the remnants of the Fireglaves back here is helping, and we do have another Infernal Guard Fireglaive coming in as well. An excellent choice. Fireglave's going to be good against most of the elements that Khorne does have on the battlefield still. But Khorne, unfortunately for the old Chaos Dwarves, has called in another Giga Chad Wrathmonger, and there are no infantry that the Chaos Dwarves have on the field that are going to be able to stop these Sunburned Warriors of the Dark Gods. Because Wrathmongers will counter all these. I mean, the only Chaos Dwarf infantry that could fight them would probably be the Immortals, would maybe be able to beat them, but aside from that, it's going to be tricky. Drazhoth, the Ashen one, though, getting caught, getting beat up pretty badly, down to 1,800. It looks like Arbal, the Undefeated, and Karanak able to get some good work done. And the Chaos Dwarf player sacrifices a bunch of the Wolf Riders here, charges them into combat to obstruct this here. And yeah, we do see the damage going down there. I don't know what that was, but it looked like maybe that was Arbal's AoE explosion. I think that's what that was. So Drazhoth is probably his best usage in this situation is going to be cycle charging into the Wrathmongers, trying to avoid some of the anti-large while he can. But right now it does look like Khorne is in a winning position. On the flank here, we are going to be getting the Fleshhounds moving in, getting a nice charge into the Hobgoblins. We'll see what work they can get done. Another Fireglaive going to be setting up shop and getting ready to shoot. And Drazhoth going for one last hoorah. I like it. This is his last dance with Mary Jane here. So he's going to be moving in. Prey of the Blood God activated from Karanak, and then Arbal going to be getting in with his fat damage as well. And the Ashen one going to be trying to use Dark Subjugation most likely to help him win this fight. But I do not think it's going to be enough. And that is going to be GG well played, as Drazhoth, the Lord of the Dowie Tsar, probably going to be getting taken down by Wrathmongers and Karanak. He's sitting currently at 193 HP, looking very low. Fireglaves in the back trying to provide supporting fire, but they're going to be tar-pitted by Hounds. Drazhoth does go down, and as we zip across here to the side of the battlefield, we do see the Fireborn may be able to protect the Fireglaves, but it's not going to be enough, guys. GG well played. I think that Khorne probably cleans up now. The fact that Karanak and Arbal both survived and Wrathmongers are pretty prevalent on the battlefield. Chaos Dwarves have a ton of answers against Wrathmongers, though. You have the Fireborn are okay, but the Demon Trains are really good. Iron Demons can plow them down pretty effectively, but that is going to be that. So GG, well played. I don't see any comeback options for Bagosh here. I think that's going to be the end. But a really valiant attempt. I love this play. Seeing the Fireglaves and the Kadai Fireborn and all those units in action. Very, very fun stuff. Minotaurs on their way in, and what do we got on the backside? It is going to be no reinforcements yet for Khorne. They're saving up for something. Yeah, Fireglaves are good against Minotaurs. It's kind of the rock, paper, scissors of it, right? You use the Infernal Guard Fireglaves to shoot the Minotaurs and then use the Fireborn to kill the infantry. That's the idea, but yeah, GG, well played. I don't think there's any chances. I would be uber shocked if Khorne throws this game. I mean, look, it's not out of the realm of possibility for a throw. I mean, Khorne could move their 2 heroes then and just get them last samurai'd by some of the Dawizar shooting. And the Dawizar are forming a bit of a slow push right now. Definitely need to see more Hobgoblin Spear Riders to help contest the Fleshhounds a little bit, but we're not seeing those bad boys. All right, guys. Moving on over, Kadai Fireborn going to be trying to screen out the Fleshhounds, so the guns are going to be advancing up to the middle. The Chaos Dwarves didn't hear no bell, and I mean, the Khorne army is still pretty good. I mean, you have 2 Wrathmongers, both of whom have pretty high model counts. 27 on these guys and 32 right there, right? That is a pretty thick army. And Fury's going to be trying to tie down the old Infernal Guard here. And will they get it? Find out today, guys. So they're maneuvering about. We do see the guns shooting into the Fleshhound, so nice Chaos Dwarf positional play for sure. But now the Horn of War is going to be sounded once again. The Blood God can no longer wait, and he thirsts. I love how like ridiculous this guy looks on his Fleshhound. He just looks like almost comical the way that he like bounces around. It's very funny. But they move on in, and we do see the Fireborn engaging, but they are immediately going to be attacked by the Minotaurs as well as Arbal and Karanak. So look at how quickly they're going down there. Brutal. And Fireborn are a really expensive unit. And then we see the guns in the backfield being shut down as well. So overall, going to be a pretty disastrous engagement for the Dawizar. They're going to lose a Fireborn unit, and the other Fireborn unit's going to be going in the trash can as well. And it looks like Bagosh and Khorne are going to be advancing on. So, yeah, GG, well played. Very, very fun game. I enjoyed this one. Yeah, the train is out. Definitely would have been useful earlier. The demon trains are S tier against Khorne. You always want to bring them against Khorne. They're so damn menacing. Yes, the Minotaurs can counter them, but you have tools against the Minotaurs as well. All right, nice little charge there. Immediately doing good damage against the Wrathmongers, and the train is going to be trying to stabilize this fight here. No Fireglaves online. The Fireglaves back here are tar-pitted, unfortunately, for the Chaos Dwarves. And the other Fireglaves got caught in melee. Basically got folded up like a piece of paper, so certainly not good. All right, Hobgoblins charging on in. Iron Demon going to be engaging here, and we do see the Chaos Dwarf Warriors heading up to objective number 2, but they should be moving into the blob fight here to try to help. Arbal actually using a Chaos Spawn summon, which is kind of cool, to shut down the Fireglaves back here and finish them off. But we fly high, we are ballin'. So ballin' hard as the train is surrounded by Minotaurs and a lot of other threats. Another Minotaur with great weapons is on their way in. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, like I said earlier, that is for sure going to be a victory for Khorne. Although I like the attempt for the Chaos Dwarves, like fighting it out, seeing if their opponent makes any big mistakes. You know, people can make mistakes. Hey, Frost, thank you for resubscribing, man. I appreciate you. All right, Iron Demon moving across here, and here comes the Pain Train. And actually, Iron Demons are probably one of the best units the Chaos Dwarves have in tabletop. They're extremely devastating. Strength 7, I think, or Toughness 7 as well. Just so hard to take down with a ton of wounds. They're basically like Steam Tanks, but even better in tabletop. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne going to be heading over towards Objective 3, and they're going to be stealing that objective. Chaos Dwarves could send like a Wolf Rider Spear to go fight them, but I don't think it's going to happen. So, a Jim Jones quote in the wild? Yes, we did. We did. So, Train is getting hunted. Arbal is actually a pretty good counter against Trains. He's got good mass and good armor piercing, so he's hunting in on his little Fleshhound. I mean, it's not technically a skull, but he's going for it. He's taking whatever scraps he can get, right? And we go back to the middle. We do see this objective actually kind of flipping back to Chaos Dwarves. So that's only because Khorne isn't fighting on the objective. If they just move over there, that's an easy capture for them. Arbal able to drag down the Demon Train, so he got it high, got it nice and beat down here. Yeah, so there it goes. It's funny. So I actually played in a Warhammer the Old World tournament a couple months ago, and I had an Iron Demon. And one of my opponents accidentally knocked my Iron Demon off the table, and it shattered into like a million pieces, and it looked exactly like this. But thankfully, my wife, being the super talented artist and creator she is, was able to fix it, and it looks like brand new. So it was a process, though. It was a process. We got it all fixed up, and yeah, that objective, again, gets stabilized by Khorne. Chaos Dwarves just have their little Gremlin core back online, trying to squeeze value out wherever they can. But they are down by so much value here, so much. On the backside here, Marauder Horsemen going to be grabbing this, and I don't think there's going to be anything else that's going to be possible here, guys. That is going to be all she wrote. Objective number 2 here, going to be going to the forces of the Blood God. Objective 3 for the Blood God, and Objective 4 is soon going to be going as well, as we do see Khorngors vanguarded out of the trees. So the Khorngor is going to be waddling up, and that is going to be all she wrote. I'd be mortified if I did that to my opponent's model. I know, and the Iron Demon took me so long to paint. That was like a 5-day paint job. But my opponent was pretty mortified. He was like, oh, I'll pay you. I'm like, no, it's fine, dude. Come on. It happens, you know, it happens. It was a tactical smash. Yes, it was. All right, guys. So what do we got? 2,900 value. Arbal putting in a lot of work here. 1800 on Karanak, which is quite good for Bagosh. And yeah, Khorne getting the job done. Very awesome. Drazhoath got 3,300 value, guys. He was pretty Giga Chad, actually, so very happy to see that. But the Chaos Dwarfs just didn't have answers for the Wrathmongers and the Minotaurs. They kind of really struggled against those elements. So, yeah, fun game. GG, well played. And now we are going to advance to top 4. So I need to do this, go to the tournament real quick, and we are going to be advancing. All right, all right. So where's this? Yeah, the Graven Scepter did some damage, though. It wasn't terrible. I mean, he got 3,300 value, right? Which isn't bad. All right, so let's advance to the top 4. And then we're going to switch our boy Bagosh in here for Christopher, and we should be good. Oh, Antagonistes. Thank you, dude. Yeah, got it. Yeah, thank you for the links. Okay. So substitute. Yeah, well, now that the Baeltor's characters have been nerfed, you're probably going to see Drazhoath more often, to be honest. Okay, so we're going to do this, and it is going to be Daniken versus, and Christopher versus Iceman, so we need to switch this one out. So we're going to do Zesty versus Daniken here. I think is going to be the match we want to cast. So let me finish this. And that's going to be Bagosh. Very Polish. Getting added here. And there we are. Cool beans. So he's going to be added to top 4. And we are going to get... Let me announce it to the players real quick. Top 4 time. We have Iceman R versus Bagosh. And then we have Daniken versus Zesty. Good luck, have fun. I will cast... Okay, so we're getting into the top 4 now. Yo. Your game lobby code, please. All right, so the homies are going to send a lobby code over, and then we should be good to go. This is top 4 now. And where are we? Okay, so just waiting for this. Perfect. So this is going to be Greenskins versus Kislev, which is a very fun matchup. I've actually played this one a handful of times. Is he Ratatouille as his lobby? Okay. Keeps trying to join me in there. Ratatouille. We need a spec slot. So Daniken, spec slot. Give it to me, precious. Arbol was pretty cool. He did some work. Yeah. He did some work. He got like, what, 3k value or something? I mean, that ain't half bad. Minotaurs do have the spell resist, I believe. I think the entire Khorne roster does. Yeah. Which is really, really strong. Okay, so we're going to be getting Zesty versus Daniken Chop in here, and then Iceman versus Bagosh. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to party. Greenskins are a good faction. They're hard to play, though. Greenskins are not like an easy plug and play. I think one of the easiest factions to play is probably Khorne. Khorne is just so smooth and simplistic. They have really good quality units. Not a lot of room for blundering, to be honest. It'd be pretty funny, horrible for multiplayer if Arbol had a map-wide buff and then it turned into a debuff when he died. That would be funny. Yeah, like the defeated one. I mean, that already kind of exists, right? Like Lords buff your army and then when they die, everything gets negative leadership, so. All right. So where is Zesty? Is he coming? Hopefully he's not AFK in the Shadow Realm. Bagosh and Iceman are going to be playing, so that's going to be Khorne versus, I don't know what Iceman is playing. Maybe he's Kislev too, based on the name. Did Zesty respond? Let's see if Zesty is responding here. And we will do it. Yeah, Greenskins are great though, man. They're really, really fun to play. I think they're a really engaging and dynamic faction. They're kind of like the Evil Empire. Like they have similar kind of chaff structure, but with some elite infantry. They have artillery. They have good heavy cavalry. The Greenskins are great. They're really good. Hard to play though. Okay, let's see. Hopefully Zesty appears. If Zesty doesn't appear, we might need to go cast the other side. I did want to cast the Greenskin game. Let me message Zesty and give him a chance here. Yo, you're top 4. You have Okay. So just giving him a message here. Hopefully he will show up and hasn't fallen asleep. Perfect. Are there any armored goblins in tabletop? I don't think so. The goblins in tabletop, we can even look real quick. In tabletop, the goblins, so we go to orcs and goblin tribes. Yeah, so like basic goblin mobs, you can give them hand weapon and shield and light armor. So that's about as good as it gets. So that means that they're going to have a 6-up, 5-up save. Yeah. But with the new addition, they will have the parry ability, which is really nice. So that means that if they're fighting in combat and they have a hand weapon and a shield, they could actually go to a 4-up save, which is not bad in melee. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you tried them, Bliss. I'm glad you tried them. Yeah, I mean, you have night goblins, which of course can be a little bit fancier, but really, yeah, they're not much for the armor. In Age of Sigmar, they are rocking a little bit more armor for sure. Okay. All right. Your opponent is great. All right, so he did show up, guys. We are going to get the game. I was a little bit nervous there. Hey, Capriola Volante, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you for sticking around and enjoying the Haggard Total War content. How likely do you... I think Dogs of War could happen someday. For sure, I think it could happen. I think we're going to get a Nagash update. I think we're going to get Thankful at some point. I think Dogs of War could happen. I don't know about Tilia and Asalia. That'd be really cool, but yeah, we'll see. We will see. Okay, so Zesty is on the way over. And it will be Kislev versus Greenskins. Now, the meta in this matchup, it's gone a couple directions, but Monster Mash is pretty viable for sure. You don't really want to use Kislevite Halberds in the front line because they get wrecked by the Greenskin Archers, so you have to use the Armored Kossars, which then get countered by Squigs. So it's a bit tricky, but you can bolster your front lines with Cavalry as well, using like Winged Lancers, and a Monster too can also be good. You can mix in like Frostworms in the front. Yeah. So all that business. What's going on, guys? This is the semifinals. And then we're going to have the grand finals, Greenskins versus Kislev. It's like the meta from like a year and a half ago, basically. The Dawn of War remaster comes out August 14th. Oh, dude, we're going to have so much fun with that, by the way, guys. We're going to have some Dawn of War 1 tournaments, like beginner tournaments. So all of you guys who are like new and maybe played it back in the day, we're going to get some tourneys going. So, you know, get ready to go. Yeah. So Greenskins and Kislev, and they are going to be on the Valley of Lies. Evil, lies and deceit, Tzeentch, all that witchcraft. Yeah, it's good, man. No complaints. Frostworms are good, yeah. But you definitely want a Patriarch to heal them. Yeah, if you're going to go Kislev Monster Mash, you 100% want those. I think Kislev has some secret weapons that I'm going to be trying to use in the next tournament. That there's some stuff on there I think that are really underrated. You waited 19 years for this moment. I've been here 1,000 years. Greenskins versus Kislev. Let's get it started. So Greenskins just go like Orc Boys, maybe a Black Orc or two, and then like a bunch of Archers. And Boar Boy spam with Squigs. You know, that's fine. You can deal with the Dragons with Greenskins probably by just rampaging them and then shooting them with bows, or tar pitting them with the Orc Boar Boy Biggins. You could also bring a combat character. Azag, Spirit Leech can help too. Yeah, there's plenty of ways they could deal with that. Why could they not make a new game for Dawn of War? Yeah, Bearer of the Ring, I agree with you. I would have much preferred a Dawn of War 4 than a remake, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes in life you have to just learn to take the scraps, you know? You got to be like Danny DeVito and It's Always Sunny, just like, I'm here for the trash. Yeah, Katarina on the sled is really good. Very menacing and very hard to kill too. She's got some good bound abilities as well. But I assume they'll be ready soon. No Manglers. Manglers got nerfed and they never got... I don't know. They did get rebuffed in this patch. Maybe they're better now. So they got nerfed heavily after they came out because they were very OP, and then they got nerfed. And now I think they got buffed again a little bit. So this will be my first Greenskin game I've seen since the patch, though. So maybe they're good. I have no idea. No idea. A lot of things nowadays are just remakes, games and movies. It's true. It's just the times we live in, unfortunately. It is indeed. Dawn of War 4 would be sweet, though. Yeah, like a good Dawn of War 4 game. Oh, man, if they just made like a base building RTS with 40k, I would be so erect, like a proper one. Oh. Just take like the Age of Empires template, make it less cartoony, and then just like give it bases and base building. That'd be so sick. I'd be full chub. Yeah, I'd be fully erect. 100%. Dawn of War 3 was pretty haggard. It was. The front flipping space marine and the Terminator armor was so haggard. But that really wasn't the main issue. It was just, yeah. They just abandoned it. I mean, it had some potential to be fixed up, but man. The Black Orcs are a very good elite infantry unit, even though they don't have elite capture weight, which is kind of stupid. But they are, neither do Zargard. So these are the two neglected elite infantry factions here. Yeah, looks like we're ready. I love base building myself. Yeah, I like base building. I think Lord of the Rings Total War will happen someday. I think it'll happen in the next 15 years. We'll get a Lord of the Rings Total War. I don't think they want to do it close to Total War Warhammer because it has a lot of similarities and overlap because a lot of Warhammer is inspired by Tolkien. But I think like 15 years from now, 10, 15 years, I think we could get a Lord of the Rings Total War. Like 100%. It's just too big of a win. Like, how old will I be? Jesus Christ, I'll be like almost 50. I'll be here playing. If you guys want to hang out that long, we'll do it. All right, guys. Welcome to the semifinals of today's sweaty tournament. We had almost 50 people signed up today. And it is going to be a front battle line of goblins and goblins and goblins. All right, down to Goblin Town. On top of that, we do have Acid Burpa. Okay, so this guy is a good fighter, even against big things, because he has 64 melee attack. But he's kind of weak to archers and a little bit of a big pin cushion, so we will see how Zesty's micro is. But there was a meta for greenskins to fight the Kislev monster mash with their own monster mash. So basically what you would do is you'd go double a Colossal Squig with like a good combat character and like some sort of a Deathcaster, and you try and fight their monsters. So we'll see. But we do have Grom the Paunch. Grom the Paunch is a pretty good AP infantry, anti-infantry character against Kislev infantry. We have a River Troll Hag with Fate of Buna to deal with Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion, and Spirit Leech to deal with other things that are not dealt with by the Bunas. Then we do have a Skirmisher Corps. So Zesty going to be dropping Skirmishers, as are the Kislevites. And Kislev's army is going to be composed of a front line of halberds, which is very risky against archers, but if they don't bring archers, it's very good. Secondary line of Kossars and a back line of Kossars as well. So holy shit. Daniken is playing a campaign army. He literally is playing like a turn 10 campaign Kislev army where he just spams mass archers, chaff infantry in the front, and checkerboards them to get the good crossfire. So I don't hate that. There's going to be a Frostworm lady, so she's going to be riding on the old dragon. So riding on this dragon would straight up give you whiplash and concussions. When you watch this thing running, it is so absurd. But Hawks of Miska is an S tier spell against any low tier or low leadership faction like Greenskins because it lowers their leadership by 16. It has no AP, but against Greenskin infantry, it's so good at breaking open positions. And even against armor like Boar Boys, it can help you, right? So the campaign army is underway here, and we do see the old skirmish battle happening here pretty quickly. Horse archers battling it out versus the goblin skirmishers. Grom the Paunch and his Acid Burpa are going to be moving forward for Zesty, and Zesty able to grab the side point here, and now rotating over to the middle to grab those objectives. Both players will get their home point. Greenskins will probably get the initial jump here on objective number 2. And I'm very curious to see if this campaign army is going to work. It's like mass Kossar army. Pretty fun stuff, actually. I love to see it. I like those kind of builds, you know, a little bit of a change of what you would expect. All right, this is a good play by Zesty as well, occupying his capture weight on the objective to delay his opponent. Like every second you can keep your opponent off an objective can be the difference between you winning and losing, right? So little plays like this at a high level can make a big old difference indeed. All right, guys, Zesty going to be calling in some artillery, and it is going to be a Hammer of Gork, which is a good call. Hammer of Gork shooting into archers and Kislev infantry in general is pretty cost effective over the course of a long game, so you just set that bad boy up and you live your best life and call it a day. But Kislev does have a big Doomstack army. It's pretty thick, although more of a stack than a Doomstack. You know, it's just a lot. It's a big old stack. Horse archers skirmishing with goblins, and the wolf riders or forest goblin spider riders will be pretty good against the Kislevite warriors with the halberds because they have like no armor or missile mitigation, really. But the Kossars should be able to screen them out with proper positioning, and it does look like now the forces of Kislev are going to be getting their clutches on the points, And they're just going to be living their best life, just hanging in there and waiting for the Greenskins to advance. Now, the Greenskins, goblins, 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 and goblins. So a pretty crap tier front line, honestly. Not going to be super strong. I would wager Zesty is going to be calling out some better infantry because as it currently stands, he is not going to have a lot of success here at pushing off this Kislevyte army with what he has. Like, if you look at everything, right? The big acid burper is going to be countered by the archers. His archers are going to have a hard time. Although they are Ruggled's armored orcs, so they could probably beat the Kislevyte archers, but there's only one of them. And the rest of the army is just goblins, which are not going to be super effective at getting through the Kislevyte front line. I mean, they'll trade okay into warriors, since warriors are a halberd unit, but even still, it's not their power fantasy. So he's going to keep shooting here, using his dreaded Hammer of Gork. So there he goes, blasting away. Skirmishing going down to the side as we do hit a little bit of a lag spike, so hopefully nobody drops here, and we will see. We will see what's going to be going down. I think I would assume it's Zesty's internet. I've played with Daniken a million times, and my internet's not lagging either to my knowledge. Let's see. Is it? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, mine looks all right. Hopefully it'll stabilize here. Yeah, I'm not dropping any frames on my side, so I think we're okay. And yeah, let's just wait for the lag to dissipate. Stream seems fine. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's always my... I don't get triggered easily. Like, it takes a lot, but one of the few things that actually triggers me in gaming is when I have lag issues. It's the one thing. It's the one thing. I don't know where Zesty lives. I think he lives somewhere in Eastern Europe somewhere. I'm not sure. Yeah, lag is triggering when you lose because of it, especially. Oh, it's the worst feeling ever. Granted, the one thing about Total War is when you do lag, it lags both players, so nobody really gets an advantage. Although there were some conspiracy theories. So while we're waiting for the lag to dissipate, I can tell you guys a little history lesson. So there were some high-level players in Total War Warhammer 2 that had some very suspicious lag during important moments of micro. So there was a conspiracy theory going around that people were pulling a lag switch, and they were basically lagging themselves on purpose, like throttling their internet to slow the game down and get perfect micro in really high-pressure games, which is really funny. Apparently, yeah, people suspected a couple of folks of doing that, which is really funny, because it was always the same people who had that problem. It's always the same people, over and over. And it was always right when there was like a high micro situation, right? All right, guys. So back here, we do see some skirmishing going down. The goblins are overwhelming the Kislevyte skirmishers, but Kislev is tired of this, and they're going to be advancing on over towards objective number 3. So Kislev is actually making a play. And do we see a spider being called out? I thought we saw the Flinger Shrine, but no, it's not going to be the Flinger Shrine. And Kislev is actually moving up to take the home point here, which is very bold. But I honestly think it's a good idea. With how timid the Greenskins are being and, you know, your archer advantage, I think it's okay to do this. So one Kossar does get taken to Pound Town. So the Hammer of Gork has effectively killed one archer, which is uber cost effective. And the skirmishing out here continues. The Kislevyte cavalry, though, should win a lot of these fights. So here you can see the Greenskins did end up taking a fight versus the Kislevytes. But when the winged hussars arrived, the mighty Polish cavalry do get here with their howling wings. And they are going to dominate these Greenskins. So the Winged Lancers will crush the Skirmishers, and that is going to be taking care of business there. So triple cap right now. Kislev really putting the pressure on the Greenskins. Their archers are now going to be trading into the enemy Skirmishers. Zesty doing a good job with his Skirmishers, definitely being very annoying. And you can see the Kislev army is starting to show some wear and tear. Like, front line's very tattered here. These guys are very beat up as well. Damage and damage here as that Hammer of Gork continues and keeps feasting, but those points are going to really start to add up. And honestly, the value trading is even-ish. Daniken getting a full wipe back here, so the goblins get destroyed. Skirmishers here getting pounded for Zesty as well. And yeah, looking a little bit dodgy, guys. Looking a little bit dodgy. But triple cap is on the way. Hawks of Miska has not been used. Could be used on some of the Orc Archers if you want to. But yeah, the Kossars are a little bit outrange, so he's just kind of eating those shots. But 3 victory tickets is 3 victory tickets, guys. And Kislev is a faction that is almost unbreakable if you guys are a little bit newer to the game. The Warhammer Slavs have an ability called Buyer Blood, so when their leadership breaks for the first time, they actually get unbreakable for 25 seconds, which is nuts. So Kislev is almost like the Undead factions in terms of like durability on objectives. Very, very hard to break off. Whereas Undead are probably one of the most sticky on the objectives, I would say, especially vampire counts. Oh my god. It's really hard to get them off a point when they have like some White Kings and a Corpse Guard and Grave Guard and stuff. It is very, very rough. All right, guys. So Forest Goblin Spider Riders going to be eating a lot of volley fire here. The Kossar are shooting away, and they are getting melted. In the meantime, objective 1, 2, and 3, all owned by Kislev. Greenskin's still going to be poking and trying to squeeze out as much value as they possibly can before advancing, which isn't a terrible idea. They obviously, I think Greenskins felt a little bit stifled by the build they ran into. They were probably expecting a Monster Mash build, which is fair, right? They brought, the big Squig, they brought the Spirit Leech. They were maybe expecting Dragon Spam, but no, Kislev goes with the Mantide and brings out a lot of dudes. Archer Fire wearing down the frontliners, and here probably unsummoning these guys would be the correct play. These 2 Horse Archers get them back in the pool and get them back with ammunition to continue the skirmish game. And Kislev is really pushing into the Greenskin spawn, which I don't know if they need to push forward even more, but the Greenskin army is very disorderly. They're kind of scattered all over the place. But we do see a big mobility core coming around. So Grom and Boar Boys, which are going to be Broken Tusk Mob, no, Savage Orc Boar Boys. And then we have 2 more Cav units here and the Colossal Squig. So it looks like they're going to be trying an overflank here, or a flank overload. Danikentrop in response is going to be setting up the Winged Lancers. So the Cavalry are getting in position, and the Ice Witch also. Now, the Ice Witch is going to be very devastating. It's a brutal anti-large fighter on the Dragon and does have an AoE leadership debuff. So frontline fighting is underway. Kislevites are going to be engaging versus the Goblins, and the Goblins trading well in the areas they were able to do damage. We'll tune into this fight again in a minute, but maybe the Greenskins did sufficient damage, and now we're going to be seeing the big flank fight. Boar Boys moving in. Winged Lancer is going to be charging into the Savage Orcs. Only have 35 armor, so the Polish Cavalry are going to be doing some brutal damage there. You're going to see the Boar Boys starting to hemorrhage models most likely. As the Griffin Legion couching the lances and getting in and getting into the Squig Hoppers here. Squig Hoppers also going to have a very bad time versus the glorious Griffin Legion. You can see damage getting folded up. The Wog is activated, the big roar in the valley, and that's going to be party time. Now, Winged Lancer's here, and Winged Lancer's getting wrecked pretty bad. Oh, the Acid Burper using its fart ability and just crushing these Winged Lancers, and these ones get afflicted by the Fate of Buna as well. So Zesty with a very masterful engagement out here on the outside. That was very clean. Pulling the Kislev Cavalry away from the main army and just getting some brutal damage. Now, Hawks of Miska is going to be activated here, which is going to be very good. It's going to break the leadership of these 2 units, but that play out there by Zesty was really good. Getting the big fart attack, yeah, that was nasty. But here's the thing, guys. Zesty has taken 500 years to get up and play the points. Currently, Kislev still has a triple cap, and they are on 3 points. Kislev could honestly just start reinforcing its back objective, and they probably could win the game off that alone. And we do see the Acid Burper coming over with Grom the Paunch, and the Boar Boys, are they going to get it done? Spirit Leech activated on the Ice Witch. More Griffin Legion going to be called out. Kislev still does have 2 Griffin Legions, so their Cav Core is still in pretty good shape, and they are getting some nice hybrid shooting. So Kossars here and Kossars are going to be helping. Another Griffin Legion going to be coming in for the surround, or at least thinking about it. And now the Fart Monster is going to be moving into the Kossars, which are spears. So not necessarily going to be the best. Now, are Greenskins making any progress on the objectives? They kind of are. We do see some Swamp Things moving in. The Trolls and Orcs overwhelming the unsupported Kossars on this side, who do not have any help. And it looks like Kislev is really just going to be playing the home objective of the Greenskins. And I think this is going to be their win condition. They're really just going to be trying to value trade over on this home objective here and see if they can get the job done. So Griffin Legion maybe going to be running down some of these Squigs here. That certainly would be very, very cost effective. And Armored Kossars, or regular Kossars and Griffin Legion folding up the Goblins. Nice little summon by the Ice Witch. Summoning a Snow Leopard to go after the Hag is a great choice. Snow Leopards are anti-large and can do some nice work right there. And screaming across the middle are the Griffin Legion. So Griffin Legion getting a nice charge into the Swamp Things. Granted, Swamp Things are a nice anti-large fighter themselves. So they're going to be able to bonk down the Griffin Legion, most likely with that healing support. And the Wog is perfectly timed, giving the damage and the melee attack right as the Kislev Cavalry do come in. Hawks of Miska clearing out some Goblins, and has Kislev endured on its home objective. I think for Kislev, this is a do or die. They need to hold this point. You got to get over here and you got to grab this objective. If you let the Greenskins get this, it's really going to give them a lot more time, right? So, yeah, like get a freaking like a dervish out there and just kill those AP Cloonies and maintain that point and keep the pressure on the Greenskins. Hag over here did get attacked by the Snow Leopard and is going to be eating a lot of arrow fire. So currently down to about 1,000 HP as the archers are able to do some serious work. The Dragon Lady's a little bit beat up, but Kislev's still holding on to the middle objective for now. Dragon Lady and the Griffin Legion going to be trying to stabilize this point. Maybe they will be able to. No dervishes called out over here, which is a little bit funky. We do see the call-in for Kislev here is going to be the Boydniv's Brawlers. So these are Arwar Streltsy, and what will they be good against? I guess against Grom the Punch, they'll be good against most of the cavalry units. And this is a very close game, which is not good for the Greenskins. The Greenskins obviously would want to be more far ahead with their harass, because their opponent did have a triple cap for a long time. And guys, we only have like 100 seconds. Actually, on the double cap here, did that get capped? Kislev is going to be losing this. If Zesty's able to get a kill on the Ice Witch, that would certainly help out quite a bit. Couple boar boys moving in. Ice Witch going to be coming over to try and support, but we do have the Acid Burper moving in. The big Colossal Squig sitting at 1,400 value. Certainly going to be very helpful at dealing with these guys. And the Boydniv's Brawlers are now out. Kislev also calling out Winged Lancers to try and stabilize the point. This is like the Kislevite power fantasy, guys. Just hanging on to the objective against all the evil of the old world. This is what they think about at night when they're laying in bed. Winged Lancers getting a big old charge there into the Savage Orc Boar boys, and their 35 armor is going to be vulnerable. That Hawks and Miska is going to be so good right here. That's going to be hitting the Savage Orc Boar boys and these guys. And look at their leadership fold up. -27, -24. That's going to fold up that position. Leadership effects are pretty good. So the Boydniv's Brawler is going to be shooting into old Grom the Paunch here. So the Kislevite guns is going to be getting it done. And they have like a shotgun attack. Was that a change? I think they changed them. They didn't used to be like shotgun, right? Well, anyways, guys, only 25 seconds left. Kislev is going to be able to get it here, as we do see the Kislevite Warriors and the Winged Lancers fighting it out. And Greenskins have also run out of steam a little bit as well, whereas Kislev is enduring. I mean, their Dragon's low, but overall, Zesty was just too conservative in the beginning. I think needed to push up earlier. Just waited too long, but you know, it's one of the nuances of the game. You sometimes don't push immediately because you're not confident your army can win. And you call in reinforcements and you adjust. But GG, well played. That is going to be Kislev advancing to the grand finals. Nice match between those two players. And now, my friends, we are going to be getting into the final hoorah. The Duel of Fates. Who has advanced on the other side? Let me check the brackets here and see who it's going to be. Was it Bagosh or was it Iceman? Iceman has advanced to the grand finals. Shit, forgot to look at value, but I'm just so excited for the finals here. Turin finals. All right, let's get in there. Host game and spectator. We're going to host this one up. There we go. Perfect and perfect. And now that is going to be Daniken on Kislev, which is really fun to see them branching out to other factions. And that is going to be Iceman. Iceman. It's pretty good. Hey, hey. Finals. All right, so Daniken and Iceman need to work it out. The map that it's going to be. Let's check this. Looking fine. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Cool beans. Streltsy? You want me to say Streltsy? Did I mangle it? Hopefully we're somewhat close. Ah, some good water right there. Well, thank you guys all for joining. This is the final battle for the fate of Middle-earth. We have Iceman on... No way he's on Bretonnia. That'd be crazy. And Daniken Trop is going to be coming for the finals here in a moment. Finals. Letting him know. Oh, Ogre Kingdoms versus Kislev. Interesting. I'm going to be taking notes. So the Chungus Kingdom's still an S-tier faction in my opinion. I think they have a 60% win rate or 55. They're very, very strong. Don't random people join your games in the tournaments? Well, if they do, it's fine. You can remove people from the lobby, so it's not a huge deal. Greenskins do not always lose, that's for sure. I mean, that Greenskin player went undefeated, I think, or at least went 4-1 in the rounds of regulation. So he went 4-2 today. Had a very good run with the Greenskins. Zesty's a very good player, so... Yeah, and now we have Ogre Kingdoms versus Kislev in the grand finale. Daniken going to be working it out in terms of the picks and bans and all that good stuff. We're the ones who got wrecked today, man. I am not good at Lizardmen. I need to figure them out. That might be one of my worst factions, honestly. Top 4 Saturday tournament, yes. And what are we doing here? Okay, so finalize that tournament. Looking good. Release the Grease. Look, the Grease Lightning could come. The forbidden thunderous impact with his attacks now. So when Greasus hits you with his mace, it does slow you down. So if he can catch you, you know, he's like one of those horror movie monsters that moves really slowly. But if he catches you, you're in trouble. You know, one of those. And yeah, we'll see. We will see. Okay. Let me know map also. Thank you. All right, Daniken's going to be here in a second. It looks like they're grabbing some water or some tea or something. Yeah, I mean, it could be greasing time, guys. It could be greasing. Oh, J-Dub, you made some biggest. Oh, no shit. You actually made your own? That's impressive. Yeah. Hey, Trog, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you're doing well. What were you playing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. We are currently in the grand finals of our Total War tournament. This is for all the marbles. This is going to be our Ogre Kingdoms player versus our Kislev player, so... A very fun one. 2 Warhammer 3 factions that have been doing pretty good. And yeah, Oh, you're playing Warcraft 2? Hell yeah, dude. Warcraft 2 is a goated game. I vividly remember the sound effects. Like for me, there's like this synaptic trigger that when I hear the ogres doing the bloodlust sound effect, it just takes me back to like 1997 or 8 or whenever it came out. That was one of the first RTS games I ever played. Was the so AOL America Online had like an internet browser launcher thing in like 1997 or 96. And they had Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness on there for free. So you didn't have to own the game. You could play it on the AOL browser. And that was like my first foray into RTS. Oh, dude, you know who else is super cool in Warcraft 2 is the frickin' Death Knights. I love the Death Knight characters. That like retro art. And the Elvish Archers look so sick in that game too. Trog says, been lurking in Total War Warhammer 3. I watched you from way back. I got the game recently, and I'm totally looking forward. Yeah, try it. Come join us. Warcraft 2 multiplayer stream. I wouldn't be opposed to doing like a one-off stream of that. I don't remember anything about it though. That would be AOL. How dare you? I am almost 40 years old, man. I was there 5,000 years ago when we had dial-up internet. When somebody called your house, it ruined your internet connection. If somebody called your house on your landline and your like mom or parent, your parents picked up the phone, it would disconnect your dial-up internet. You homies remember that? Yeah, that was some shit right there. Mom, hang up the phone. I vividly remember playing like online games and that happening to me all the time. You were there, yeah, we were all there. The sound of my people, ring up modem, yeah. Those are magical times. I remember pre-internet pirating games on. Oh yeah. I remember in the early 2000s feeling like such a cyber tech hacker man when I had like Napster and LimeWire. And so when my roommate and I in college discovered that in 2005 or 6, and we had it was either Napster or LimeWire, I can't remember. And we thought we had hit the jackpot when we're like, holy shit, we can get all this music. So we would just spend hours downloading like movies and music and everything. Oh man, those were wild times. Yeah. Yeah, to install AOL from a disk they sent you, yeah. Anyone else ever get in trouble printing out? I don't even know what that is, WK. Yeah. I need someone to make that Lord of the Rings sketch series. Anything old meets I'll run. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. All right, so Kislev versus Ogres, soon to be on. We're playing on the road to Talabheim is going to be the map, so big old open map, which is very fun. Yes, yes. Tomorrow we're going to be back streaming again. We are going to be streaming Age of the Ring tomorrow because I love that game so much right now. It's so fun. I just like it's like reliving the early 2000s, and you get the whole Lord of the Rings experience with all the sound effects, and like it's so righteous. So we'll have a tournament tomorrow. I'm trying to decide if we do a beginners tournament or maybe an open one. Open would be interesting to see who signed up. Feeling old? Yeah, we're getting there, man. We're getting a little bit long in the tooth. But my biggest like sorrow with aging, obviously the physical ailments are probably the worst part, but like I don't know, I'm really into sci-fi. I'm sure a lot of you guys feel the same. Like I love Star Trek. Star Trek's one of my favorite things ever, and like I just want to be around if humanity is ever able to explore the great beyond, like the universe and like the mysteries of the universe and all that. Granted, we'll probably end up in like a dystopian theocracy of some sort in the future, but I would love to be around to see the future and like what's going to happen and what the world's going to be like, That's my one lament. How do you sign up for tournaments? You just got to join our Discord. Yeah. Join the old Discord. Yes, yes. We have to learn some hard lessons before Star Trek, for sure. It's very true. Yeah, we're like at that point, because I don't know if you guys know the lore of Star Trek, but before, in Star Trek, like humanity basically is like very utopian in a way, right? But before they reach that utopia, there's a dark ages. So there's like a dark age of humanity essentially in Star Trek, which is like really, there's fascism and theocracies are like running rampant. There's like a lot of violence and it's gnarly, right? But then they come out of that and humanity like unites, and then they create, the Star Trek universe from there. Yeah. Peter, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, Star Trek's freaking rules. So I haven't enjoyed a lot of the new Star Trek shows. There was a couple ones, but Strange New Worlds is really good. I love Strange New Worlds. That one's fun. The one with Captain Pike, I think, is the name of the character. That one's really good. It kind of takes me back to like the old Star Trek episodic, like Next Generation. But the other new Star Trek shows I felt were pretty bad. I didn't like those ones. But Strange New Worlds is really, really good. It's a goated show, I agree. And there's a new season right now too, by the way. Yeah. If the Star Trek can just model their future shows on Strange New Worlds, I think they'll have found their path again. Because I feel like there was this weird like 2010s, 2015s era of Star Trek that was just awful. Picard was really hit and miss. The Picard show was cool because it gave you all the nostalgia you wanted, right? You got Picard, you got Riker, you got like the whole gang back together, Geordi, whatever. But you also like the story was a little bit convoluted and weird at times. I love the Orville. I love Orville. Oh, that show was great. Dude, sign me up for Orville all day. Yeah, I did not like, the Discovery was the new one I think I didn't like. I can't remember. I only watched like 5 episodes and I was like, this shit sucks. Okay, I don't know where he went. Let's check here. Yes. All right, so Danikin's going to host real quick because apparently the other guy has a bugged lobby or something, so we'll do that. And which one is going to be? Ratatouille? Okay, there we go. Orville was an amazing show, honestly. It's funny because you watch Orville, which is Seth MacFarlane's Star Trek show, and you watch it and you're like, oh, this is just going to be a comedy. It's not going to be like, it's not going to have any substance. It's just going to be, But you know what? The Orville actually had like some good storylines. Like I enjoyed it. You think it's just going to be a pure comedy show and not really have a story, but it actually had some fun storylines. And I actually got like into the characters. I was like, yeah, I like these characters. Oh, dude, Deep Space Nine is such a good Star Trek show. It is so good. Because Deep Space Nine is really fun. You get a combination of station life, so you get to see what it's like on a station with a bunch of different species. You also get to see space warfare and space exploration, but you also get galactic spanning conflict. So you get the versus the Changelings, the Dominion. Yeah, the battle with the Dominion is super good. Oh, The Expanse is an amazing show. I love The Expanse. Yeah. I really hope they do another Orville season. That would be great. You guys hear that right now? We have this like Roomba. It's like one of those like floor cleaner things, and we have a running joke in our house that the Roomba is possessed by my deceased dog spirit, and that's why it chases me around the house. So yeah, it's hunting here. I love Deep Space Nine. It was really fun. Yeah, it was a good one. TNG though is the GOAT for me. The Next Generation. I love the Next Generation. That original cast, season 1 and 2 of TNG felt very 80s and very like retro. But once they got past the early the first couple seasons, I think TNG really picked up and it got that like 90s aesthetic, which was really really cool. And yeah, it was great. I haven't seen Babylon 5, which is weird. Battlestar Galactica is in my top favorite shows of all time. Dude, Admiral Adama is such a Chad. And the soundtrack by Bear McCreary for Battlestar Galactica is so good. Like when they play those Celtic, there's like so many touching like emotional moments on Battlestar Galactica when they have the soundtrack has those like Celtic kind of like, oh dude, it's so good. It's so good. I love Battlestar Galactica. Yeah. It was really fun. All right. So Ogre Kingdoms are ready. Kislev is going to be getting ready as well. Hopefully you guys. I love shooting the shit about these things. That's one of my favorite discussions to have with people. Is like, what sci-fi future are we going to get? You know, are we going to get 40K? Are we going to get Star Trek? Are we going to get Battlestar Galactica, where humanity gets chased off Earth by AI? Are we going to get, there's so many good ones to discuss. It's so fun. Are we going to get Star Wars? I really don't want 40K. I know. I feel like we're kind of leaning that way, though. Little dystopian theocracy, that kind of shit. Yeah, we'll see. We're getting Dead Space, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. I really hope we get Star Trek. Star Trek is what we need. All right. Altered Carbon is actually, I think, very likely too. Blade Runner and Altered Carbon. I need to go take that Roomba because it's literally banging on my door. We're gonna get Altered Carbon, where like the super rich people just use the poor people as longevity devices. Because in Altered Carbon, the rich people, they transfer their consciousness to the poor. They use the bodies of poor people who are just desperate and they transfer them. That's what we're gonna get for sure. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get rid of the Roomba. It's literally banging on my door. And yeah, give me a second. Okay, I was actually, it's funny, I swear to God that Roomba is possessed by my dead dog, because every time I literally marched after it and it ran down the hallway and just went back to its station. It was like finished. The timing was just too suspicious. I feel like being chased off Earth by AI is probably becoming more and more likely. Dude, AI scares the shit out of me, man. I don't know if I'm just a boomer, but like, I remember like a couple years ago, AI was like barely able to make pictures and barely able to do anything. But now AI can deepfake anyone. It can mimic your voice. It can mimic your appearance in videos. AI produced videos that are coming out are they just look hyper realistic. It's like from a distance you can't even tell if it's real or not. There's like the tells are super hard to see now. There's going to come a time where you can't believe anything on TV, or anything you see online or on TV. You're just not going to be able to believe it, right? Like and also that's going to go the other direction too, because people are going to say the most messed up shit and they're going to do the most messed up shit, and they're going to be able to use AI sabotage as an excuse. It's scary. And like there's people, I don't think governments around the world are just inept in general, right? They're not going to regulate AI well. It's not going to be well regulated. That shit is going to run rampant. Like you're running against somebody in a political campaign, you make an AI deepfake of them doing something, terrible, and even if it's fake, it's still gonna cause controversy and put that image in people's minds. It's very, very dystopian. We're gonna need regulations. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen though, for sure. There's no way. It's just gonna run rampant, and the powerful are just gonna use it to their advantages, and the peasantry are just gonna have to suffer. Just how it goes. All right, guys. Too many boomers in government. Yeah, no, for sure. All right, guys, let's get this going. Let's have some fun and break it down. So, looking at the armies of Kislev here in the grand finals, it is going to be a very wide army. So, Danikin loves to play this wide Kislev style. Mass Kossars, right? So, we see Kossars and Kossars with spears, backed up by the warrior wall, which is kind of interesting. So, we'll see if the style works against the Ogre Kingdoms. On top of that, we do have an Ice Witch with Tempest, so that is going to be there with the Hawks of Miska. So very, very common strategy being used here by Danikin Trop, using the Mass Chaff Army with a big Frostworm anchor to leadership break positions, because even though Hawks of Miska will not do much damage against Ogres, it will kill the Noblars, and it's going to be routing off the Chaff units, or routing off the Ogres potentially as well. Winged Lancers, and Halberds in the front line. All right, guys, let's get this going here. Looking at Iceman's army, it is going to be a battle line of Pigback Riders and Noblars. It's a good composition. Pigback Riders are good to mix in because of the Kislevite cavalry, so that's going to be very good. Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. We have Golg. He's coming in. The big man is here. All right. So does he have his... Why would you not bring his pistol? His pistol is so good. Well, anyways, Iceman's going to be raw dogging it with the Bugmans, which is still very good. And yeah, so a good combat character with healing as well. Pigback Riders are anti-large. We got Ogre Bulls into the sunset, and ladies and gentlemen of the old world, that is going to be all she wrote. All right, all right. WK saying, when it comes to the future, I'm on the team struggling. I guess I'll die guy. Yeah, for sure. But we got gold coming out as well as the Ice Witch. It is time. Let us know your predictions. Who are you guys going to be rooting for? Let us know here today. Who are you cheering for? All right, all right. So the battle is on. Just basic ogre bulls. I think there's some dual weapons in there too. A lot of Noblars. And burning. Oh, this is so good. The burning head here is so excellent. Because that whole Kislev army is lightly armored. The warriors are 15 armor and the Kossars are... Warriors are 30 and the Kossars are 15. So this burning head here potentially going to be a game changer. We're going to see if Iceman's going to be able to get the win off that. That burning head alone is going to be such a menace. It's kind of like I'm rooting for both these guys. Kislev is super fun to watch, but also seeing your boy Golg in action is really cool. You almost never see him in play here. Whom do you serve? Well, apparently the Great Maw here today. Or Urson, depending on which side you're going to be lining up with. So, on the backside, Kislevite Warrior is going to be securing Objective 1. Objective 2 is going to be contested. Nobody is playing Objective 3 right now. Ogre is going to be calling out some Lead Belchers, which is excellent. Lead Belchers are super good against Kislev. And Winged Lancer is going to be charging in, punting a bunch of Noblars, and are they going to be penetrating into the secondary line? It looks like they do, actually. So they dive in, and then they immediately retreat back. One Noblar unit is basically punished and pushed into the Shadow Realm. And the Kislevite Cavalry only lose one model there, so pretty worth it for them. But the Ogres are going to be getting a triple cap. Kislev is actually going to be yielding the objectives to them, which is pretty ballsy. And the campaign Kislev army is now going to be getting its layers of firepower shooting into the Ogres. Halberds stand at the ready in all positions. Noblars will actually trade pretty cost-effectively into those. And I don't know if I like Daniken's positioning as much this game. The fact that they're so wide like this, going wide against Ogres, they can really, really punish you, you know? But we'll see if the Kislev heavy cavalry are going to be able to get it done. So what Daniken's going to be doing is probably calling out heavy cavalry from this position. But this Kossar in the woods is not only going to be obstructed by the trees, but also going to be getting punished by the Ogres. You see these Ogres are getting clubbed and taken to Pound Town right here as they're losing models very, very rapidly. Halberds are actually losing their fights against the Pigback Riders. Obviously, the Ogres were helping a little bit there. But looking at the value trading, it's kind of even. A Burning Head going to be activated there. A very, very good Burning Head. And some of the Ogres going to be getting through. And they got their gut plates out, baby. And there they go. So that Kislev army going to be paying the troll toll a little bit, as we do see a Little Grom being called out. Little Grom is the counter Kislev has against Lead Belchers. It's quite excellent. But I do feel like Iceman is zerging over this army very effectively and is crumbling a lot of the Kislevite positions. We see Kislev losing here, here, and here. This entire flank, basically a disaster for Kislev. Kislev now does have Little Grom out, and they have their Dragon, which is going to be trying to hold the position here. But this is where like armored Kossars are going to be quite a bit more resilient than the front line of Halberds, which can be killed by Noblars. Some good hybrid fire here, able to shoot into the Ogre Bull, so there are two archer units, peppering them away. And Kislev is going to be trying its best to stabilize its back point, or its back cannon, I do dare say, as the Winged Lancers do intercept the Blood Vultures and get some good work done there. Winged Lancers going to be forming up ranks and charging into the Ogre Bulls and the Noblars, but I believe there are some Pigback Riders nearby, so they will be very good against the cavalry units. If I had to say, I think this game is going very badly for Daniken Trop. I think that style of like against Ogres, you never want to meet them wide like that. When you meet them wide, their mobility and just girth is able to push through your line so quickly. I think keeping a tighter formation, like consolidating your army in more of a box and just playing one objective and then slow pushing to the other one probably is the way to do it. Now, Daniken is very good and can certainly come back and win this game, but I mean, I just felt like the early engagements have not gone well. Lead Belcher's getting another good shot, able to kill, or not Lead Belcher's getting shot at, though the Little Grom able to potentially break these guys. Back in the battle lines, though, this is a big mistake here by Iceman, not triple capping. You could really have Kislev in the trash can right here if you just triple cap that third objective. That would be putting Daniken in a really, really bad position. But the fact that it's not being triple capped, I think gives Kislev maybe a glimmer of hope. But overall, the Ogre Kingdoms are feasting pretty hard. Pigback Rider is going to be getting on top of the Little Grom. And though we do have Winged Lancers defending the back objective, and they fight Ogre Bulls just fine, the Pigback Riders on their little Pigbacks are going to be getting their anti-large attacks into the Winged Lancers and will be able to defeat them over time. Although the side charge for Winged Lancers is going to be quite good. Halberd's still fighting it out. Golg is on the hunt, chasing down the Ice Witch there a little bit. And are we seeing the third objective being captured? Man, it pains me. We do see some Noblars heading over to that point, but yeah, because he would just be crushing Kislev right now. He'd be like at 600 points, give or take. But it looks like he's feeling confident enough as it is. But this is giving Daniken more time to come back, right? If Daniken is allowed to have time, that's a problem. That's where the Kislev durability and the Dragon and maybe some of the SEs are going to find their way back. Like if you can kill Golg, for example, get some breaks, We do see the Winged Lancers still defending the back artillery piece. So it looks like the Pigback Riders did get collapsed right there. Ogres looking a little bit bare bones also, though. Their rush, you know, they did play into enemy territory, which is going to be hard. Winged Lancers, as well as these guys, are going to be cruising up for a bruising. And finally, the Ogres are going to be grabbing that outside objective, which I think if they had it, man, it would be a very, very different game here. All right, so Golg should be okay at fighting back here. He does have the Bugman's healing. He has to be out of combat. So Golg is going to need to escape combat here in order to get his heal, which is a free heal, mind you. It's very, very good. Ogre Bulls arriving on Objective 3, and ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a triple cap. Ogres do have some Saber Tusks coming in. Going to be very tough to get them off the points. Pigback Riders and Dual Weapon Bulls are going to be very tough. Daniken is a little bit resurgent, and like I said, getting a pick on Golg would be a big game changer. Ogres need to get someone in here to help right now. Looks like a couple Bulls do move in the Winged Lancers. He's down to 4,000 HP, and the Firebelly's also a little bit trapped up as well. Middle objective is being contested. Outside is taken. Iceman needs to maneuver over to the middle right now to make sure that objective does not go to Daniken Trop for sure. And it looks like the Ogre Lord is in a little bit of trouble, ladies and gentlemen. Getting hunted down, and he's trying to fight 4,000 HP. You cannot use your Bugman's healing unless you're out of combat. So he is still getting chased down and does not really have much in the way of helping. Now, one thing that's really good, I was about to say, is the cavalry. The Ogre Cavalry, the Mournfangs and whatnot are super good against Kislev. Winged Lancers getting a nice charge here with a couple of the halberds. Daniken Trop can for sure come back. If the third objective had been captured earlier by the Ogres, we could be seeing a situation where it's like 900 points, give or take right now, maybe 800-900, and it would be very, very hard for Kislev to come back. But the fact they didn't capture that objective, I think, is going to give Daniken Trop a chance. Mournfang Cav on the way over. What the Mournfang Cavalry need to do is they need to freaking save Golg. If Golg dies to the Frostworm Lady, it's going to be bad. We do see the Dual Weapon Bulls maneuvering over there. Pigback Riders also need to be unsummoned to refresh them back in the pool. I think that'd be very, very good. And what do we got here? Yes, big charge. Mournfang Cavalry attacking into the Winged Lancers. And now the Mournfang Cav going to be cruising in. And, ooh, nice dismember right there. That's going to slow those guys down, you know, make them a little bit nervous about moving in. Ogre Kingdom still sitting pretty comfortably on a triple cap right now. But looks like the middle might be going to Daniken Trop. So Daniken may be going to be finding an opportunity to get an objective and get on the board right now because they're very, very down on points. Mournfang Cav do not want to overextend into Kislev territory. They're chasing some Winged Lancers. Rather, Iceman wants to use those over on the middle and help stabilize that point. Golg able to get the big heal, though. So the Bugman's has been drunk, and that is going to be a fat heal. It's really, really big, and it gives you vigor. You know, just like real life. When you drink alcohol, it gives you vigor. Cav being called in, more Mournfang Cav, going to be very good. Daniken's entire army's mobility, right? So that's going to be very, very strong. Daniken is able to get an objective. Ogre Bull's going to be fighting on the point here. Firebelly doing its thing. And the Mournfang Cavalry were able to catch those Winged Lancers and kill them. But, man, Iceman cannot afford to forget about this. You got to get those guys back in the battle. If you forget about those units in the backfield, you're just going to lose the game. Although, honestly, Daniken sends in a Griffin Legion against them, which is pretty good for the Mournfang Cav. They might actually be able to win that fight. So that actually does them a bit of a favor there, if you ask me. Golg a little bit trapped up, but the Bugman's healing has been quite good. It looks like some cavalry from Daniken going to be going to try and steal that outside objective there, which isn't going to be bad at all. Mournfang Cav do arrive, and Pigback Riders also going to be in as the Mournfang Cavalry try and chase the Griffin Legion off the point. There is a big Frostworm here. Golg is not as gnarly of a fighter as the Ice Witch on the Dragon. I mean, he's in the ballpark, but that anti-large bonus is going to be thick. And Hawks and Miska going down. Burning Head activated on the Griffin Legion. They're going to be diminishing their leadership a little bit, but Mournfang Cavalry do get hit by the Hawks and Miska. They're currently at 0 leadership. Man, the debuffing there is so freaking good. And what's going on in the backfield? Mournfang Cavalry able to push back the Griffin Legion. So that's pretty good for the Iceman. But this is where Iceman really feels the pain of not capturing that early objective, because Iceman would have been at like 1250 points, 1200 points, and Daniken probably would just be dead. He probably would not win this game. But here we do see the break. That's quite huge. And this is where Daniken starts to take the game back. Daniken is playing a big value lead, is getting the favorable trades. The Ice Witch here is going to be chasing these units away. And the Firebelly is getting a little bit of damage on the Witch. But is this a Helm's Deep time? Is this where the Ogres retreat everybody over towards Objective 3 and just, you know, thoughts and prayers to the Great Mom? Maybe. A couple Pigback Riders are coming in. The objective is still being held. I don't think it's quite time for the Helm's Deep yet, but it's getting close. Middle objective is currently in the process of flipping. Blood Vulture is going to be heading for the Little Grom, which is a good call to shut down the shooting for now. Firebelly is a good fighter, and Pigback Riders will be very good against these cavalry units. Granted, the Griffin Legion will probably still be able to terror route them with a Hawks and Miska. Golg and the Firebelly looking a little bit worse for wear, and the Mournfang Cavalry have rallied. Meanwhile, the Mournfang Cavalry back here have rallied also. So getting those guys over to the point going to be very uber helpful. Meanwhile, in the middle point, Blood Vultures attacking into the Little Grom, definitely threatening to capture this point would be very, very good. Here we do see the objective in the process of flipping. It is probably going to be going to Kislev here as we reach 1,120 points. But it's going to be a super long time to hold, you know, on just one objective. Especially if Golg is dying, I think that's just going to be a steamroll. So the Firebelly gets taken into the trash can here. It is going to be down for the count, terrified and shaken. Golg Maneater is trying his best, but he is just getting whooped on by that big boy right there. But he's honestly been a pretty stalwart fighter this game. Only 700 value, though. You really need to bring the pistol with him. It's one of his better abilities, honestly. Blood Vultures tying up Little Grom. Are the Ogres going to be going for a Helm's Deep? It does not look like it. Rather, it looks like they're going to continue trying to contest the fight over here on this objective. Pigback Riders, I believe, have been terror routed and or worn down, and the Winged Lancer Cav are going to be on their way out. Looks like Daniken is going to be getting this game. I think the Ogres are going to lose it now. Yeah, they're going to pay for their sins of not triple capping in the beginning. If you're going to be doing a full court press on somebody and swarming them on their back objectives, on their back spawns, you need to have all three objectives. Otherwise, you're just going to lose. Golg is down, getting tail whips, 800 leadership there. We do see objective number 3 is going to be going to Daniken. So that start was actually really rough for Kislev, but he was able to scrap it back with some very, very good play. Nalblar's heading over, but they're not going to get there in time, probably to diminish that capture. Golg is done, Firebelly's done, and he is at 100 HP. We've got a couple pigbacks coming in, but not going to be able to do anything. There's going to be a big terror out there, and that is going to be all she wrote. If I could fast forward, I would, because this game is 1,000% over. Ogres have, 1,200 points. They'd be at like 1,450 right now, give or take, if they had captured it. Probably could have Helm's Deep on this point, maybe won, but hard to say. Daniken taking advantage of his opponent's mistakes, though, and playing a very, very tight game. And very well played to Iceman, too. I mean, Iceman is playing against one of the best players in the world right now. Daniken has been an absolute terminator in our tournament scene at the moment. So this is a brilliant performance by Iceman, honestly. Iceman played way better than I did today, so I'm one to talk here. Now, can the Ogres still Helm's Deep it? Is there still a glimmer of hope? They're at 1,250 points. They only have one objective. A couple Saber Tusks going to be charging into the Kosovo Dervishes, but a lot of Cav coming over. Winged Lancers and Winged Lancers. Ogres are routing their entire army over here, but I don't know if it's going to get there in time. Because these two cavalry units are going to outcap those Noblars super hard, and that objective is probably going to be flipping. Little Grom is also putting some hurt down on those guys as well, so very, very good DPS into the Mournfang Cavalry. Here we get the doggies being pushed away, Saber Tusks are gone, and ladies and gentlemen of the old world, Kislev has gotten the W. GG, well played. It is now official. It is Facebook official. You have been added to your friends' top 8 on MySpace. It is time. And the Ogre is going to be making a blitz for the middle objective out of desperation. Do they have any more capture weight coming in? We do see some Ogre Bulls with dual weapons and some Blood Vultures and some cute stuff, but yeah, understandably it's the finals. You're going to be making a desperate play here. Pigback Riders and Pigback Riders actually both pretty good against the remaining units, but the Frostworm with Golg being dead, I mean, we're just going to be see terror outs on these guys all freaking day. Saber Tusks get wrecked here. These Ogre Bulls are going to have a bad time versus the Cavalry. And the mighty Kislevites are able to get the job done, it looks like. So here comes the Ice Witch from Daniken with the Hawks of Miska doing quite a bit of work. Winged Lancers have arrived. Ogres trying to get the capture way back. Pigback Riders, of course, will be very stalwart at holding back these Cav for what they are. But the leadership's going to be a problem. And terror out in 1, 2, and 3 seconds probably. There it is. Little Grom still feasting. Despite all the diving attempts, it's gotten about 1,800 value. And what do the Ogres have in the back? They do not have enough. That is for sure. Yeah, we didn't see the Lead Belchers, which are very typical for the Ogre Kingdoms. Lead Belcher is very, very strong against Kislev. Granted, Little Grom is like a soft counter against them. It still takes a while to get the kills, but, they got it done. So it's going to be a while before Daniken actually wins. I mean, the Ogre player should probably just tap out here at this point. It's basically over. I mean, the one thing you're holding on is for a disconnect, but even if a disconnect happened, I would still give the win to Daniken at this point, because it's just so freaking over. But yeah, great EU-friendly tourney, that's right. That is right. He had one Lead Belcher, yeah, but usually you would see 2 or 3 in this matchup. Ogre's trying to ninja the outside, but the triple cap point is going to be passing here soon. And with that, Daniken and Kislev going to be getting the W for Urson. Let's freaking go. The bear coming in with its big old pimp bear claws. Well, no bear, but the bear's people. So that build looked like it just got folded, right? It got absolutely folded. But like he somehow Palpatine returned. Little Grom, the Dragon character, and the Cavalry. 2,300, 1,300. Yeah, the Kislev Cavalry really putting in a lot of work there. Firebelly was a great choice, by the way. I mean, Iceman's build was very good. I think maybe some Mournfang Cavalry earlier. And honestly, if he had just gotten the triple cap, I think he wins that game. I think Ogre's 100% win it if he just triple cap. So, GG, well played, guys. hopefully you enjoyed today's tournament. If you did, please do drop a like on the way out. All of you guys on YouTube and Twitch as well. Thank you guys so much for your support. We'll see you guys around. I tried with Lizards today. I had some pretty rough games, but we learned. You guys saw my failures. Hopefully it was a good educational lesson. Still probably one of my least favorite factions to play, but I had some good times today. It was fun. All right, guys. Adios. We'll see you guys around. Take care of yourselves. And Sigmar bless, or Urson bless you in this situation. I'll be back streaming Age of the Ring tomorrow and then Total War again on Monday. So we will be back. Adios. Do widzenia. See you guys on the other side. Well played.